All right, one sec. I'm trying to get this all set up. Okay, so this is going to be kind of like the same thing that I've done on YouTube since I made this channel, me getting high and like talking shit, but in the context of analyzing the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I've been watching this as much as I could. I'd say I'd probably seen about 70% of the trial so far. So there are going to be some things that I'm just not sure about, but for the most part, I've seen and heard what's going on in the trial. And this is obviously a really contentious case. Like it's became the subject of so much discussion and so much debate because I think it's just an intrinsically political case. Like the heart of this case is going to decide in case law the extent of self-defense, where a person is legally allowed to carry their gun and where they're not legally allowed to carry their gun. So there's just a huge amount that's going to be riding on this trial. And for that reason, I think it's incredibly interesting. So yeah, let's start analyzing the closing arguments. So the trial is about to wrap up like today, and then the jurors are going to go deliberate and decide what they're going to do. But these are the last arguments that are going to be heard before the jurors are asked to go make their decision. So one sec. Oh yeah, are there more Predator videos coming? I think so. I was actually talking to someone who is an ex-professor, like an old professor that I had. We were talking about doing some kind of like collaborative thing where it would be like, since he's a professor, and he's a college instructor in communication. I mean, this dude is like really knowledgeable as to like nonverbal communication and like body language and stuff. So it would be really cool to do like a video with his perspective. So that's what might be coming out in the near future. But I was thinking, even if I don't do that, like, yeah, I think I'm gonna make at least a few more Predator videos. It's been a long time. Like, I know it's been a long time, but it's I don't know. It's like it was kind of exhausting to just pump out the same material like consistently. So I guess I just decided to like spice it up and branch out. One sec. How does it sound too? Like, how's the audio quality of this? Is it poor quality? Let me play this too, so you can kind of hear it.
Knowing that somebody weren't coming back.
How does it sound?
Well, okay, and of course, as always, I'll make the final decision. But I certainly will.
Oh, you despised your communication. I see someone said they despised their communication class. Yeah. If it wasn't for this professor and speech and debate, I probably wouldn't have been a communication major. Like, I definitely feel you. Public speaking, which is a huge part of communication classes, is like a huge fear. It's like a phobia for many Americans. So it makes sense that a lot of people would not like communication classes. Alex Kaufman, louder? Like, you mean the microphone? Like, my voice needs to be louder, or the audio? Because the audio here is turned up as loud as it can go. Like, let's listen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to assure you that everything...
Cool, okay, I just saw someone say that it's good sound, so I'm just going to assume that that's kind of legit. So yeah, these are the attorneys. I'm not familiar with all their names. This is Assistant District Attorney Binger. I do know that. This gentleman and this gentleman are both on the prosecution, and then this lawyer, there's another lawyer who looks kind of like Jeff Bezos. They're on the defense. So those are the two sides of the trial that we're about to watch.
Chance to look it over yourself. You don't have to memorize everything he just told you.
Let's see.
I think it's no surprise to assure you that everything that the judge just read to you, you'll get a copy of, so you'll have a chance to look it over yourself. You don't have to memorize everything he just told you.
And this is now the assistant district attorney speaking to the jury, summarizing everything that's already occurred so far in the trial and trying to drive home the specific points that he wants them to consider. So he has a small amount of time in order to express everything that's already been said in this trial. And this trial has had hours and hours of material and witnesses and testimony. So he has to sift through all this kind of garbage and find out the best particular bits to make his case.
I think it's no surprise that this is a case that there's a lot of noise and a lot of static surrounding it. So what I'd like to do at the beginning is crystallize it in a nutshell for you and keep it as simple as possible. This is a case in which a 17-year-old teenager killed 2 unarmed men and severely wounded a third person with an AR-15.
And so I'll just stop it right here. One of the charges that Rittenhouse was facing was unlawful possession of a weapon by a person who's 17 or by a minor. That charge has been dropped. The judge instructed that that charge be dropped. That was, I thought, one of the easiest charges to prove. But because of the ambiguity of the actual letter of the law, like the actual statute as it's written in the law book, the judge has not allowed the jury to be able to decide whether he's guilty or innocent of being a minor in possession of a rifle. So this dude, this attorney, the fact that he was 17 years old, it was an integral part of one of the charges, but that charge has been thrown out. So he's probably going to rely on that consistently, even though it's not really relevant at this point.
That did not belong to him. This isn't a situation where he was protecting his home or his family. He killed people after traveling here from Antioch, Illinois, and staying out after a citywide curfew.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no curfew charge anymore. There's no
curfew charge, exactly.
Although he claimed
there's no charge, but and there has been some discussion about the lawfulness of the curfew, not in this case, but elsewhere. So it's there, but there.
Oh, wow. Okay, let me stop. Maxwell English, thank you, bro. That's the first super chat that I've ever got. I know. I also enabled super chats like for the first time. Thank you, because this is the that's that 199, dude. I'll never forget that. This is the first super chat that I ever got. So like, thank you. I've never made a dime off of my YouTube channels, and I'm still not gonna run ads. Like, I'll never have ads on my videos. But I think in the future, like, I'll be down to live stream with super chats. I don't think that that's not something that that's something that I'm okay with. I'm still never gonna run ads like on this channel. I don't want to have to watch what I say. Like, this channel is probably always going to be fucking crazy bullshit. So, but yeah, thank you for that super chat.
What had been a curfew announced. That does not mean that it was technically lawfully a legal curfew, but there had been an announced curfew, so I'll leave it at that.
And it was a curfew that all the rest of us here in Kenosha were aware of, and I think most reasonable people, obeyed. Although the defendant claimed...
See, and like a lot of people, so I'm just going to interject here, like, there's a good case to be said that no one should have been there. Neither the rioters, neither the defenders, like, no one should have been there. And it's kind of, I guess this is defending Rittenhouse a bit. Like, one of the guys who was survived, like the guy who got shot by Kyle Rittenhouse and survived, let me see. Yeah, this guy down here at the bottom, he pulled a gun on Kyle Rittenhouse, and it was a gun that this guy unlawfully possessed. So like, why wasn't this guy charged with unlawful possession of a firearm too? I think that people who criticize that Rittenhouse is the only one who's on trial, even though there were like literally hundreds of people breaking various laws by being out past curfew, that's a fair point. So I think that's something that we should consider. Oh shit, hold on. Whoa, bro, this is popping off kind of. So huge thank you to Gurns 3248. You didn't say anything, but huge thank you, Gurns. And then Matt Toastland, you said you wanted to go out and go boot shopping. What's up with that? Love your content. Thank you, bro. Hey, with your $6.99, I might be able to buy some nice boots. Some boots that would make fucking Gerald White really, really excited.
To be protecting a business that he wasn't familiar with. The actual killings in this case had nothing to do with that. And he also spent the entire evening lying about the fact that he was an EMT.
Why? See, he's just characterizing him like, this makes sense from a rhetorical perspective. Like, it's not illegal to lie. It's not a crime to misrepresent yourself or to say that you're something that you're not. That's not illegal, but it looks disparaging on his character. So this lawyer has really skirted the line of acceptability as insofar as he's played his case pretty recklessly. He's done a lot of shit to piss the judge off. I might go into that later, but yeah, this lawyers like kind of going for an all or nothing attack against Rittenhouse, and that includes attacking his character, not just saying that he committed illegal acts, but also kind of saying he was a bad person.
None of the things.
Yo, hold on one sec, and also thank you to Sydney Errol for that $4.99. Huge thank you. I appreciate this so much, you guys. This is like kind of mind blowing, but yeah, huge thank you for this.
That I just told you are in doubt in this case. So when we think about the defendant, I'd like you to consider, as you think about this case, what his true motivations were. Was this a situation where he sincerely cared about CarSource, even though he'd never heard of it, never bought anything there, never worked there, and not even its owners were out there that night protecting it? Was he genuinely interested in helping people?
Right, so, okay, I'll pause it there, too. Kyle Rittenhouse was not asked to guard the business that he spent most of the night at a car lot protecting a car lot that I guess he had driven past on his way to work as a lifeguard. But he was not asked by the owners of the car lot to be there. He kind of took it upon himself to insert himself as the car lot's like personal security, which I guess he's legally allowed to do, but he wasn't asked. It's not like he was defending his own business. So I guess that could kind of be considered like, well, what were you even doing there in the first place at that particular location?
He ran around with an AR-15 all night and lied about being an EMT. Does that suggest to you that he genuinely is there to help?
See, hold on. Okay, so a person, Forrest, whatever, you said prosecutors are disgusting. Like, dude, the guys who got caught on TCAP, when they went to prison, they faced prosecutors. Like, prosecutors in and of themselves are not disgusting. Neither are defense attorneys, right? I'm sure if you're sympathetic to Kyle Rittenhouse, then certainly you're okay with at least his criminal defense attorneys. But at the same time, there are some criminal defense attorneys who will represent a child molester or a rapist, knowing that they committed the fact and lying about it in court. Like there's some, that's probably the most morally deplorable kind of lawyer that there is the defense attorney who's willing to lie and basically protect innocent predators, but those defense attorneys exist. So I think it's kind of unfair to just paint prosecutors and defense attorneys with such broad strokes. Wow. King Oliver, bro, $20, that's a lot. Like, dude, that's pretty amazing. I'm kind of speechless. Like I'm trying to do an analysis video, but I'm truly speechless that you feel like I deserve that. Treat yourself, daddy. I mean, Eddie, lol JK, but really, I listen to your content daily. You make sound arguments 10 out of 10. Bro, thank you. Because at the end of the day, like that's really what this is about. I talk shit and I try to be comical sometimes, but I'd like to make as sound arguments as I can. Like, I don't just want to give emotional, irrational bullshit opinions. I'd prefer to give an opinion that's maybe entertaining, but also grounded in at least some logic.
He's not there for the same purpose as the protesters. So why was he there that night?
He was there to protect property. Or that's what he said.
When you think about these things, I think there are some things that we can all agree on. In America, it's hard these days. People are polarized, and
this guy
there's a
talks
lot of
really slow.
Political issues back and forth.
So I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
This case is not about politics. There is common ground here. We have all agreed, and I asked you this 2 weeks ago today. Raise your hand if you agree life is more important than property. And all of you raised your hand.
That's fair. I'm pretty sure we all agree that, at least, well, he should be specific. Human life is worth more than property, right? Because other forms of life can be property, like cows and fucking other animals.
We also agree that no one person's life is more valuable than another. You don't get to kill someone simply because they're a drug dealer. You don't weigh a pastor's life over a teacher's life. You don't weigh a police officer's life over an engineer's life. All life is sacred. I think we can also agree.
And let's pause there again. So a lot of people have reasonably brought up the fact that this guy, Rosenbaum, I'm just going to call them all by their last name. That's how they've been called in court, so that's the way that I reference them. This guy up here was a convicted child molester. That's a fact. He was a scumbag, and he got what was coming to him. But I'm not so sure that it was moral for Kyle Rittenhouse to shoot him for that. Kyle Rittenhouse didn't know that he was a predator. I think that there's like an entire ethical framework that we could really investigate to decide the ethics of basically the ethics of vigilantism. I mean, that would be like an entirely separate issue. But I think that the integral question that we have to ask when wondering whether the taking of human life is moral or not was, what did the people involved know? Like, what was their understanding of the situation? And I'm not so sure that it's a good thing to praise people for taking life when if that person's death is going to be celebrated for something that the person who took the life didn't even know. It's not like Kyle knew that he was a predator and he executed him for that, for the crimes that he had committed. He shot him for an entirely different... I mean, given the facts of the case, he shot him in a justified way because Rosenbaum charged at Rittenhouse. But when Rittenhouse shot him, Rittenhouse didn't shoot him because he was a predator. He shot him because he was approaching him. And that's he shot him because he was charging him. And that's how I think we should evaluate the morality of the situation versus just saying, oh, well, he was a scumbag, so he deserved to die and Kyle was justified. A person could make the argument that the 9/11 hijackers, the 9/11 terrorists, would it be a good thing if some of the people who died were bad people? No, of course not, right? Because that's not the reason that they committed the terrorist act. But yeah, that's something that I think there could be a really good debate that unfolds over that.
We shouldn't have 17-year-olds running around our streets with AR-15s, because this is exactly what happens.
And that's a true statement too. If that itself is not a true statement, I think that the core of what that statement expresses is true. Rifles are serious machines, and I'm not sure that it's wise to allow children who are immature, they're not legally entitled to the same rights because they don't legally they neither legally nor biologically possess the same kind of discretion that adults have. I'm not sure that it's good for young people to walk around with AR-15s. Adults, different story. Once you're an adult, and if you're found to be legally competent to carry the rifle, sure, completely different story. But for minors, not so sure if it's a good idea for minors to walk around with AR-15s.
I want you to keep in mind that we've all read stories and heard about heroes that step in to stop an active shooter or to give their life to save others. In fact, many people in Wisconsin went out and got carrying concealed weapon permits just so that they could be there in case there was an active shooter and wanting to stop them. So when you consider this case, look for the truth. So many people look at this case and they see what they want to see.
That's true on all sides.
Notion, and they tailor the facts to fit whatever they believe. And you all agreed to keep an open mind. You all told us you didn't have any of those preconceived notions. Now you've heard the evidence, and it's time to search for the truth. So consider, for example, whether or not it's heroic or honorable to provoke and shoot unarmed people. Consider whether it makes someone a hero when they lie about being an EMT. I think all of us are familiar with someone who does the sorts of things that the defendant has done.
Oh,
they
wow.
enjoy the thrill of going around and telling people what to do without the courage or the honor to back it up.
Jeez, this is just an assault on Rittenhouse's character. He raises kind of a good point in the sense that I think that everyone who was there had a desire for thrill-seeking behavior. Like, they were running around, both the rioters and the militia members, like, were in a place where they were not supposed to be legally at. There was a curfew. The police had already asked everyone to just remain at home because the situation popped off so bad. So everyone who was there was basically putting themselves into a situation that was not like certain to explode, that was not certain to end in violence. But like, when you go out at night, there's a YouTuber named Destiny had a really good take on this. When you're not going to protest at night. Like, if you go out at night and there's groups of people at night, like, no one's going to see you doing your act of protest. It's probably going to be just to like break shit and destroy shit. So yeah, everyone who was at the event probably had like a desire for like action. Like, they wanted to just be in the shit as much as it was, because it was crazy. It was kind of just pandemonium the days before.
To do so. And when you think about the defendant's behavior in this case, contrast it with Anthony Huber, a man who was there because he knew Jacob Blake, who carried his skateboard.
Oh, hold on. Was there another super chat? Did I miss it? I apologize if I missed it. Fast Eddie. Oh, thank you to William Gonzalez. Fast Eddie, you laughing at Jeff's big ass slice of pizza fills me with so much joy. I watch it all the time when I need a good laugh. Great analysis. Thank you, man. That was one of the first ones that I ever did Yeah, thank you. That one is a trip. I mean, he does open his mouth extremely wide too. That was what my brothers and I, when we first saw it back in like 2016 or whatever, that was the first thing that we like cracked up at.
Everywhere, and who rushed towards danger to save other people's lives. So when I talk to you here in my closing argument, I'm going to focus first on the murders that the defendant committed. Second, I'm going to address some background issues, give you some context, and talk about some of the things that I don't think are relevant to this case. And finally, I'm going to tie it all into the jury instructions that the judge just gave you. As prosecutors in this case, my colleague Jim Krause and I have tried to present you with all of the relevant evidence that we think you should consider in this case. And I told one of you in jury selection that at the end of this, you would be the expert. You would have all the information. You would be the one who would know all about this case and make that decision. And that's what we've tried to do.
See, and like I see some people in the chat already just basically saying that like Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. My whole point is that everyone there was doing something illegal. Like, to say that Rittenhouse did nothing wrong, like, it's not taking into account that no one was supposed to be there. The rioters, whatever, / protesters, however you'd like to identify them, and the self-identified militia members, they were all disobeying a curfew. So like, I get what you're saying. You're saying that he did nothing wrong and he's guilty of the larger crimes. But I think to have, you know, an honest facilitation, an honest discussion of the issues, like, we have to consider all facts.
So let's go to August 25th, 2020. The defendant came from outside our community, carrying a gun that wasn't his, because he expected and anticipated violence that night.
That's a fair
And he
point.
pretended to guard what turned out to be an empty building, owned by people he'd never even met, while fraudulently claiming all night long to be an EMT.
He's slaughtering his character. He's like
There were
calling
a
him
lot
a
of people
liar.
out that night. Some people stayed home protecting their homes and their families. Others went to their businesses, boarded them up, and protected them. And a lot of those people had weapons. A lot of them had guns. There were other people who came along to protect Car Source or Ultimate Gas or other businesses.
Yeah, no one else
many
shot.
of them were armed with AR-15s, just like the defendant.
No one else
In
shot
fact,
their rifle.
You're going to see a video, and you've already seen it, of a clash between people with AR-15s at Ultimate Gas and other folks that are, I guess, protesters. And there's people getting in people's faces. There's yelling. There's shouting. There's even shoving. And yet, in this entire sequence of events, from the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday, August 23rd, 2020, all the way after that, everything this community went through, the only person who shot and killed anyone was the defendant.
Yeah, that's a
Yes,
fact.
there was property damage. No one's here to defend that. No one's here to tell you it's okay to commit arson or looting. No one's here to tell you it's okay to be rioters. I'm not defending any of that. You know, because you've been told in the testimony, I'm prosecuting Joseph Ziminski for arson. That's not okay. But what you don't get to do is kill someone on the street for committing arson. So let's keep that in mind when we're talking about the people involved in this case. So let's begin with the provocation and the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum, because it's all captured on video.
Which I think is one of the most difficult things to prove. I don't think that he murdered Rosenbaum. I think it's clear from the video evidence that is likely soon to be played that Rosenbaum was charging at Kyle, and the ballistics prove that Rosenbaum was close enough so that there would be ballistic evidence, like some trace of gunpowder on Rosenbaum, suggesting that he was close. Like, you have to be really close to leave that kind of ballistic evidence, and that ballistic evidence was present, which indicates that he was extremely close, within arm's reach.
As the defendant and Mr. Rosenbaum arrive at the 63rd Street Car Source, Mr. Rosenbaum is ahead of the defendant. And as you see in the FBI video, when Mr. Rosenbaum starts to run, the defendant starts to run as well, at the same time, as if he's pursuing him. Mr. Rosenbaum could not have possibly have known the defendant is behind him. There's no indication in this record that he knew the defendant was there. It's not an ambush. It's not a situation where he goes there and lays in wait for the defendant. The defendant arrives at that location, and you hear him yell, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," because he's aware of the fact that the people that he's about to confront are hostile to him.
Yeah. And he's
I'm gonna
carrying a
show you in
big-ass
moment
AR-15.
The video in which the first thing he does when he arrives at that location is drops the fire extinguisher that he's holding in his left hand so he can raise the gun with his right and left hands and point it. This is when you hear someone, I think the testimony is Rosenbaum, it's not clear to me, but either way, yell, "Gun, gun, gun." And then Mr. Rosenbaum charges around to try and stop the defendant from pointing his gun or shooting anyone. So let's take a look at some of that video. This is Exhibit 73, the full drone video. And as we pointed out to you before, and Jim will point out to you here in a second on the screen, when the defendant originally arrives at that scene, the first thing you see him do is drop the fire extinguisher and point his weapon at people. And then the chase occurs right after that. And you're going to see that entire sequence of events here on the full drone video.
Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, they've showed this footage before.
The defendant turns as he's being pursued and points the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum. And then as he enters the area between the parked cars, he slows and turns, and before Mr. Rosenbaum can even come close, he fires at him, shooting and knocking him to the ground. Now I'm going to show you the slowed down and zoomed in video of the defendant when he first gets there. And Mr. Krause is going to help me by directing your attention on the larger screen here to exactly where you will see the defendant.
So now he's just trying to drive home the point that there's video evidence of Rittenhouse pointing a gun at protesters. And this was contested during the trial as well.
I'm going to replay it a few times so you can see quite clearly that the defendant sets the fire extinguisher on the ground with his left hand and then brings his left hand over to the gun and raises it and points.
Like, I guess the overarching criticism of this evidence in particular is that it's really difficult to see what's going on. It's a poor image. It's a really pixelated image. And when so much rests on this video evidence, I think it's a fair objection to say that the quality is so poor it doesn't really allow any actual insight as to what's going on just because it's a really poor quality video. Like, it's just hard as fuck to see what's even going on. He's just replaying it.
Guys, check the gun. Make sure it's empty. Under Wisconsin law, you're not allowed to run around and point your gun at people. This is the provocation. This is what starts this incident. The defendant rushes in and immediately points the gun. And as you'll see in a little bit, Mr. Rosenbaum doesn't take kindly to people pointing guns. I don't think anyone does. That's not unusual. No one wants to have the gun pointed at them, and no one wants to watch anyone else do this to someone else. We have the gun. It is in evidence as exhibit number 28. I'm having the detectives check it to make sure that it is safe.
Yeah, you don't want to have another Alec
comes
Baldwin
running
incident.
in and drops the fire extinguisher on the ground like this. And then raises his left hand to the gun and points. This is what we see in the video. Him putting the fire extinguisher on the ground and then raising the gun.
Wow, that photographer is like
facing the wrong direction.
jumping at this.
That's an argument.
Okay.
I'd like to actually have, well, I'll leave it alone.
So what you see in that video is his left arm reaching for the gun, holding it up.
Whoa, okay, yeah, one sec, hold on. Another huge fucking $20 donation, bro, thank you. Jasmine Verk, thank you so much for all your content, man. You got me through a lot of shitty times. Best of luck with law school, bro. We're all rooting for you. Dude, thank you. These mean so much to me, guys. Like, this is like fucking awesome. I've never like even thought about this channel in terms of like financial success, but this is like crazy. You guys are just like making me so grateful for doing all this. This is like amazing. I'm extremely grateful for everything that you guys have donated, bro. Thank you. And law school is, you know, I kind of started, one of the reasons that I wanted to watch this trial was to see, like, is this something that I could really spend the rest of my life doing? And after watching like 70% of the trial, as much as I've been able to watch, like, I could absolutely say yes. Like, I could absolutely see myself playing these kinds of games for the rest of my life and loving the fuck out of it. I was a debater in college, and like, this reminds me so much of what we did in debate. You know, like, these kinds of videos that I make, like I said, like, dude, I'm fucking ripping a bong and like talking shit. Like, YouTube is I try to be as like rational as I can while also being kind of like myself and not taking myself too seriously, you know, like getting high as fuck. But yeah, thank you so much, man. That really means a lot.
You can see it again on the video here. His left arm reaching up towards the gun. That is what provokes this entire incident. And one of the things to keep in mind is that when the defendant provokes the incident, he loses the right to self-defense.
Only Rittenhouse's argument is that he didn't raise his gun. The defense is straight up saying that's not what happened. The video quality is poor enough to dispute its accuracy. Like, because it's such a pixelated video, it's difficult to actually see what's going on. And that's a reasonable objection. See, like, dude, in order to like really understand this case and like really analyze the case, we have to try and separate our biases as much as possible. And otherwise you're just going to see exactly what you want to see. Like, otherwise this case will just simply be a litmus test for whether you're a fucking Republican or a Democrat. Like, I think that we can analyze this in a bit more depth and complexity rather than just this all or nothing approach. Life isn't like that. Like, oftentimes there's like, you know, there's like a gray area where you have to parse out the details. And like, that's where the really good debates happen, I think.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create. That's critical right here. If you're the one who is threatening others, you lose the right to claim self-defense. Then we have the chase that occurs after that. And we have taken that drone video and we have slowed down portions of that chase for you. So what we have right here on the screen, this is Exhibit 84, and this is the middle portion of that incident. And you can see Mr. Rosenbaum chasing after the defendant, throwing that plastic bag, and then the defendant turns and points the gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum. And this is the moment in time when Mr. Rosenbaum essentially does sort of a little hop with both of his hands in the air. And the defendant has testified. He saw at that moment that there was nothing in the defendant's hand, or in Mr. Rosenbaum's hands. He was unarmed.
Rosenbaum had something in his hands, but he had already thrown it.
Leaps his hands out to the air, and then watch here at the end. This is where the shooting occurs. Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach when the first shot occurs. I'll play that again. The defendant is pointing the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum raises his arms off to the side.
See.
The defendant approaches these cars and slows down.
Dude, he's hella close.
Mr. Rosenbaum.
He's so close to him. He's so close to him. Rosenbaum is like right there.
Finally, I'm going to play you Exhibit 86. This shows you the final part of that, zoomed in and slowed down. Here's the defendant running in between those parked cars, slowing down, and you can see just how close, or rather how far away, Mr. Rosenbaum was when the defendant shot him. You can see from this video that Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach of the defendant when the first shot goes off. The defendant fires 4 shots in quick succession. And I'll come back to this in a moment, but you'll note during this entire sequence, it's the defendant who chooses where to go. He's the one who decides to run where he runs. And he slows down right as he gets to these parked cars.
Yeah, he was really close. Rosenbaum was extremely close.
We've seen this on the aerial footage from the FBI, and I want you to see that perspective as well. This is Exhibit 25. This is the annotated aerial footage. You see the defendant approach, running in the same direction as Mr. Rosenbaum.
This is like fucking like drone footage.
Of the Zeminskis.
It's like fucking Call of Duty.
Zeminski's right there on the screen. I'm going to put the cursor over where the Zeminskis are. They're right in there.
I mean, these are just pixels. Like,
the defendant is pointing his gun right here.
It's so difficult to see.
He's pointing it in the direction of the Zeminskis because they're standing next to that car. And then the chase occurs.
And while I haven't seen, I mean, obviously, like I'm a few hours late. Like, this has already occurred. I'm covering this a few hours after. This is not a direct live stream, even though I'm doing a live stream of it. I predict, as the defense is already done in the case, in the actual trial, their argument's going to simply be like, dude, the the video that you show doesn't actually show what it thinks you show. It's just pixels and it's blurry as hell, and there's reasonable doubt that it's not actually images that the prosecution believes that it is.
Now, what's interesting to me is watch when the crowd starts to run. The crowd's already starting to run here even before the defendant has fired a shot. That's likely because they heard the first shot from Joshua Ziminski, and the crowd starts to run away. The defendant has testified that that shot from Mr. Ziminski had nothing to do with his decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, and I'll come back to that in a second. Finally, I'm going to show you this incident from
he must have unlocked the
UAV.
Dude, exactly.
He is behind
That's what I was
this.
thinking. Fuck, I was trying to remember what it was called. A UAV, exactly.
And then he comes upon Mr. Rosenbaum's body. Is that audio playing? Why is the audio not playing? Is it coming? I'm not sure why you're not hearing any audio on that. Is Brian around? He's not. All right. Can you text Brian, please? At any rate, for this purpose, I'm sorry?
And although I haven't been reading chat like consistently, I'm like catching as much as I can. I see some people like the fundamental issue that I have with Rittenhouse is the fact that he inserted himself into the situation and that he ended up using his gun. Like there were other people that were in extremely close proximity. Like imagine how different the situation would have been if Kyle would have accidentally shot someone and killed them. I don't think people would be saying, like, it's one thing to shoot someone who's attacking you. It's one thing to shoot someone who is threatening you and who is making an attempt to either attack you or end your life. Like, it's one thing to shoot them. It's another thing to accidentally shoot someone because you were trying to shoot someone else. Like, pretty sure we'd all be in agreement that if there was a fucking grandma or something who was there protest or whatever, rioting, whatever, like if there was just an innocent person or someone who was uninvolved in the conflict who ended up getting shot and killed, pretty sure we'd all agree that he should face some kind of consequence for accidentally killing someone. Like that's how the justice system works. If you kill someone, it's an accident, you can still go to jail. It could be found to be like a true accident where you're not at fault. But yeah, you don't have to have intent to go to jail to kill someone. Like ending human life because of your own like inability to handle the situation, that's a criminal act. So I think that the reason he should at least do some time is because it could have been that he shot someone. I don't think that it's good precedent to have 17-year-old kids like running around with AR-15s and discharging them in public. Like I get that he was being attacked by Rosenbaum, Huber, and Grosskreutz. I don't think that he should be found guilty on shooting those individuals. However, like I said in the description, I think that he should face some kind of consequence for bringing his rifle and then discharging it in public, really close to a house, really close to a residential home, and really close to tons of other people who were also running around in the street. And he also missed some of his shots, so it's just luck that he didn't end up accidentally shooting someone else. Yeah, he shoots Rosenbaum and then he dips.
At this point, the defendant has shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum, and Mr. Rosenbaum is laying face down. That's where he falls. Richie McGinnis actually rolls him over after trying to stem the bleeding here. You can see in the foreground that plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum threw on the ground. I don't think there's any dispute. There was nothing harmful in that bag. It was a clear bag containing some clear items.
Objection. There is a dispute. What's in that bag?
Then you can make that dispute in your argument.
It's argument, and you'll be allowed to respond.
Damn,
You can see in
he's
this video
straight
the crowd
dying
is
right there.
attempting to save Mr. Rosenbaum's life.
Yeah, and see it like the prosecutor's probably gonna mention, okay, dude, you said that you were there offering medical assistance. Yet after you shot this guy, you ran away. Kyle later said in court that the reason that he ran away is because they were already yelling, get him, get him. I didn't hear that in this particular footage, but that's a fair criticism of Kyle's actions too. It's like you go there saying that you're an EMT, lying that you're an EMT, and then you end up lethally shooting someone, exercising deadly force, and then just hauling ass out of there. It's like, dude, you had one job. You had one job.
So, we have shown you the defendant murdering Joseph Rosenbaum from 3 different angles. The drone footage, Drew Hernandez, and also the FBI video. The defendant admitted that during this entire incident, he knew that Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed. I'm going to come back to this in a little while, but there's this alleged threat that Mr. Rosenbaum made earlier.
Well, you could still kill someone without a weapon, so
I will debunk that. That did not happen. It is the one fact in this case the defendant wants you to believe that there's no video of. And in fact, I have the video of the entire incident. I've played it for you, and I'll show it to you again. There's no threat.
And the issue is that the defense is saying that there's no video because the footage is so poor, the footage is so grainy and pixelated that you can't actually see what's going on. And if we're going to have this be precedent in courts, as it's going to be, regardless of however the outcome, I think we should err on the side of the defense as usual. Like, I want to be a criminal defense attorney. Like, you really are innocent until proven guilty in the United States. That's one of the greatest things about our country. It's not always fair in the carrying out of justice, right? Like, poor people always get fucked by public defenders. Public defenders are like extremely poorly funded. Prosecutors have way more resources than public defenders. So like, going into that battle, like, you're already outgunned if you're poor and you have to rely on a public defender. But there is the right to purchase a legal team that's going to fight on your behalf. And that's a good thing, right? It's a good thing for people to not be frivolously charged by the government.
There's also no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum, he never said, "I'm going to take your gun." He never said, "I want your gun." There's no indication of that. Dr. Kelly has testified that the first shot that the defendant fired at Joseph Rosenbaum hit the victim in the right pelvis, fracturing it. Mr. Rosenbaum was incapacitated at that point. He is, whatever threat he might have posed, it's over. There is no further threat. He is falling to the ground, and the defendant doesn't stop after that first shot. He tracks Mr. Rosenbaum's body all the way down, firing 3 more shots. A second shot, which goes through Mr. Rosenbaum's hand, and then a third and fourth shot, one that grazes the right scalp and one that goes right into Mr. Rosenbaum's back. And that is the kill shot. That is the one that took Mr. Rosenbaum's life. There is no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was reaching for the defendant's gun. And after that first shot, there's no way Mr. Rosenbaum could have taken that gun even if he wanted to. He is already falling to the ground. He is helpless. He is vulnerable. And as I said, the kill shot,
you could still kill someone if you've been shot in the hip. Like, your arm still works.
This is that wound. Dr. Kelly testified that the angle of this shot was from the left shoulder towards the center of the back, and the bullet continued on down towards the right lower back area, tearing through bodily organs and killing Mr. Rosenbaum. Here's a picture of the wound to the hand. There's been a lot of testimony about this wound. This is one in which the evidence suggests that...
I'm going to pause it too. So someone is like spamming chat. Kyle's a hero. My approach on this is like, I don't know. I guess I might change it in the future, but like, I don't ban anyone. I've banned two people since making this channel in like 2 years for saying sick shit. They were just saying like really gross, like nasty things about them being a fucking pedo, and no one's ever going to find out. So like, I'm not even going to entertain that. If someone posts that, like, yeah, I'll ban them. That's not even going to fly on the channel. But like, if someone just says like shit posty things, like, I think I'm just going to allow fucking, hey, say, dude, you know, trolling my chat is like pissing into an ocean of piss. Like, dude, go ahead, just knock yourself out, whatever the fuck you say. It's whatever. I just don't want to be put in a situation where I'm like silencing a particular point of view, even if they're shit posting. Okay, huge shout out to Ivan Pont. Love everything you do. Would love more TCAP, but your education is much more important. Do you think this case has so much attention due to politics? Absolutely. That is exactly why this case is so important. It's kind of unfortunate too that one of the things that Joe Biden did was say that he basically implied that like this case is related to white supremacy, and I don't think that's fair. So like, this case was made political, you know, months ago, shortly after it had even happened. It happened over a year ago, and like shortly after it happened, it immediately became a proxy for like all these other issues. And as I said in the beginning of this, like at this case's core are questions about the extent of self-defense, the extent that you're allowed to publicly carry your rifle. Like there are different issues that are going to hinge upon the outcome of this trial. So like this is absolutely an important case. And I could see why there's so much like contention about it. Why didn't Kyle? Okay, huge thank you to Manuel Soto. Why didn't Kyle administer first aid? Why didn't he call 911 instead of his friend? Exactly. So like this goes to show, like, even though he said he was trying to go there as an EMT, like he was there in the capacity of being an EMT, I doubt that this would have happened if he didn't have his rifle. I think that the reason Rosenbaum was acting irate, Rosenbaum was incredibly unstable from all the footage and all the testimony that we've seen so far. He seemed like he was looking for some kind of altercation. Whether it would have happened if Kyle didn't have his rifle, I guess we'll never know. But I don't believe that if Kyle had just gone there without his rifle, that he wouldn't have been a target. I believe that the physical presence of the big assault rifle made people nervous, and that kind of started a lot of the altercations that went down.
Mr. Rosenbaum's hand was most likely turned in this position, palms outward with his thumb to the ground, when the bullet goes through the area in between his middle finger and his ring finger and penetrates the lower knuckle of the middle finger and the index finger before exiting. Dr. Kelly testified there's soot in that area, suggesting that the hand was close to the end of the defendant's barrel of the AR-15 at the time of that shot. The defense
Hold on, someone said Eddie Biden said he was a member of a white nationalist militia. That's slander. No, buddy, that's politics.
I want you to believe it's there because Mr. Rosenbaum is deliberately reaching for the gun. Well, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, this occurs after Mr. Rosenbaum has been shot in the hip and has got a fractured pelvis at that point. He is falling. He is not able to walk. He's probably not even able to control much of his movements at this point. When you're reaching for that gun, this is not the way you're going to do it. This is not going to be effective. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, to the extent Mr. Rosenbaum's hand ever got close to the end of the defendant's gun, it was completely inadvertent, not at all intentional. Now, we've heard a lot about the Zeminskis in this case, and I just want to carve them out of this case right now because it's a red herring. It has nothing to do with any of this.
Ooh, he's going logical fallacies.
There's been some focus on that because I think the defense was hoping they could work this into their self-defense claim and make an argument that that first shot by Joshua Zeminski somehow made the defendant fear for his life.
That's what their argument is.
The defendant wasn't on board with that because in his testimony, he told you that that shot had nothing to do with his thought process. It didn't affect him in any way. He said he didn't think the shot came from Joseph Rosenbaum. He knew Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed, and he admitted to me, you can't kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski did. So let's just carve Joshua Zeminski out of this case. I'll deal with him on his arson trial in January, but until then, it doesn't factor into any of the decisions the defendant made. And in fact, as you see on the FBI video, the Zeminskis continue walking straight on down the sidewalk. They don't pursue the defendant. They don't threaten the defendant in any way. Now, the defense wants you to think Joseph Rosenbaum was there to attack the defendant. We'll never know what Joseph Rosenbaum was thinking because
we won't. Exactly.
So we're just guessing. But let's assume for a minute, Joseph Rosenbaum is chasing after the defendant because he wants to do some physical harm to him. He's an unarmed man. This is a bar fight. This is a fist fight. This is a fight that maybe many of you have been involved in. Two people, hand to hand, we're throwing punches, we're pushing, we're shoving, we're whatever. But what you don't do is you don't bring a gun to a fist fight.
Oh, is he going to do it? I heard he does something really funny. I heard he brings up a fucking like an 80s or 90s movie. Oh man, I hope he does it right now.
What the defendant wants you to believe is that because he's the one who brought the gun, he gets to kill. So I want you to contrast this. Two different scenarios. One scenario where there's two guys who are throwing punches at one another like a bar fight. I think we'd all agree you can't kill someone. You can't punch the guy, knock him to the ground, and then get on him and strangle the life out of him. That's murder. So what's the difference here? The only difference is the defendant brought a gun. He brought his AR-15. That's why he's got to come up with this cockamamie theory that Joseph Rosenbaum was not only going to take the gun, but take it and then turn it on the defendant. And the defendant actually told you that he thought Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and not only kill him, but kill other people, which is really ironic considering the defendant is the one who killed people in this case and the only one.
And that's okay. So like one of the things that when Kyle was on the stand and this guy was interviewing Kyle, like he was asking Kyle about why he brought the gun, and Kyle just kept repeating, like, I had to defend myself. I had to defend myself. He was going to kill me. He was going to kill me. And I understand that that's probably the conclusion that Kyle came to. Like that was probably his understanding of events, but we don't really know. Reality unfolds in a certain way, and you don't know what would have happened if circumstances were different. Like that's just not how time or fucking reality works. We only know what happens, right? Like you can think, oh, what if this had happened? What if you don't know? We don't know whether he would have used the gun on Rittenhouse. We don't know what exactly Rosenbaum was trying. Maybe Rosenbaum was just going to fuck him up. I think that given the information that we have, Kyle was justified. Given the presumption, it's like, well, if you have reasonable, if there is a reasonable basis for you to fear for your life, that's all you need. You don't need confirmation to know that someone's going to kill you. All you need is reasonable evidence that would lead you to conclude that your life is in danger. But you don't really know. It's like even if you do the self-defense, right, you don't know what would have happened. I get that he has to say for his case, like, oh, I had to do it, but it's like, come on, you don't actually know. Okay, so Hugh, I have to do another pause 1 second. Huge shout out to AK. Good on you for taking on a contentious case like this, and good luck at law school. Just make it through that first year strong and you'll be good. Thank you so much. Yeah, I kind of talk about it often, but I want to go to law school. Like I'm hopefully going to be enrolled in a law school in the fall of 2022. And yeah, this is what I want to do with my life. Like aside from just, analyzing fucking predators on To Catch a Predator, someday I want to like wear a suit and like be in these kinds of situations and like make these kinds of arguments. So even though I'm not a lawyer like right now, nor am I in law school, right? So like I guess I don't really possess like the technical understanding of the law, but I do have a bachelor's degree in communication for whatever fucking little that's worth. Okay, and then another huge shout out to Manuel Soto. I think is this your second donation, bro? Thank you so much. This is awesome, dude. I'm very appreciative. Kyle was using a strap with his AR-15. It's hard to take the gun away. Yeah, exactly. So that's an excellent point. Kyle purchased the strap that he was using on this night because he said that he didn't want to have to set his rifle down to administer first aid. So Kyle, the reason that he was walking around the crowd, his admitted reason is that he wanted to perform medical aid. He wanted to basically like that's what he's saying. His claim is that he wanted to just provide medical aid, and he purchased the strap so that he'd be able to provide that aid without needing to set your rifle down. Because obviously, yeah, if you have a fucking rifle, like you can't just set that shit down at a crazy ass event at night where no one is supposed to be. Like that's going to be a horrible decision. So I mean, I guess that displays a bit of foresight, a bit of forethought, but
putting that aside.
But yeah, thank you to everyone who's these super chats. You guys, this is blowing my mind. Like this is just crazy. This is wild. I'm extremely grateful. Like I'm extremely appreciative for all of it.
Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and use it on the defendant because they know you can't claim self-defense against an unarmed man like this. You lose the right to self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun, when you're the one creating the danger, when you're the one provoking other people.
Whoa, fuck. Okay, here's another. Hold on. From D. Jake B. Hey, man, I appreciate you. You and Walls got me into commenting. Dude, I appreciate your shit, and I like listening to your work. Thank you so much, dude. Do you have a channel? Do you have a YouTube channel? You should let me know if you do. Yeah, like more people should do this. Exactly. Man, the entire like TCAP scene was like so different when I started doing this. Like it was like so lo-fi. I feel like now I have to like step up the production quality in my vids. Like one of the like the breakout TCAP channels that's kind of evolved beyond TCAP is Dave's Lemonade. Dave makes fantastic content. Dave has extremely well written and well produced work. Like it is orders of magnitude more prepared, and he probably puts so much more effort than I ever did. So like and his videos are great. The videos that he's making are phenomenal. And it's like it's so great that there are people putting that much work and making these like awesome scripted, well produced, well crafted videos videos. But at the same time, like, I think there's always going to be a place for just like the shit talking, you know, like that's how TCAP commentary started. Like, it started with Nathaniel Trevor and like Base Shaman, like just like spending 60% of the time ridiculing and talking shit, and like maybe 10% actually analyzing. But like, yeah, no, thank you, man.
Fired 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum and caused 5 wounds total. The first shot fractured Joseph Rosenbaum's pelvis. This causes him to be helpless. He is falling face first to the ground, and he is vulnerable. The second shot went through his left hand, probably ricocheted off the ground and hit his lower left thigh. It's a flesh wound. I'm sure it hurt, but probably not all that serious. The third and fourth shots are as Mr. Rosenbaum has fallen almost completely to the ground. He's parallel to the ground. He is almost face first to the ground. The defendant fires a round into his upper back, which is the kill shot, and another round which grazes his right scalp. At this point, as you saw in that video, a crowd rushes to that body.
Wow, okay, 1 second. Huge thank you for please don't feed the, I don't know if that's just it or if there's something else that it's cutting out. Support from a fellow future law student in Los Angeles. Sold my business last year, finishing my degree in spring and applying to law school fall 2022. Hell yes, dude. Yes. Did you already take the LSAT? Like, yeah, you should hit me up about the LSAT if you ever like want to talk, because I just studied it and like it was brutal. It was brutal. Definitely. My advice would be to start studying for the LSAT like as fast as you can, you know, like spend as much time as you can. But that's awesome. It's so awesome to hear from other people who are trying to embark upon this same rigorous and difficult journey. Like, it's crazy shit. It's crazy shit. I mean, I worked at like a fucking shitty restaurant for like a long time in my early 20s, and I thought that, you know, that was it. I was like, fuck, I'm just gonna work like this job. So like, it's really crazy to like actually get to the point to where I'm about to start like, you know, doing it. Like, it's just wild. But yeah, no, good luck, and thank you so much for donating. Holy shit. And another super chat from William Larson. Watched your Jamcosis analysis not long ago. So damn funny. Keep up the content when you can, and good luck on your journey to being a lawyer. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Like, these all mean so much to me, you guys. Like, I'm gonna be tripped out. I'm gonna be talking to my girlfriend later and just like in disbelief, you know, that I was able to raise this. You guys are so awesome.
They're trying to put clothing on the wound to stop the bleeding. They're going to take him across the street to a hospital. KMH, Freighter South, is literally right across the street. And this crowd, except for the defendant, are all focused on trying to save this person's life. A person, by the way, they probably had never even met before. Because that's what most people do. Richie McGinnis testified. I rode with Rosenbaum in the back of that SUV. I told him we'd have a beer together when this was all done. Mr. Rosenbaum was unable to respond. The defendant?
Rosenbaum was a scumbag. I wouldn't have a beer with him, you know, given his vile criminal history. But that doesn't mean that Kyle was justified on shooting him based on that alone.
Decided to pull the trigger on his AR-15 4 times. That was his decision. And he is responsible for every bullet that comes out of that gun.
Yes, exactly.
He doesn't get a pass by pulling the trigger fast. He could have chosen to stop after the first shot, after the second shot, after the third shot, and assessed whether or not there was still a need to keep firing. But he went 4 times in 0.76 seconds. The defense has made a big point of this, how fast he fired, as if that somehow excuses him. Exactly the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. He controls how quickly he pulls the trigger. He is in control of that decision-making process. No one else made him do that.
Fair point, right? A person could easily argue, like, why didn't you try and shoot him? I guess, I mean, he got, the first shot was in his pelvis, so maybe he tried to aim for the leg, but like, you could have just shot him in the leg and then prevented the entire thing. Better to shoot someone in the leg a little bit too preemptively than to wait and then end up taking their life. That might be a radical position, but okay, another huge thank you, BC. Keep the super chat train rolling. Yes, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much for the hype. Like, you guys are this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm extremely grateful. Like, this is just awesome.
And this is indicative of someone who doesn't care about the consequences. Doesn't care to stop and figure out, am I good? Do I need to stop? Or I'm just going to keep on going. And as I said, he tracks the body all the way to the ground with those second, third, and fourth shots.
Quick aside too, like I said, like, I never made this channel to like create this fucking fake persona and then like get YouTube success or anything. Like, if I cared about like growing the numbers on this channel, I wouldn't talk about this kind of shit, right? Like, if you're a content creator and you start talking about politics, you're immediately going to alienate some of your audience. Like, it's just not a smart thing to do if you're concerned with like growing your channel, or just playing it safe. But I'd rather be real than just fucking play it safe and like bullshit. Like, dude, that's not how I want to run things. That's not how I want this channel to be. I'd rather have people like disagree with me with what I actually believe than agree with me because I'm either not talking about something or I'm just saying something because I think it's going to be popular.
The only way that you could possibly justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum is if you believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was actually reaching for the defendant's gun, and that a reasonable person in the defendant's position, with that AR-15 strapped tightly to his chest, would think that Joseph Rosenbaum was even capable of taking that gun away as he's falling to the ground with a fractured right pelvis. And then, not only all that, you'd also have to believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to turn that gun around and use it to kill the defendant. You have to believe all of those things to justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum. That's why the defense is trying so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum threatened to kill the defendant, which never happened. That's why they're trying so desperately hard to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was reaching for that gun. Because
Manuel Soto, my man again. Judge not allowing Kyle posing with pride. Dude, thank you so much for bringing this up. Hold on. Judge not allowing Kyle posing with Proud Boys and flashing alt-right white power sign paved way for his crying performance. I'm not going to speak on whether his crying was like real or whether it was like him acting. I mean, that's just, I think, for everybody to decide for themselves. But it's pretty obvious that that's going to have a powerful impact on the jury. Like, the jury is going to see that and they're going to think that this is that he was kind of like an innocent kid who was put in a bad situation. He's almost portraying himself as like a victim, as someone who had to do something that was really unfortunate. And that's probably going to be really good for the jury. And the posing with the picture, yeah, that was a contentious issue. That the judge in this case lost his cool because this prosecutor brought up in a kind of roundabout way that Kyle Rittenhouse, after he was on bail for this original crime, was posing with like some Proud Boys members with a shirt that said "free as fuck." And like the judge didn't think that was relevant, and instead of letting the jury decide for themselves whether that was relevant or not, the judge kind of decided for them. That's kind of been one of the themes for this case. A lot of people have speculated that the judge is sympathetic towards Rittenhouse, that he's displaying bias. I mean, I'm not a lawyer yet. I'm not even in law school yet, so I can't really speak to the technical adherence of the law. But I could definitely say there's a perception that the judge has a preference towards defending Kyle than prosecuting him.
He's not reaching for that gun, and he's not going to use it to kill the defendant. It is not justified. There is no valid self-defense claim. One of the things the judge has instructed you is that when the defendant provokes the situation, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid killing someone. Did he?
Oh my God, hold on. Another Manuel Soto. Thank you again. Bruh, his crying performance and even the intonation of his voice was similar to Edward Norton's performance in Primal Fear. Dude, Primal Fear is like that movie where the guy like fakes an accent, right? Like he does some kind of murder or something. I think that guy like kills someone and then says he's like crazy or something. That's actually a good comparison though. To the kind of extenuating circumstances that we allow towards the taking of life, right? If a person is found to be incompetent, if a person is basically found to be so fucking crazy that they don't understand that their actions were immoral or illegal, like if they're really on that level of psychosis, like I'm fucking possessed by aliens or whatever, like, you're all lizard people, like if a person is really found to be of that mindset, according to the law, they're often not sentenced to the same kind of punishment that a person would be if they are found legally competent. They would be sent to like a psychiatric ward until they're better. Not even with, you're going to prison for 5 years. It would just be until you're rehabilitated. But yeah, there are some circumstances. Hey, It could be. I'm sure that there have been people who've murdered and then just acted crazy and have pulled it off. I'm sure that the not guilty by mental insanity defect has been abused.
To shoot.
Whether it was abused by Kyle or not, or whether he was, faking his tears or not, I guess we'll never really know.
He's the one who chose where to run. He chose to run in between those parked cars. He slows down as he gets there. The crowd's already running away. The defense wants to make a point. There's a whole bunch of people over there who are doing stuff to cars, and the defendant had no escape route. The crowd's actually already running away at this point. They've heard the first gunshot from Joshua Ziminski, and they're already starting to scatter. But if you look on the video, there's a huge open space in that lot where the defendant could have circled back around, and he actually does circle back around after killing Rosenbaum, where he could have gotten away. He has to exhaust all reasonable means of escape before killing Mr. Rosenbaum. Your Honor, I do have some more video I want to play. I'm having a little bit of technical problems that I'd like to work on, so I think this would be a good time to pause if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account.
Yo, hold on. I just saw Ivan Pons. I should be studying for med school right now, but this live stream is just popping off. Bro, med school is so crazy. Are you in the United States? I briefly considered, I know it's kind of crazy. I guess I'm I have high aspirations, but I briefly considered being a doctor, and man, the prerequisites alone are extremely difficult. You have to take organic chemistry at a college level. That shit is difficult as fuck. Yeah, med school is no joke. I mean, you should study. You should probably turn this off and study, depending, but hey, no worries, dude.
And we will begin again at, is 1:45 too soon? Did you say 12:45 or 1:45? Oh, well, I thought we told leisurely. No, how about 12:45? Is that a better idea?
Okay, hold on. This is going to be...
Please don't
Wow, this has already been going for an hour. God, time sure does fly when you're analyzing criminal trials. When is he going to pick back up?
Continue, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay, one moment. Another huge thank you, Johnny B. How are Kyle's parents not on trial for allowing their child to cross into another state and use a firearm? That's one of the things that my girlfriend brought up when we were talking about this. Yeah, there could easily be a case that there's some kind of negligence on the mother's part as well for driving him to the event. I don't believe that, to my understanding, his friend, I think Dominic Black, purchased the gun, and the friend Dominic Black resided in Wisconsin. Kyle lived in Illinois or whatever. So the gun didn't actually travel state lines. Kyle lives on the border between those two places, so he drove to Kenosha and the gun was already there. So I don't think he carried the gun, but either way, yeah, the mom was driving him around. So there could very easily be an argument what were you doing driving your 17-year-old son to this event with a fucking AR-15? How would that not just make you so worried and nervous? I don't know. I don't know. But there could easily be an argument that was negligence on her part for doing that.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to continue on. I hope your full stomachs won't distract you too much from the presentation here.
Oh, that's good. Be funny.
So I had been talking about
I mean, you can't really crack haha one-liners when you're fucking in a trial like this. But
murder of Joseph Rosenbaum. And as you can tell, I'm trying to go in chronological order. I'm trying to go through these events in a way that makes the most sense. So count one of the information is with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum. The second count of the information pertains to Richie McGinnis, who you heard testify. He testified that he was in the line of fire behind Joseph Rosenbaum as the defendant fires 4 rounds with his AR-15, which is loaded with full metal jacket ammunition. And
defendant fires indiscriminately with ammunition that can continue on to the other targets and go through walls. So this was another crucial aspect of the case that the prosecution brought up. The distinction between hollow point ammunition and then I guess I'm not extremely familiar with ammunition, but I don't know if full metal jacket is the clip type or whatever, but the type of rounds that Kyle used have a potential to pass through biological targets, whereas hollow points, I guess, expand once they hit the biological target, thus preventing them from exiting on the other side. That's my understanding of ammunition. And the prosecution kind of reasonably brings up that the type of ammunition he was using possesses an intrinsic risk that it's going to pass through whatever biologic target that you aim at.
Talk a little bit more about that type of ammunition in a little bit, but you've heard testimony that it's the type of ammunition that is capable of going through body armor. It is capable of going through a squad car. It is designed to go through the target and continue flying on for up to 550 yards. Richard McGinnis testified that when those shots went off, he thought he had been hit. He thought his life was in danger.
See, and like this is where the issues of like criminal negligence comes up. Like, is it criminally negligent to shoot a round that can pass through a biological target in an extremely crowded place? You know,
the rules,
or to what extent does the danger posed by that kind of ammunition excuse the self-defense? Like these are the kind of moral and legal debates that unfold.
I think most people who are familiar with firearms knows is always check your background, meaning know what's around your target and know what's behind your target. This is true when you're hunting, it's true when you're target shooting, and obviously it's true when you've got an AR-15.
I see someone posting in the comments, if he had had hollow point rounds, they would have reasoned it was bad. It didn't matter. Why would they have reasoned it was bad? I mean, it's not like the type of rounds he was using are like not capable of killing people. Like either type of round is capable of killing people. Like either type of round serves the same function, but one type of round poses an additional risk of passing through the target, whereas another type of round stays in the target. So I think the containment of damage, the containment of collateral damage is something that we should consider. You gonna upload this? Yes, I'll upload this. I don't know if I'll edit it. Like the beginning was kind of choppy. I was just trying to get everything set it up. But no, this is definitely gonna be on my channel.
Downtown Kenosha in the middle of protests with how.
And I've been talking about this stuff, like posting about it on my community page for a while. So like I've gotten a lot of people who are like, respond to my shit. Like it's really hard. So I thought I would be able to like go into further detail with this.
And people nearby. But there's no indication the defendant cared one bit about his background. Cared one bit about where those bullets were going to go. And as I said, he put Richie McGinnis in danger. Richie McGinnis, after this incident you've seen on the videos, goes to try and help Joseph Rosenbaum and has his own video shows. When he first gets there, he finds Mr. Rosenbaum's body face down on the ground. And I'm going to play this exhibit 15 for you.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, I'm gonna flip you over real quick.
See, and like, so this is just kind of like as a comment on communications, like as a general note about how reality unfolds, you are always being judged. Anytime there are other people in a room with you, anytime you're being perceived or observed by others, you're communicating. Whether you look at someone, whether you're talking to someone, he's looking down, looking at whatever, his hands twiddling his thumbs or whatever. But if the jury happens to look over, they're going to judge him. If he was just sitting there smiling, it would be disastrous. Like it would dramatically change if he was like kind of smirking and doing like the Martin Shkreli shit. People would they would think that he's like trolling. They would think that he's guilty, you know, that he's murdered, whatever. But yeah, you're always being judged. So it's he's aware. I think that he's aware that there's a time to you know, be serious, and there's a time where he could be a little bit more himself. That's how reality is. That's how communication is. You're always being, you know, we're always communicating. That's what we say. Like we're always communicating. Anytime there are two people who perceive each other, like you're communicating. Even if you're ignoring that person, you're just communicating that you don't want to talk to him or whatever, you know?
Get away on it! Get away! Give me a fucking look! Where? Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole? Get the fucking back up!
Oh, this might be like gore footage. That might be why they're not showing it. But you know the jurors are glancing at Kyle throughout just to kind of see what his reactions are. Of course they're doing. That's how human beings are. And human beings, this is kind of just another fact about communication. Like one of the things we learn in school, like human beings, we believe nonverbal cues more than verbal cues. Like we believe body language more than words. If you're trying to say, like, for instance, like I said, if he said that it was self-defense and he was laughing and smiling, we would not believe that it was self-defense. We'd be like, this guy is fucked in the head. Like, there's something wrong with him. He's crazy. He's like a proud murderer, like whatever. Human beings believe nonverbal communication more than verbal communication. So this is just effective communication on Kyle's part. You know, be solemn. Solemnity. Acknowledge the seriousness of the situation.
You want to talk about medics? You want to talk about people who care? You want to talk about people who are there trying to help? You just heard them and you just saw them. People who didn't know Joseph Rosenbaum. They just knew somebody needed help. And while that's going on, the defendant flees.
See, people talk a lot of shit on the prosecutor. Like, it's funny. Everyone has become a lawyer when it comes to criticizing the prosecution. Like, everyone fucking knows way better than the prosecution. That's pretty effective communication. Drawing a distinction between what Kyle's stated intent was and what actually happened, and then contrasting Kyle's behavior, fleeing the wounded person versus the other people who are helping. Like, these are effective forms of communication. Okay, huge shout out to DNL McGee 299. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Callously disregarding the body of the man that
you
he
guys
just
are
shot
just
and
blowing
killed.
my mind with this super chat stuff. I love it.
And as
though.
he's running off,
thank you.
He's lying to the crowd about what just happened. This is exhibit number 12.
So there was just like 6 shots. It went off.
Yep. Pretty reasonable too, right? Like, okay, if you're in a crowd of people, someone has an assault rifle, and then, or someone has an AR-15, and then you hear shots and you see a dude with big ass gun running away. Like, in America, in this country, like, we have many shootings. There's all kinds of people who just, for whatever fucking sick reason, decide that they're gonna unload clips on random people. Like, that happens, unfortunately, in our country. It's reasonable to be apprehensive. I think it's foolish to try and apprehend that person, right? Like the people who ended up being shot by Rittenhouse did. But no, it's at least reasonable that people would be extremely intimidated by seeing this exact situation. And because Kyle Rittenhouse is, because he just shot some guy, like, he himself, like, is in such a frazzled and excited, nervous state. People are just unpredictable. Like, when there's pure adrenaline coursing through your veins, you're not at your most rational. Like, that's fucking instinct. At this moment, this is fucking instinct. It's fight or flight. This is caveman shit. This is like the struggle that life has been for fucking millions of years. This is not a rational act of, like, contemplating what should I do now. No, this is just instinctively acting.
The defendant says he pulled a gun.
He pulled a gun. Yeah, he didn't pull a gun. That is a lie. Come on.
That statement, he pulled a gun, was a lie.
Isn't it possible that someone else said he pulled a gun? Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I think it was Kyle who said he pulled a gun and who admitted that it was a lie, but
It's not true. The defendant knew it wasn't true. He's lying to the crowd as he's running away. Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. The defendant knew he didn't have a gun. The defendant is lying to save his own skin, instead of going and trying to help the person that he has just shot and killed. In exhibit number 3, Gage Grosskreuz's Facebook Live video, he tells a similar lie. As they're running, Mr. Grosskreutz asks the defendant, "Did you just shoot someone?" And the defendant says something about the police and then says, "I did not shoot anyone." And this is similar to the lie that he told Jason Lukowski at exactly that same time. As he passes Mr. Lukowski, he says, "I did not shoot anyone."
That's probably actually better. I don't, there's actually a good argument that you could make just for, like, the reduction of chaos. If you know that you killed someone, if you know that you had just shot someone, like, why even admit? I mean, he's faulting him for saying that he lied, but I guess it makes sense that you would at least want to decrease the tension. Like, you're not going to be like, yeah, I fucking blasted that guy's fucking head off. I mean, I guess it makes sense to try and be like, no, I don't know what you're talking, like, it was the other guy with the gun. Okay, another huge thank you to Cockknockers. Hey, thank you so much, Cockknockers. Love your videos, bro. Wish you could upload more. I think I'm going to, especially after this. Dude, this has been like, it's been a really long time since I did this. And I'm talking about making like a TCAP video. I'm definitely, at this point, I think it's fair to say I'm making more TCAP content. I don't know exactly when or exactly what, but I don't think my my involvement in TCAP is done.
Established through Mr. Lukowski's testimony. And again, I think it's worth emphasizing at this point that Jason Lukowski had just met the defendant maybe an hour. This is about 11:50 at night. Mr. Lukowski got there about 10:45. This is Gage Grosskreutz running towards danger, running to try and help. This is exhibit number 3.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
And so this is Grosskreutz. This is Gage Grosskreutz. This is the guy who had his bicep vaporized by Kyle.
You shot somebody?
This guy was on the witness stand.
Who shot? Who shot?
Listen to the second thing he says.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
It's so hard to fucking hear or see any of this. Like, I mean, I understand that the prosecution is just using the evidence that he has, and he's trying to draw the strongest, most powerful conclusions that he can, but the evidence is just very, very difficult to accept. I could at least see how there could be reasonable objections, like the quality of the audio and the video in many of these live streams and many of these videos is just so poor. It's really difficult.
It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word "not" pretty clearly in there, as in I did not shoot anything.
Okay, hold on. Thank you. Okay, another huge thank you, JC Vasco. I think that's euros, 499 euros. Haha, Cockknockers, dude, exactly. That's a funny name.
Jason Lukowski, he lies to. The crowd.
Thank you too,
lies
man.
To. Gage Grosskreutz, he lies to. So at this point, the crowd is dealing with what they perceive to be an active shooter. Someone who has just shot someone, who is still in possession of the gun, who is fleeing the scene. And how are we supposed to know where he's going next? You know, all night that...
Okay, the crowd sees the defendant running with a gun, hears his lies, knows he was the shooter. This is provocation. I don't know. I don't know exactly what he knew. Like I said, I understand that the prosecution is just making the strongest case that he can, but...
That night, the crowd has been hearing the sound of gunshots. They've been hearing fireworks, firecrackers. But now, someone actually has been shot. The crowd sees the defendant running with a gun. He's lying to them. He still has the gun. He's shot someone. This is provocation to them. This is someone who has committed a criminal act and is putting people in danger. It is entirely reasonable for that crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again. The defendant could have made it unequivocally clear what he was doing. He could have stayed at Mr. Rosenbaum's body, helped protect him, helped preserve his life, call 911. As he's running, he could have announced to the crowd exactly what he was doing, told them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he could have, right? He could have been like, hey, he called his best friend right after the shooting. He did not call 911. That came up during the trial. We'll never know what would have happened had Rittenhouse just stayed there. Maybe he would have been attacked. Maybe he wouldn't have. We just don't know.
He could have fired warning shots to try and keep him away. He could have dropped the gun. He could have raised his hands and surrendered. He could have signaled to this crowd that he did not pose a threat anymore. But everything he does is indicative of someone who is still a threat. Now, the defendant is going to tell you he wasn't. But from the crowd's perspective, how are they supposed to know any different? He does nothing to demonstrate to the crowd that he isn't a threat to kill again. And it turns out he does. It turns out within a few seconds, he does kill again. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in this situation, the crowd has the right to try and stop an active shooter.
Wow. So I wonder if that's almost, the whole point is like Kyle was there acting as a vigilante, right? He himself was not law enforcement, but he put himself into the situation in Kenosha in order to protect private property. That was his stated goal. That's vigilant. I think the overarching criticism is like, okay, like, do you need to be there? Can you let the people who are professionals handle the situation rather than just fucking 17-year-old kids who don't know what they're talking about? Like, one of the criticisms is that, conforming to vigilantism, he put himself into a situation where he didn't need to be. I wonder if you could say, well, so it's okay for the rioters or for the protesters to use vigilante force. I think, I don't know. That's just the opposing side. I'm trying to like evaluate both sides of the argument here. Obviously, like I said, I posted in the fucking description, like, I think that the shootings were legally justified, but that he should still go to jail for some small charge for bringing the gun and shooting the gun. I think that that's like criminal negligence. But yeah, I'm just trying to give the opposite side to that.
Have a right to protect themselves. The defendant is not the only one in the world who has the right to self-defense.
Yeah, because exactly. That's his whole thing is, well, I was defending myself. And he's like, well, they also have everyone. It's like everyone's only trying to defend themselves. Like, how do you adjudicate, the legal action and the moral action? It's like, if everyone is just has a skewed perception that they have to protect their self-defense, the other person's going to kill them.
What does the crowd do to try and stop the defendant? I submit to you, and this is not a criticism of them, but they use almost the least minimal, least intrusive means possible.
Yeah, because he had a gun.
They could have used deadly force against him. They could have shot at him.
Well, I mean, one could argue that Anthony Huber, the second guy here in the top right, tried to use deadly force on him when he tried to truck stop him.
But instead, somebody comes up behind him and knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes up with a skateboard, and the defendant blocks it with his arm, and then the defendant falls to the ground on his own. No one knocked him down. This man that the defense wants to call jump kick man, he's got no weapons, no gun, no knife, no nothing, comes in and tries to kick the defendant in the face. Anthony Huber comes back and tries to grab the gun, actually does grab the defendant's gun, and tries to pull it away because he's trying to disarm an active shooter. And Gage Grosskreutz comes running in, stops with his hands up in the air until he sees and hears the defendant adjusting his weapon as if preparing to fire again.
Which is also, the defense has not admitted that. Kyle denied that he was, quote, re-racking his weapon while on the ground. However, Grosskreutz, the gentleman whose bicep was vaporized, he claimed that he reached for his gun when he saw Kyle re-rack the weapon, thus making it easier to fire.
And then what does Gage Grosskreutz do?
So there's a dispute of fact.
For the gun to try and disarm the defendant. Gage Grosskreutz had his own gun in his own hand. He could have aimed it and fired at the defendant, but he did not. And you heard Gage Grosskreutz testify about that, about how that is a decision.
Oh, hold on. So someone says, hey, Eddie, sorry for asking, but what do you think the verdict? I think Kyle's going to walk. I think that given the burden of proof in Wisconsin, it's easier to prove a defense in Wisconsin. Like in California, it would be a much different case. The jury would probably be a different kind of person, and the laws themselves are stricter when it comes to self-defense and guns and whatnot. But Wisconsin has pretty lax gun laws, and I think that he's going to walk on the murder charges. He might get found guilty for reckless endangerment, but I don't even know that. It just depends. But I don't see him being found guilty. I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's pretty much like unanimous agreement that he's probably going to walk.
Prepared to make it that point in time. He is not the type of person who is just willing to take someone's life in an instant, unlike the defendant, who took 2 lives that night, very quickly and seemingly very easily.
And that's another thing. So Grosskreutz, this guy in the bottom right, he claimed that even though Grosskreutz was whatever his fucking name is, even though he was illegally in possession of a firearm, he claims that he didn't want to shoot Rittenhouse. Like on the stand, Grosskreutz was like, "That's not the kind of person I am. Like I could never take a human life." it's smart for him to play it as that angle, like, I had the choice, I just couldn't. There's a chance he just froze, like he was paralyzed. Sometimes you just choke in the moment, and that could have been what happened. It might not have been like, this rational moral stance where he's like, I'm not gonna use deadly force. It might have just been like freezing.
There is a video, Exhibit 5, which is the BG on the scene video.
It's one of those things we just don't know. There's so fucking much in this case. Everyone, like, okay, I get it if you have like a really strong opinion on the case, but like, I mean, if you want to just see it rationally, you have to try and take a step back, and you have to just evaluate like each fact as it is, each thing on its own, on its face.
Incident, which we call the second event. This is going to show you Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and the other individuals who are trying to stop an active shooter using what I would characterize as the least intrusive.
Grosskreutz didn't do anything, but he did something stupid. The Lakers. Hey, that's funny, dude.
Means possible.
He didn't do something, but he did something stupid.
Someone knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes in with a skateboard.
Oh shit, here it goes. Boom. Boom, there it is. We see the skateboard fall out of his hand. He's dead right there. Shot in the chest.
In just a few seconds, the defendant kills one person, attempts to kill two more, and blows off Gage Grosskreitz's arm. It's that fast. This is someone who has no remorse, no regard for life, only cares about himself.
And like, I get it, like that's what the prosecution has to say, but I mean, it's like a bit of a stretch because we just don't know. We just don't know.
And these folks that are coming at him,
maybe he did though. Like maybe he did. I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's not that he didn't. It's just each side. Like we have to understand. Like this is the game, right? One side, the defense, is going to say that their client is a fucking angel. They're completely innocent. They're being framed. The prosecution's overreaching. And then the other side, the prosecution, is going to say, no, the client's a piece of shit. Here's the evidence. But like this is just the nature of the beast. So each side is going to make stretching arguments that are probably farther than what is reasonable to be concluded. Like each side has to greedily reach for as much ground as they can.
The jump kick man, Anthony Huber, aren't armed. They're not a credible, imminent threat to his life. They are trying to stop an active shooter.
But
they have a right to do so.
You could kill someone with a skateboard. I mean, it's possible.
Imagine if the crowd couldn't do that. Imagine if they weren't allowed to try and stop someone in this type of situation.
And that's what the people who defend Kyle are like. Imagine if Kyle didn't defend himself. Like this is the exact issue that that both sides seem to be hung up on. It's just funny that it involves like where you're situated in the political struggle.
Killing Anthony Huber after severely wounding Gage Grosskreutz. The defendant walks away.
No, like see, okay, so okay, Matt Livingston, Rosenbaum anally raped kids under 10 years old. I can't believe you guys are hung up on this. The fact that he was a piece of shit, the fact that he was a pedo, Kyle Rittenhouse did not know that when he took the action. By your logic, you can just kill people, and then if they're a scumbag, I guess it's moral. Like, dude, no. I think that in order to evaluate the morality of an action, we have to consider the understanding of all parties involved. Like what exactly are you harming this person for? If we're going to decide the guilt or innocence of vigilante justice, we have to analyze what exactly did the person who's been attacked do? Did they deserve it? How credible can we rely on each person? Like, it's just nonsense to say that because a person was a scumbag, the guy who killed them without knowing they were a scumbag is morally justified. It's completely irrelevant.
Like he's some sort of hero in a Western. Without a care in the world for anything he's just done. It's interesting. This occurs about a block away from the police line, right down the road. If the defendant's so concerned about his safety, the police are right there. And in fact, they pull up to this scene almost instantly. The defendant's got his medic bag on. He proclaims himself a medic. He doesn't know at this point if Anthony Huber's dead or alive or capable of being saved. And yet the defendant offers no assistance, makes no attempt to try and help anyone else. All he cares about is himself. We have taken that video And we have broken it down into individual frames. And I want to take you through, frame by frame, the incident with Gage Grosskreutz. Because a lot has been made about Mr. Grosskreuz's motions and what he does and where he goes and things like that.
And that's this
so I
guy.
think it's helpful for us to take a look at this.
Grosskreutz.
So this is Exhibit 80, beginning with frame 356.
Lower
At this point,
left.
you can see that Anthony Huber is staggering off after being shot in the chest. The wound has entered his lower left rib cage and has wound up almost exiting near his right shoulder. It has ripped through his ribs, his heart, his aorta, and he may not technically be dead, but he's going to be dead within a few seconds. He is stumbling away. The defendant has the weapon pointed towards Gage Grosskreutz here, who is cowering, hovering, hiding, covering his head, trying to stay out of the way. And I'm going to go frame by frame here slowly as we see the movement. Now we see the gun is moving down towards Gage Grosskreutz. It is pointed directly at him from a distance of just a couple of feet. Gage Grosskreutz has his right leg planted as if he's pushing backwards, trying to get away. The gun is still pointed at him. The defendant here is going to adjust the gun, turn it over as if he's making some sort of adjustment on it. Gage Grosskreutz testified that this was a movement that he interpreted as the defendant preparing that gun as if it was going to fire again, as if clearing a jammed round so that he could shoot it at Mr. Grosskreutz. At this point...
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Someone just pointed out, I'm listening to this at 25% increased speed. So this is faster than he's actually talking. Just because these guys, for rhetorical purposes, are like, they're using pause and they're like, and every time he did that, it was wrong. Like, this guy's like taking his time, and I didn't want to fucking listen to him, so I'm increasing the speed. But aside, this is one of the better quality videos that we have, and like even this is just so fucking grainy and pixelated. It's hard to see what's going on.
Is, I think, probably thinking to himself, if I can get away,
right?
I will.
Is that like, where does the rifle end and the shadow begin on this person? There's shadows, so is it reasonable to conclude that's like, this is just such a difficult image to discern what's actually going on.
Until he realizes that the defendant is getting ready to fire again.
But yeah, so look, so one of the reasons I think he should be found on some kind of negligence is like, look how many other people are around. It would have been very easy for someone to inadvertently end up getting shot by this, and it's only kind of luck that it didn't happen. And if he would have shot someone, it absolutely would have been of charge that he... I mean, I don't think it would have been so fucking easy to just say he's innocent on all counts if he would have accidentally killed someone or accidentally shot someone. So that's just something to consider.
In none of these frames is Mr. Grosskreuz's right hand with his Glock pistol pointed at the defendant.
It's just so hard to see. It's just like some fucking like 2006 shit when you try and fucking watch a video like in 2006.
You can see Mr. Grosskreutz is actually backing up with his right leg. Let me go back a couple of frames here. This is frame 444. You can see his right foot is on the ground, but it's starting to move back. Now as I move forward in the frames, 447, his right leg is moved back. This is someone who's about to retreat. His hands are in the air. He's backing away from the defendant until, as he's testified, he sees the defendant start to manipulate that gun in such a way that it makes Mr. Grosskreutz feel like he's about to be shot. And only then does he take action. What action does Mr. Grosskreutz take? Does he hold that gun with both hands, the Glock that he's got, and point it at the defendant? No, never. Does he even take the gun with one hand and point it? No, never. Instead, you can see him start to lunge in with his left arm forward. The gun is not in his hand.
The prosecutor's doing no, never. The use of repetition, saying the same thing twice. Like, I mean, he's working up like to make a persuasive argument by the pacing of his language, which we're not really. I mean, I'm just choosing to watch it at 25% speed because it's a lot easier. But
the gun is in his right
that's
hand.
something else we should
He's
consider
lunging
too.
forward, reaching for the defendant. Probably reaching for the gun. Probably trying to block the gun. You can see now he's going to take a step with his right leg across the defendant's body. Not directly towards the defendant, but across the defendant's body. As he's reaching in, almost swiping away at that gun with his left arm. He has bladed his body in such a way as to try and present as minimal of a target as possible, which is probably what saves his life. His right leg is about to hit the ground here. The gun, the AR-15, is pointed directly at him from just 2, maybe 3 feet away. He's trying to shield himself with his left arm. And as we approach frame 500 here, the gun goes off. At no point in this process is Mr. Grosskreutz pointing his gun at the defendant. Frame 499, the gun is just fired. Frame 500, you see the puff of smoke. 501, the bullet has hit Mr. Grosskreitz's right bicep, severing it. I'm going to continue forward after this because you can see that his right arm, this is an interesting frame right here, 504. You can see that gun. I'll go back even more.
I mean,
you can
barely.
See that Mr. Grosskreitz's arm with the right hand, with the gun, his right hand is pointed off to the side. What pulls that gun down closer to the defendant is the fact that Mr. Grosskreutz just had his right bicep severed. It's not a voluntary.
Vaporized. Grosskreutz on the stand, he was asked, what does this image look like? And it was an image of his bicep getting shot. He's like, that looks like my bicep getting vaporized.
It's an involuntary, the muscle is severed. Now
It's
watch.
just funny
Frame
word
502,
usage, vaporized.
Watch his right hand.
Fucking bicep vaporized.
503, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508. At this point, yeah, absolutely. That right arm is probably dangling down towards the defendant. It's not going to be able to pull that trigger without a working bicep muscle, and it's not a voluntary thing. It's done because the defendant just blew his arm off. But yeah, this is the time after the shooting when, yes, the gun happens to be pointed at the defendant. And I got to stop here for a moment and highlight the hypocrisy of the defense. Because according to the defense, if someone has a gun, they're a threat. If someone points a gun, they're a threat. There's only one exception to that. The defendant. By their logic, he gets to run around with a gun all night. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat.
I think the point made by the defense was that Kyle didn't point his gun at Grosskreutz until Grosskreutz pointed it at him. That's probably what the defense is going to respond by saying.
He gets to point the gun at everyone. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. No, it doesn't work that way. The same set of rules apply to the defendant as everybody else. There's no exception in the law for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception that says, if anyone else has a gun, you're a danger, except for Kyle Rittenhouse.
That's a fair
There's no
point,
exception
though.
in the law that says, if you point your gun at people, oh, that makes you a threat.
In the same way that Kyle Rittenhouse feared for his life, it could very easily be argued that those who saw the shooting occur feared for their life. It's reasonable to assume that as well.
Except for Kyle Rittenhouse. I can do it all night.
Or let me know if you think that's unreasonable. I think that's something that we could agree on. Like, both parties could have been in fear for their life, right?
The same rules apply to him as everyone else. And everyone else has a right to defend themselves also, not just the defendant. We have shown you photos and videos of Gage Grosskreitz's injuries.
Oh yeah, they're brutal. He put a hole in his fucking bicep.
Exhibit 60 is a video taken right after Mr. Grosskreutz was wounded by the defendant.
Oh shit, is this the brutal video? This might be gory as fuck. Oh, here's the Jeff Bezos defense attorney. This Jeff Bezos looking guy.
It's hard to look at, but this is what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was footage of Grosskreutz, the guy in the lower left part of my screen. That guy got his bicep blown off, like his bicep was vaporized by Kyle Rittenhouse. And I think the footage they just showed, they had originally showed it in the trial. I think they just showed them that. It's fucking brutal though. You could find it. It's brutal.
15 at someone from close range. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, it fucks your bicep up.
I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant had no clue what his gun was capable of. He didn't even bother to pay any attention to it. Didn't concern himself with what he would be doing to other people. But this is what happened. Let's not flinch away from this. It's important that we understand what that gun was capable of that night. It killed 2 people, and it did this to Mr. Grosskreuz's
See, that's
arm.
strategic. I mean, this makes sense from a persuasion-based perspective. Like, this is what you want to do. You want to show the extent of damage. I don't know if he's going to show the dead bodies of fucking Huber and Rosenbaum, but yeah, you want to show the actual thing. Like, don't just let the people rely on their memory. Like, show the brutality of the situation. Because guns just fuck up human bodies. Like, I mean, our meat suits is just nothing compared to molten metal. We just melt. You know, it's crazy. We're not designed to survive that
When those
shit.
shootings occurred that I just played for you, what would a reasonable person in the defendant's position at that time think? The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to tell us. As part of your decision in this case, you will represent the reasonable person of ordinary and prudent person, and you will put yourself in the defendant's shoes that night. I submit to you that at the time of those shootings...
No, they're not deciding ultimate reasonability. They're just deciding their perception of reasonability. Come on, dude. That's why, depending on where your trial is held, like, people are different, right? A small rural town in Alabama is going to have a very different type of person than, like, a super expensive, multi-million-dollar neighborhood in, like, Silicon Valley. Like, people are very different. And each criminal jury, each trial jury is going to have a completely different perception based off of, you know, their own individual experiences in life.
A reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have known that he had provoked Joseph Rosenbaum by pointing his gun at someone else, that the defendant had put someone else at risk of dying by doing that. The defendant should have known that the crowd was aware of the fact that he had just shot someone and that they felt their lives were in danger. That is reasonable. It is also reasonable to understand that at that point, Gage Grosskreutz had just witnessed all of this. He had heard the defendant had shot someone. He'd heard the defendant lie about it. He saw the defendant shoot at Jump Kick Man at close range, miraculously missing. Had seen the defendant kill Anthony Huber.
And that's part of the reason, another reason I think he should be found for some kind of negligence. Like, he missed some of his shots. Like, dude shot his rifle and missed. Doing that in a public place, doing that with the house in extremely close proximity, like, dude, it's good that no one else was hit, but, like, it's purely chance that no one else was hit. And I think that we should kind of, like, discourage the use of that. Like, if you have to shoot your gun, like, you better goddamn well fucking, like, hit your target, especially if you're in a public place.
Gage Grosskreutz, reasonably...
Right? Because innocent people, how is it moral for innocent, uninvolved third parties to die as a result of 2 people's struggle for self-defense?
He believed his life was in danger at that moment. And he was proven correct, because the defendant shot him too. So when you consider what's reasonable in this case, consider whether or not it's reasonable for a criminal to be able to shoot himself out of a crime scene. When a bank robber robs a bank and runs away and the crowd comes after him, can he just shoot anybody and claim self-defense? If someone comes up to that person and tries to stop them, tries to disarm them, like Anthony Huber did, do they forfeit their life?
Exactly.
Did Anthony Huber forfeit his life?
Exactly.
Trying to be a hero and stop an active shooter and protect others. Is that justified?
But, I mean, here's the whole point. Like, was he trying to be a hero, or was he engaging in thrill-seeking behavior, right? Because the, like, people on the other side of the aisle, they claim that Kyle is the hero, because just replace Kyle with Anthony Huber right now. Both sides seem like I get it. This is what each side has to do, right? Like, this guy's job is to put Kyle away. That's his job from the government. Like, that's what he's assigned to do. That's what he's tasked to do. So that's what he's arguing, but the argument that Huber was justified in performing vigilante justice could easily be co-opted by Kyle Rittenhouse's side, which is like, yeah, exactly, that's what Kyle was doing.
The defendant just kill him? In this case, the crowd was right. The crowd knew the defendant had just shot someone. When they're coming after him, they know he's just shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum.
Fuck that, dude. I would not fucking trust a crowd of people. A crowd of people is like, I mean, that's when, like, rationality is out the window, dude. Mobs are not rational. I don't think mobs operate under rational fucking thinking.
No, not every active shooter situation is the crowd have perfect knowledge. When they're told that person running up the street just shot someone, we don't have time in the moment to go back and take a look at the body and replay the video and make a decision before going after the person with the gun. You know, We've had several police officers testify that in an active shooter situation, their first instinct, their first training is to go in and stop the threat. They don't sit there and wonder, well, maybe it was self-defense. I don't know. I'm going to, wait and see. And every day we read about heroes that stop active shooters.
Wow, this has already been kind of a long time, dude. I've been doing this for like almost an hour and a half. I'm going to try and keep going. This might be like a long... I might be doing this for a while.
That's what was going on here. And that crowd was right. And that crowd was full of heroes. And that crowd did something that, honestly...
Full of heroes? That's what I mean. Like, I mean, come on. Come on.
That's what was going on here. And that crowd was right. And that crowd was full of heroes.
The crowd of people who were illegally at the place where there was a curfew and no one was supposed to be, like, I mean, I get it. Like I said, like for the millionth time, like this is his job, but come on, man.
That crowd did something that, honestly, I'm not sure I would have had the courage to do. If I see a guy running up the street with an AR-15 and I hear he just shot somebody...
I would say it's about sense. How about it's not even an issue of courage. It's a fucking issue of sense. Like, are you going to put yourself into a extremely hostile situation at night running around where there's been fucking arson and there's been fucking riots? You're just going to run and insert yourself into that? What good is going to come out of that situation, man? What good? Like I said, you're not going to make any kind of meaningful political change either way. Like, it's just a... what good is going to come out of the situation? It's not illegal. I mean, well, it was illegal for them, but I don't know.
My first instinct is not to approach.
My first instinct is not to go. Not even to fucking be there.
Gage Grosskreutz was different. That doesn't make them a threat to the defendant's life. It doesn't make their lives worthless. They don't give up their right to defend themselves. They have just as much right as the defendant. I told you I wanted to begin by talking about the murders committed by the defendant. Now I want to go back and put it all in context for you. And that context starts with, bruh, I'm just trying to be famous.
Okay. So, I'm glad he's showing it. Bruh, I'm just trying to be famous. His TikTok account, this came up when Kyle was on the stand. His TikTok profile name, whatever, was like 3 doors more whore. It was something about whores. In some weird roundabout way, it mentioned whores.
TikTok profile.
Here, 4 door more whores. There we go.
4 doors more whores. Picture of him up in Ladysmith, probably in early May, proudly holding his new AR-15. Up until August 25th, 2020, this is the only time he'd ever fired that gun. Maybe put 100 rounds through it or so at that property up there with Dominic.
And of course, so like the point of them showing that, one of the kind of roundabout arguments that the prosecution has been making is that Kyle wanted to be famous, and that I guess on some level he knew that going to Kenosha and like using his gun maybe would make him famous. It's once again, it's a stretch of an argument that Kyle like planned this whole entire event like with the sole purpose of using it to like gain notoriety or fame. But it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for Kyle that can even come up. It's not damning. I don't think that it's legally damning evidence, but it just doesn't look good. And this fact is coupled with the fact someone else in a super chat already brought it up. There is a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse like with a shirt that says "free as fuck" that was taken once he was on bail for these original crimes. And I guess he was at some bar and he was like posing with some Proud Boys dudes. And it's once again, is that legally damning? No, but it looks really bad. And you know that regardless of what the law is and regardless of what juries are asked to do, they're human beings, right? And they're going to make human judgments based on senses and feelings and perceptions, right? That's just how we are, kind of.
Black. They purchased that gun on that same trip. The defendant admitted he knew as a matter of law he could not buy that gun because he was only 17. Yet he wants to tell you that he thought legally he could possess it, which didn't make a lot of sense to me. We don't have a lot of defendants come in and say, well, I possess cocaine. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I thought I could possess it. No, it's not the way it works.
That's pretty funny.
Dominic Black conducted what we call a straw purchase for the defendant. He purchased that gun for someone who was not legally allowed to purchase it for themselves.
And I believe he is facing charges. I guess that's kind of funny, too. I guess you could be a little bit more annoyed that Grosskreutz isn't being charged with illegally possessing a firearm, because the guy who bought it for Rittenhouse, I believe, is
I'm prosecuting.
Yeah, he is,
Dominic
exactly.
Black for that, as you know.
Fuck.
Just like I'm prosecuting.
I would not want to. I mean, I don't know how Rittenhouse is. I don't know how this case is gonna end. But either way, that dude is probably sweating it right now.
because what Dominic Black did was wrong.
Yep.
And we don't tolerate that.
Yeah, he bought a gun for the
agreement was
wrong
Dominic
dude,
Black was
man.
going to keep that gun until the defendant turned 18. It was Dominic Black's gun. It was legally his. And the defendant knew that it was going to be held onto until he turned 18. It's not going to happen until that birthday. I want to focus a little bit on this AR-15 because I think it's important when you consider the recklessness of the defendant's conduct, how much he knew, cared, or didn't know about this deadly weapon. He'd only fired it that one time, maybe 100 rounds through it. He loaded the gun with full metal jacket ammunition, which I'll talk about a little bit more. He wanted it because he said it looked cool.
He's just like shaving him. That's funny.
Loaded the gun with full metal jacket ammunition, which I'll talk about a little bit more. He wanted it because he said it looked cool.
And then he pauses. I mean, I have this, like, this is playing at 25% faster than it normally is, and, like, there's still a long pause after he says he bought it because he wanted to look cool.
Didn't seem to know or care much about the type of ammunition or the type of gun. You had a couple of witnesses tell us in this trial, and I could not believe it. A gun is a gun is a gun. Don't even start with that.
I don't know if this is a strategic approach, too, from the prosecution. Like, the whole idea that, like, you know, the other side is playing in bad faith. It's almost like Hillary Clinton with the basket of deplorables comment in the 2016 election. Like, Hillary Clinton famously was like, you know, a part of the country are just deplorables and they're going to vote for Trump and they're scum. Like, we can't even reach them. That was a disastrous statement. Like, that was a highly damaging statement to basically just disparage a group of people as being like unreachable and acting in bad faith. I'm not so sure that that's a wise approach to take. I don't think I would take the finger wagging, you know, you're a scumbag. Like that's I don't know. It would depend on the case, but it doesn't seem like a strategic
bullet
move.
is a bullet. No, it is not. It is not. And anybody who says that is ignorant and reckless. Because there are some important distinctions here. Full metal jacket ammunition is capable of piercing body armor and squad cars. And you heard Officer Krieger testify that when they heard someone was running around with a rifle, he went and got his plate armor out of the back because their regular body armor wasn't going to stop those rounds.
That's a fair point.
Ryan Balch talked about how full metal jacket ammunition is designed, and this is a former Army infantryman, is designed to go through a target, like a deer or a person, and continue on. He says it can hit a target 550 yards away. That's 5.5 football fields.
See, I'm just not educated with ammunition to be able to say whether that's true or false. But the fact that it's being admitted, presumably there's some truth to it. Otherwise, the judge would have not allowed it. So it's certainly something to consider. The fact that the ammunition had some capacity for passing through a target, and thus some capacity for unintended collateral damage.
He had a handgun that night, which he put hollow point ammunition on. And that's what he was planning on using for self-defense. Because hollow point ammunition acts differently. It's going to hit its target, but it's not designed to continue on and go through and hit other targets. So you will hit what you hit, but you're not going to put the rest of the community at risk, especially on a night when there are hundreds of people out on the streets in a heavy residential area. We can see on that map, the car source, there are houses, there are churches, there are daycares, there are schools nearby, and you're firing full metal jacket ammunition around. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that AR-15 had no lawful or legitimate purpose that night. Now, the Second Amendment allows people to carry guns. That is true.
A well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. More people need to understand the exact language. What I said is the exact wording, including the comments of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is fucking talked about so often. Everyone brings up the Second Amendment. It's like everyone's favorite amendment. But I mean, to actually like parse out like what it says, yeah, you have to look to the actual letter of like what it says. Just something to consider.
There are people who can't carry guns, convicted felons, for example. But generally speaking, I'm not saying people don't have the right to carry a gun. What I'm saying is that AR-15 did not accomplish any of the goals that these folks said it was going to. So, for example, Ryan Balch says the handgun is what he was going to use for self-defense. Several witnesses agreed you can't point this gun or shoot this gun at people to protect property. So if you're going to protect the car source building, how is this gun going to help with that?
Yeah, you can't kill people to protect private property.
The defendant has admitted the gun was useless when he was going to treat people as a medic because it got in the way. He had to take it off and hand it to someone. So you can't use it as a medic. You can't use it to protect the building. So
and whereas Kyle says, "Oh, I needed the gun to protect myself," it's like, dude, if you needed the gun to protect yourself, it was because you appeared threatening to people by having it in the first place. I could see how this could devolve into somewhat of a circular argument. Like it's almost like a chicken and the egg thing. It's like you needed to protect yourself from the danger, but you protecting yourself from the danger created the danger. This is why these kinds of trials occur, right? It's complicated. It's complex.
What's it there for? Well, it looks pretty imposing, and it has some deterrence value, but Jason Lukowski, Dominic Black, and Ryan Balch all said they never actually intended to use their guns. So why is it there? The defendant was wearing a sling that night. He purchased that sling at Jelinski's that afternoon. The purpose of the sling was so the gun couldn't be taken away.
Yep, that was Kyle's stated purpose.
Possession of it. It was designed to help him retain possession of that gun. And he loaded it with 30 rounds, the full magazine, capable of killing 30 people or more. Why do you need 30 rounds of full metal jacket armor to protect a building? This AR-15 is completely incompatible with the role of a medic. Richie McGinnis testified he's been to demonstrations in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York.
This is a fair argument. I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't know about each of these points. It's not exactly. So what he's kind of getting at too, wearing an AR-15 does not send a warm, inviting message. You're not under any obligation to send warm, inviting messages to people. However, your actions have consequences. And like, if you walk around, I mean, imagine, the power of of symbols. If Kyle Rittenhouse had been running around that night, and if he had his medic thing, but he had a shirt with a swastika on it, this would have been dramatically different. It changes everything. Had one of the people involved in this been wearing like a fucking swastika or something, it would have dramatically changed the entire narrative. Like the kinds of symbols that we use, they have meanings in the world, regardless of what your intent is. Like, people absorb messages and they form their own opinions, and you're not always in control of what people think about you.
In Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York, Minneapolis, he's never seen anyone walking around claiming to be a medic with an AR-15. And certainly when you see someone like that, it doesn't exactly send a warm, fuzzy message. Oh, come to me, I'm here to help.
Yeah, no, I'd get sketched out. I'd be like, what are you doing, dude?
No serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body. That's because the defendant was a fraud.
The defendant was a fraud. He lied. And that's why people hate this guy. But you have to understand, like, this is his job. It's his job to just go so above and beyond and to like characterize him as the worst person ever. It's extra. We all know it's extra, but this is what he has to do.
He lied to the press.
And I mean, I guess the one of the purposes for doing this, like in a debate or in a trial, would be, even if the jurors don't buy 100% of his argument, they might buy 75%. And if him going so far in his initial argument would still be damning to the defendant, then it's worth it. He's just going to reach for as much as he can to try and knock Rittenhouse as much as he can, and to see what sticks.
He's being interviewed by Richie McGinnis, who he hears is a member of the media, and he says, I'm a certified EMT. You're lying. You're absolutely lying.
Yeah, he was lying. That's a lie.
Jason Lukowski and Dominic Black said the defendant had to borrow his medical supplies from us.
He was a lifeguard. He wasn't an EMT
emergency situation.
Or a medic.
Everybody's anticipating violence. Everybody's prepared for people to be hurt, harmed, injured, and yet the defendant's going to go there and walk around claiming to be a medic? He's like a quack doctor, practicing without a license. That puts lives at risk. And one of the things I had Gage Grosskreutz testify about is that tattoo on his right arm, which said, "First, do no harm."
Right. So someone in the comment is saying that, someone in the comments is saying that there are certain army medics who carry weapons. I mean, let's make the comparison, right? Like, let's actually think about it. So if you're an army medic, like, you're in a war zone, you're officially deployed in what would legally be considered a war zone, in an entirely different set of standards, both legal and social, would occur. Like, if you're in fucking Kabul during the fall of, fucking like Saddam Hussein or whatever, like, there's going to be a very different set of social rules and legal rules that are applicable towards you, versus a person who's going to like a riot or a protest here in the United States. Like, the whole point is that had Kyle just had the medic gear, he wouldn't have been a target. Rosenbaum, one of the first things he said was, "Shoot me, soft N-word." That's one of the first things that Rosenbaum said to Kyle. Rosenbaum would not have been able to say that to Kyle if Kyle was unarmed. it's very clear. Like, the argument is simply that by wearing the rifle, by choosing to have the rifle, he appeared menacing enough to scare people. That's kind of like the argument. It's not a good legal argument, but that's at least the understanding for it. And there is some credibility to it. It's like, well, would he have been attacked if he didn't have the rifle? We don't know. We just don't know. You know, one side's going to say yes, one side's going to say no, but we don't fucking know. No one knows.
Which is one of the precepts, one of the fundamental tenets of the practice of medicine.
Whatever. I might have confused Iraq or whatever, or Afghanistan or whatever. My fucking geopolitical understanding has been a bit lax lately.
Do no harm. So how do we evaluate the defendant's performance as a medic that night? Well, on one hand, he wrapped up an ankle, and I think it's maybe helped somebody who got a cut on their hand. Yay.
Oh my God.
On the other hand, and I think maybe helped somebody who got a cut on their hand. Yay.
Yay. Wow. See, so this guy's like straight up imitating. He's, oh, he did this. Yay. It's kind of funny. So I guess this guy is afforded the luxury of being kind of animated and almost being funny in a way that the defense, I don't think the defense can have this kind of latitude. The defense has to, I think, keep a strategic, serious tone. Like, this is what had to be done. And the next lawyer who's going to speak is a very serious, he speaks in like a deep, gruff voice. He's concise. He's not expressive and flowery like this. He's a lot more direct, I guess you could say. But it's interesting that this prosecutor is allowed this kind of latitude to go, yay, like in the middle of a fucking murder trial. Because Rittenhouse could never do that. You would never do that. Right? You have to look all remorseful and shit.
Blew off Gage Grosskreuz's arm and put 2 more lives in jeopardy. So, you know, when we balance your role as a medic that night, I don't give you any credit. He showed no remorse.
I see someone too. Okay, so someone in the comments said, funny how these people judge others without being in the situation themselves, cowards. Like, dude, our entire legal system is based on that. Like, juries are not there. The people in the United States who decide guilt or innocence are juries, and juries deliberate after the facts. Things happen, and then a group of strangers come together to look at the facts and then make a decision. Like, I get what your criticism is, but I mean, I think it's kind of like unfounded, because that's what our entire that's the best way to do justice. Do you just want judges, people who are appointed to know right and wrong? That's a horrible recipe for abuse. This is probably the best way. Like, if you need to decide what really happened, have uninvolved, impartial people, strangers, come together and decide based on the facts. That's better than having some fucking judge appointed to know right from wrong.
Never tried to help anybody that he hurt. And even on the witness stand, when he testified on Wednesday, he broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night. No remorse, no concern for anyone else. For him to call himself a medic is an insult to anyone like Gage Grosskreuz.
This is an insult to medics.
Training and working hard to become an EMT. It's an insult.
God, this dude is just...
The defendant made a series of reckless decisions that night. Going armed with an AR-15 at 17 years old when he knew he shouldn't have done so. Because that gun is normally locked in a safe that he doesn't have access to. And it's not even legally his. He's out after a citywide curfew. He's intentionally and knowingly entering into a dangerous situation, and he expects it because he brings along his AR-15 and some body armor. So don't tell me you didn't know. He brings along no non-lethal means of defense, which means his only option is to kill.
Oh, his fists, I guess.
I don't know about a lot of you, but I remember that night.
Those are attached, though.
I didn't come down here. I don't think most reasonable people did. In part because we all knew it was going to be violent and dangerous. Most reasonable people, to the extent they came out, they were gone by then. Because you don't willingly put yourself in this situation.
Some people do.
Unless you want it.
Yeah, that was the whole
Unless
point.
You're looking for it.
Thrill-seeking behavior.
Unless you want trouble.
It's a fucking riot. There's going to be fucking rioters. They're going to be burning shit down. Like, dude, both sides. Like, the side that wanted to go and fucking light dumpsters on fire wanted to experience thrills, and the people who wanted to carry around rifles to monitor those people or to protect private property, they were looking for thrills too. Like, both sides, everyone involved had thrill-seeking behavior. They all wanted to be there.
Now, to put this in perspective, at this time here in our community, there were people who were scared. There were people who were worried about themselves, their homes, their families, their business. That's understandable. But this is different. There are also people out there who were exercising their First Amendment right to assemble and to have free speech because of whatever they believed in, and they have that right too. But that's not what we're talking about. The curfew, the riots, the arson, the looting that we'd seen on those prior nights, roadblocks set up around downtown, closed exits on the interstates, all of this was sending the message to reasonable people, go away. Don't come down here.
Or it was an invitation to those people who wanted to just experience some craziness. You want to have your adrenaline coursing as you're in this crazy event.
Left at 11:45 at night. Most reasonable people had gone home before the curfew. Or never even came at all. But the defendant's down there, he says, because he wants you to believe he's protecting CarSource. Even though he had no actual ties or genuine concern for this building. You have this caravan of people from West Bend, Ryan Balch, Jason Lukowski, Joanne Fiedler, coming down from some other community, having no idea what's going on here in Kenosha, having no idea what businesses are, having never dealt with CarSource before, just injecting themselves into this situation. CarSource, that night, was empty. The owners testified. They moved all the cars off the lot, they took the tools out from inside, and they didn't even feel the need to protect that building.
Yeah, the owners of the CarSource, so Kyle Rittenhouse was he inserted himself in this situation to protect a car lot. It's called CarSource or some shit. The owners of that weren't even there. And the owners of this place, the owners of the establishment that Rittenhouse said he was going to protect, I guess they said they were going to pay this guy, Dominic Black. They never even fucking paid him. How whack is that, dude? This guy got involved in this situation because he thought he was like going to get paid for a job, and it ended up like being a disaster, and he didn't even fucking get paid.
So who's there? These guys with their AR-15s are just wannabe soldiers, acting tough, trying to manufacture some personal connection to this event, furthering their own personal agenda. Just a small part of the deluge of chaos tourists we saw here in Kenosha, trying to feed off of what we were going through. Despite everything we did to try and tell them, go away, stay out. Did those owners, Sam and Sal, ask anyone to protect their business? You know, I called them to the stand because I wanted you to hear from them. I had their statement, but I wanted you to hear from them. And I'm sure you formed your own impressions about them. I'm not here to tell you that I believe what they said on the witness stand. I don't think it really matters much, except I wanted you to have a flavor of who these people were and what was going on at that building. What was interesting to me is that text message from the defendant to Sam asking for the address of CarSource, even though the defendant says he's already been there.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's not hard to find if you've driven past there every day. You know, Kenosha is one of the easiest cities in Wisconsin to navigate. It's all east, west, north, south. How hard is it to find this place? But the agreement was the defendant was supposed to stay at the 59th Street location. There's another group at 63rd. It was their responsibility. And the defendant testified that when the shootings occurred at 11:45 or 11:50 at night, he didn't even know if that other group was still there or if they'd left. But crucially, you heard the testimony of Kriston Harris, who was out there reporting for his Rundown Live, and he's making some video. And he tells the defendant, stay on your property. Don't go out in the streets and engage with these protesters because you're just making it worse and you're escalating the situation. He tells the defendant specifically that, just 20 minutes before the shootings. Kriston Harris probably said that because he knows this is a crowd that is feeling threatened by the defendant and his group. Richie McGinnis testified when he left the Stella Hotel and immediately ran over to 59th Street, he saw guys up on the roof and he felt threatened. These guns, he said, were the thing that changed the dynamic for him.
Yeah.
Drew Hernandez, we showed video.
I mean, it's reasonable, like when you see someone carrying a gun, especially if you don't have a gun, there's an immediate there's an asymmetrical distribution of power. Guns are power. And if one person has if there's two groups of people, one group has guns, the other doesn't, like, I could see how that would create tension. However, those people might be legally allowed to carry guns, in which case the other group would just, I mean, they can be upset or offended, but legally, you'd have to evaluate it based on the laws. But certainly, carrying a gun is a symbol, aside from being just a simple piece of machinery existing in isolation. Like, it exists and it's also a symbol. It's a thing that a person can just see and they can like immediately know, like, oh fuck, like that could kill me.
Hernandez having laser sights pointed at him, and he said he felt threatened. He thought someone was pointing a gun from the roof and putting his life in jeopardy. These are two people who are veterans. They've been to protests in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York. They've been through this before. And yet here in little old Kenosha, the defendant's group made them fear for their lives. That's the kind of impact these AR-15s had. The crowd is yelling at the defendant's group, "Stop pointing your guns at us. Stop pointing these laser pointers at us." And the defendant sees this. He's well aware of the fact that the crowd out on the street is hostile. They don't react well to him. And he knows that by 11:35 at night, this crowd is all the way down there south of 60th. That's where they're at. So if I go down there, I need to be prepared, and I need to expect that these folks are not on my side.
Or at least that's the common sense expectation.
He's dead. So we don't know what he was thinking. We don't know what was going on in his mind. That makes him an easy target for the defense today, because they can stand up here and pile on him and destroy his reputation, and he can't speak for himself. That happens a lot in homicide trials. Blame the victim, who can't speak for themselves. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Joseph Rosenbaum, and you've heard some testimony about him. He had been in the hospital, left it that day, had a clear plastic bag with his possessions, toiletries, a water bottle. We've all
left
seen
hospital.
This.
I guess that, so, okay, so like I said, I've been like watching the news. So like the prosecutor can't bring up certain things that would be disparaging to a witness's credibility, but I can, seeing as I'm not fucking in trial right now. Joseph Rosenbaum had just abused his girlfriend. So aside from being a convicted sex offender, right, for molesting children, he had just been released from a psych ward for abusing and beating up his girlfriend, who he lived with in a tent.
Get it in the hospital.
So, I mean, once again, like, it makes sense. Obviously, that doesn't justify Kyle's actions, because Kyle didn't know that. It's not like Kyle knew that Rosenbaum was guilty of these things and then took him out as a result of that. And even if he did, I'm not sure it would be morally justified for just a random person to do it. I think you'd have to like know the hurt party or know the abused person. But yeah, of course, like the prosecution, in order to make the strongest case, you have to leave all this shit out about Rosenbaum, because you don't even want the jury to consider that Kyle might have done that Kyle might have done society a favor, right? After all is said and done, has society been done a favor by him being gone? You know, given his crimes, there's an argument that could be made. I don't believe that we should look at the outcome. I think that we need to examine the information that the parties had, but like the outcome of it, is the outcome a good one? Aside from questions of moral culpability, I don't know.
It's pretty common. He's walking around like it's.
But prosecution is not going to say that.
Only possession in the world. He visits Carrie Ann Swart, his girlfriend, and then happens to wander downtown into the middle of civil unrest. No indication he planned to be there. No indication he's part of any sort of movement. He just happens to stumble into it. So what does he do that night? Oh, let me tell you all the awful things Joseph Rosenbaum
See, this dude is being hella sarcastic.
Oh, let me tell you all the awful things Joseph Rosenbaum did.
And only the prosecutor has the kind of liberty to be able to express this kind of shit. And even it's still a risky move. I'm not sure that I would use this kind of I don't know. I'm just not sure that I would make these kinds of jokes, like use this kind of sarcasm in such a serious event.
He tipped over a porta potty that had no one in it.
Maybe I would. I don't know.
He lit a metal garbage dumpster on fire. Oh, and there's this empty wooden flatbed trailer that they pulled out in the middle of the road, and they tipped it over to stop some bearcats, and they lit it on fire. Oh, and he said some bad words. He said the N-word.
Oh my God.
If he were alive today, like Joshua Zeminski, I'd probably try and prosecute him for arson, but I can't because the defendant killed him.
Good. At least he admits that. See, okay, so we have to kind of at least be glad. Like, at least he's being fair in that sense. We don't know if he actually would have, but
when you commit arson, we prosecute you. We don't execute you in the street. And I'm not here to say that the things that Joseph Rosenbaum did were good or that I condone that kind of behavior. Not at all. But he didn't deserve to die for it. You can't kill someone for these things. He's 5'4".
Okay, hold on 1 second. Another huge thank you to Ben, who donated $4.99. Just said, I just spent $4.99 on this just to test it out. You the man, that's steady. No, Ben, you the man for dropping me that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a huge amount, dude.
150 pounds. Jason Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Lukowski says, I turned my back and walked away. This guy wasn't even a threat.
Right, okay, and now he's talking about Rosenbaum, who was like 5'4".
Jason Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot.
Yeah, so I mean, like, one of the arguments that the prosecution is making is that Rosenbaum was, by his small stature, not a threat. I don't know. You know, a short, small guy still could have, like, done some pretty severe physical damage, assuming that he was, like, trained or something, you know?
Lukowski says, I turned my back and walked away. This guy wasn't even a threat. I think we all know somebody like Joseph Rosenbaum, the Napoleon complex, the little guy who just wants to chatter. But when it comes down to it, it's all bark. No
And he was just talking shit on Kyle. He's like, it's really common to disparage the deceased victim, or to disparage the murdered person. Dude, you're kind of doing that right now, saying that he's the Napoleon complex.
It's like a little dog. Bark, 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 bark. But really, ain't going to do anything. There is no dispute in this record that at no point that night did Joseph Rosenbaum hurt anyone. Never had a gun, never had a knife, never had a bat, never had a club. And in the Drew Hernandez video, that fight at Ultimate Gas that we showed you, he's being shoved around.
And this is also under dispute too, because one of the things that Rittenhouse says is Rittenhouse claims that he had a chain. So that's Rittenhouse.
By the crowd like a rag doll. And yeah, he's mouthing off, he's talking a lot, but he doesn't actually threaten anybody, doesn't actually hurt anybody. They're pushing him around like he's a tiny little person, which, frankly, he was. And in the background of this video, you will hear somebody say, point your gun at me, or something like that.
Which is Rosenbaum.
That's Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yeah.
He's upset because somebody pointed a gun, and that triggers him, which is understandable. I think most of us would be triggered by that sort of thing. And that's what's upsetting to him. But he gets right in the face of people.
No way, dude. Oh my god. Bro. Dude. $49.99, like, I'm like speechless, man. That's like, thank you so much for dropping that. Like, dude, this has been so awesome. Thank you so much, man. I'm like speechless at that. You guys have been so awesome. When I made this channel, like, I'm telling you, I never thought when I fucking recorded my first Randy Candy Wolford analysis, I never thought that I would someday get like I think you guys have already given me like over $100. I'm sorry. I need to like set this up better to where it actually shows it and like reads it. I kind of just did this like on the fly, I didn't like hella figure out all the technical ins and outs for super chats. But like, dude, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, Ben. That's an incredible thing that you just gave. Like, thank you so much.
Of AR-15s. Never reaches for their guns, never rears back to punch anyone, never even lays hands on anybody. You're going to watch this confrontation here at Ultimate Gas, and I want you to keep in mind that there's a group of people on one side with AR-15s and a group of people on the other side. And none of the people with the AR-15s feel their life is in danger. None of them shoot their guns.
I'm just in shock. That's crazy. I can't believe you just donated $50. Dude, Ben, you are like awesome, dude. You are like a superstar right now, dude.
They can handle themselves. The defendant.
I'm extremely grateful for that. Yeah, this is crazy. To go back to this, like, this is just a fucking wild situation, exactly. This is just a crazy situation overall. Like, what changed? Like, there's a time and a place where you could advocate for public policy or you could protest, like, and it could be meaningful, it could be perceived, but man, this is just not it. Like, no one here is gonna have like a cool, calm discussion or debate on politics. Like, this is just like crazy, instinct-driven fury. Oh shit! Oh my gosh! Another huge one, bro. El Doplo, hop on the super chat train. Thank you so much, dude. You guys are blowing my mind. $20. Thank you, dude. I'm being repetitive by saying I'm speechless, but like, you guys are like fucking awesome. This is crazy. I know, dude. Isn't that some shit? Like, I make a YouTube channel and like barely fucking post on it. Like, I upload all these videos and then I'm like silent for months and then I just do a fucking random. I didn't announce this or anything. I just fucking did it. That's kind of the point, dude. That's how I've always made these videos. Like, I don't even like telling people that I'm making a video. Like, the best shit for me is to just release a video like at like 11 at night in the middle of the night. I'll just drop a video.
That sound you heard was somebody throwing some sort of plastic thing at one of the stanchions underneath the gas station, and it makes a sound that almost sounds like a gunshot. So add that into the mix. You've got people with guns, loud voices, clear hostility, and the sound of something that, frankly, to me sounds like a gunshot, and yet everybody keeps their cool. Nobody hurts anybody. Nobody fires a gun. And watch how they push Joseph Rosenbaum around like a rag doll.
I'm actually pretty surprised, too. Like, I thought this was going to be, like, half dislikes. I thought people would just like immediately fucking thumbs down just because I said that Kyle might be guilty of criminal negligence. I thought people, but it looks like 93 likes compared to 11 dislikes. Like that's actually spread. I mean, people might do it now because they disagree or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, that's actually, this is being received a lot better. Bro, you're gonna give me a heart attack right now, Ben. You need to calm down with these. Man, dude. Ayo, let's make it rain here, people. Love you all. Fast Eddie, you demand. This amazing gentleman, Ben, just donated $100 in a super chat on top of already doing a 50. This is insane, dude. This is wild. Again, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. I'm just extremely grateful. If there's stuff that you want me to, like, dude, now, if there's something you want me to make a video on, like, you just have to tell me. I'll just do it, dude. Like, at this point, like, you got it. You just have to tell me if there's anything that you want me to talk about, like, hey, just shoot me an email. Like, Ben, please shoot me an email and tell me if there's something you want me to cover or something, and you got it, dude, because this is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you. I'm talking about TCAP content too, by the way. Like, if you want me to make like a Predator video or whatever, like, or whatever it is, just let me know. Nah, man, just do you. Spoken like a badass, bro. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Watch this guy in yellow. He's going to shove Joseph Rosenbaum about 8 feet away.
Yeah, I mean, look it.
I guess it was a different guy that did that, but they're shoving him around like a rag doll. Nobody feels threatened by Joseph Rosenbaum. He's not reaching for anybody's gun. He's a mouthy little guy. He's a little dog that barks.
Wow, it's pretty funny. This guy is really disparaging.
And you know what he's going to do now? He's going to tell him, hey, I need to go grab my bag. I don't have my bag. So they let him on through.
It's also worth noting too that so obviously a lot of the people here are here because of a political belief. Some of the people, so for context, I haven't even talked about the context. For context, there was, I think his name was Jacob Blake or Josh Blake, who was a black man who was shot by police. He had some, I believe it was some awful charge, like rape or something, or some kind of abuse. It was some kind of violent crime that he was charged with, and he was a fugitive, and police shot him, and it started these protests, right? Like people started protesting. Rosenbaum was not a politically involved person. His girlfriend, who he presumably spoke to often, they lived in a tent together, she said that he was not a political guy. So, like, at least in Rosenbaum's case, if you're not a politically driven person, like, why else do you go to the riot? Like, why else do you go to the protest? Just to experience the crazy shit, right? It's just to experience the fucking pandemonium that's gonna happen.
He is about to reach down and grab his bag off the ground. That's Joseph Rosenbaum.
And of course, I guess that doesn't really, I mean, that's kind of just an irrelevant fact, but it's just a kind of more like an irrelevant question. Like, why would Rosenbaum in particular go? Some people have postulated that it's almost like he wanted a death by, or suicide by cop. Some people will just point their gun at an officer because the officer might take them out. It's like, if you want to die, but you don't have the drive to actually shoot yourself in the head, put yourself in a situation where someone kills you. Was that at play? Who knows? We'll never know. But it's certainly worth considering. And then huge thank you to Mateo Bass. I'm here to see John Pedersen about a job. Hey, funny you say that because I got a construction company and I'm looking for a guy. I'm looking for work. Okay, I'm licking my lips right now too. You guys can't see, but I'm furiously licking my lips. Oh my god. Okay, so you're kind of just like making it rain right now by like rapid firing these fucking super chats. Okay. Yeah, okay, so ALRIC117 1999. Hey man, I really enjoy your content, and while I may not always agree with your views, you express them clearly and concisely, which I respect. Keep up the good work. Thank you, bro. That's kind of like why I'm even doing this. Like, I'm trying to give a fair amount to each side. Like, I'm not trying to make propaganda here. Like, I'm trying to analyze the facts as they have happened and then decide based on those facts, like, what moral and legal responsibility should be. So like, thank you so much for appreciating that. And then another one, Quinn Linicum. Can you do a vid on Ligma? Yeah, Ligma balls, dude. I'll do a video on whatever you want. Like I said, dude, you guys. And then another from Ben, 1999. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Patrick Kalon, glad to see you back on YouTube, bro. It feels good to be back, man. I'd say I never left, but I kind of did. I kind of just stopped making videos for months at a time. But no, it feels like really good to be back. And especially with this new format of like doing a live stream, right? Like most of my videos, especially my old videos, I don't script shit. I mean, I script like for my newer stuff, I'll script the introduction and I'll script out like the conclusion, but everything else in between is just me fucking like going. So like this whole live stream format is like perfect. I'm just fucking spinning my wheels, dude. I think it's just that I worked like shitty minimum wage jobs for so long. Like when you work a shitty job, like you learn to kind of make the best of the situation. You learn to talk to your coworkers and be entertained, you know? I think that's why live streaming is so easy. Oh my god, another fucking massive super chat from Doug Stokely. Keep up the great work. I love your videos. Bro, $50. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Thank you. If there's anything you want me to do in particular, like, dude, reach out. This is awesome. Like, you guys are just being fucking amazing.
That he tells people, shoot me, asking them to shoot him. I'm curious how that's a threat to anyone else. He's triggered, as we saw in that video, by people pointing guns at other people, which is reasonable. Most people would feel that same way. And then we get to the crux of the defense, this threat that he supposedly made to the defendant. The defense would love to be able to play you a video of this threat. They would love for you to see it and hear it yourself. This is a night in which there are dozens of people out there, reporters and regular folks who are recording with their cell phones and with other cameras.
Yeah, all of which are fucking potatoes, because like all the fucking footage that we're seeing is just garbage pixelated 2004 shit.
We have shown you video of almost every minute of the defendant's night.
Everyone's out there on their fucking
multiple
flip
different
phones.
angles. And yet, you have not been shown a single video with this threat. Nowhere. It's not out there. Ryan Balch testified, and we have his transcript. We have his testimony, and what he says is there was an incident in which Dustin Collette had put out a dumpster fire and said something to the effect of, fuck around and find out.
Fuck around and
Balch
find
steps
out.
in, and he has an exchange with the protesters, and he turns around, and Rosenbaum is right there in front of my face yelling and screaming. And I tell him to back up. And he goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys, blah, blah, blah. So that's the timing, according to Ryan Balch. Right after that dumpster fire. Kriston Harris from the Rundown Live was there, physically, standing right next to Ryan Balch. Not only was he there during the dumpster fire, but he stays with Ryan Balch and or the defendant for the next 6 or 7 minutes, recording everything. And I've played this video for you. It is Exhibit 18.
Someone just asked in chat, what is this trial about? This trial is about the legal and, I guess, ethical definition of self-defense.
And I played for you a period of time from 1 hour and 22 minutes to 1 hour and 28 minutes. And I asked Kriston Harris, I call him to the stand, and I said, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Number 1, do you independently...
Bro, I might buy a little bit more than an ounce. Dude, the dispensary that I go to has like a fire fucking discount right now. They have like a really good sale. So like, dude, I think my girlfriend and I are going to go to the dispensary and like, yeah, no, thank you to everyone. You guys have helped me out a great deal. Wow, okay, we have another one from a return super chatter. El Doplo. I'm glad we can prove, even though we aren't the largest fan base, we are absolutely loyal. We love you, bro. Appreciate the warm welcome back. Hey, thank you so much, man. Like I said, like I never even thought about like money. That was never, no other person who had made TCAP videos like really even, it was just not even a part of it, you know. But it's so awesome. It's so awesome that you guys feel like this stuff is even worth like any kind of financial contribution. Like the fact that so many people have found like humor or entertainment or whatever in these videos, like you guys, it's so meaningful to me. Like that's why I made this channel. I'm extremely grateful for the money you guys have given me. Like, dude, that means a lot to me. But like, I made this channel just to hear from everyone, you know?
Remember seeing Joseph Rosenbaum, hearing this threat. And he said no. And then I said, okay, well, maybe you missed it. Because, you know,
just a smiley face. Thank you for your $10, bro.
So will you rewatch your video for me and tell me, is it in there? And he said, no. This video captures that entire period of time with Ryan Balch and the defendant right there, and there's no threat. There's no Rosenbaum. It didn't happen. The defense desperately wants this because they've got to give you a reason why it's okay to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. And this threat is critical to their case. But it's not there. In exhibit number 3, and I'll play it for you here as I'm talking. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't even visible. Now, I submit to you that even if, I'm sorry, this is exhibit 18, even if there was a threat made, it's still not enough because Joseph Rosenbaum's unarmed and you can't kill him. But the defense has pinned a lot of their case on a threat that didn't happen and they can't prove. It's not on video.
Well, the whole point of it is, of course, you can't prove it because you can't rewind time. But given the facts as they are revealed in court, was the decision justified? Like, that's what the court case is about.
So I'm going to pull up Exhibit 18, the Rundown Live video, and I'm going to go to that mark.
Oh my God, bro. This is too much. This is too much, Ben. This is too much. Another $100 donation from Ben. If you blaze, man, this is for you and your lady. Hope you get that feel good shit and recording to keep. Bro, you got it. Dude, I'm telling you right now, Ben, you got it. Like, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm definitely, this is crazy. This is great. Like, I have, my girlfriend's out in the living room right now. I was actually going to go tell her in a second, like, this is wild. And we're definitely going to be thanking everyone, all of you guys, when we're smoking that shit. Okay, here we go. Another from Manuel Soto. Another one. Kyle will walk and appear at Trump 2024 presidential nomination. Kyle will be found guilty, unlikely, be pardoned by Trump. I'm not a Dem. Hey, I'm just saying. You know, you never. I think that regardless of what happens, Kyle Rittenhouse is probably gonna have like unique opportunities. He's gonna be a hero. Well, here's what's gonna happen. He said they're gonna be found guilty, in which case he'll become a martyr, or he'll be found innocent, in which case he becomes a hero. I think it's gonna be like either one of those two polarizing options. So like, dude, there is a very real possibility that like we see Kyle Rittenhouse like speaking at CPAC or running for Congress or something. Like, that's not outside the realm of possibility. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if Rittenhouse got into politics. That's kind of just like the crazy, like viral social media kind of world that we live in, you know? And then we have another one too, just $10 from DJ B. Bro, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, man.
Kristan T. Harris here for Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of... Kristan T. Harris here to Rundown Live. If you are live, share this in all your groups, your forums, start watching, protect...
Say fucking potato. Everything is recorded on a potato. It's fucking 2020. Like, everyone has like nice Galaxies and nice fucking iPhones, and everyone is... I think it's in particular because some of the people were live streaming, so it's not just about what the camera's recording, it's also like the data, you know? It's not like you're recording it to your phone's storage device. But still, man, all this footage looks like fucking trash.
I could use a doobie right now.
Joseph Rosenbaum is not in this video.
Oh, I need a
Dustin Collette
doobie.
about to put the fire out.
No, see, like good on this guy. The guy who's recording this right now heard that guy with the gun say, "You guys want to fuck around and find out," to the rioters, to the protesters, whatever you want to call it. And like, that's an aggressive gesture. It's like you can protect your private property, but you don't need to yell out, "You guys want to fuck around and find out," when you have a gun. Like that's a highly aggressive gesture. And like, that dude is rightfully trying to de-escalate. He's like, "Dude, chill, calm down, reel it in." Good on that guy.
Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property.
Yeah, he's like, dude, it's cool. Let them do their thing.
I have to agree with her.
There's Ryan Balch standing right next to Gage Grosskreutz. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't here. And the defendant and his group are being told an important message. As long as you stay on your property, but don't go out there and cause trouble.
I have to agree with her. They shouldn't be on the street. They're just protecting their property. When the guy's an asshole. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, when the guy's losing his patience, he should go inside. Yeah, if you guys can switch him out.
He's talking to Ryan Balch right now.
Well, it's almost like the people at the riots aren't winners and have cheap votes. That's funny.
Check your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
I mean, it goes to show that's exactly. It's like, dude, like when you go to this kind of event, like, you know, it's going to be crazy. You know, it's just going to fucking pop off. Like, that's why you go to these events. You go to these events because they're going to be fucking insane. This is as close to like anarchy as we're going to be able to get. And that's why people go to these events.
This is where Ryan Balch goes and talks to a protester.
He's just trying to protect his property. He doesn't want anything. He said he has no problem with you guys. He just wants to burn down the shit. I can't blame him.
And I believe that bigger guy that they showed too, the guy with the gun, in the previous few scenes, like he was an older guy, 30s, 40s, whatever, and he had a military background, so he was ex-infantry. That guy testified on the stand that he kind of watched over Kyle because he looked at Kyle and saw that he was nervous. He saw that he was nervous, and he said that Kyle was like kind of yelling back at the protesters, the rioters, which in and of itself is not, it's I would say it's irresponsible, but it's not illegal, you know? But one of the points that he made was that Kyle was a little bit too immature to just know when to walk away. And when you have a gun in a situation like this, like, you gotta fucking walk away. You don't need to get in someone's face if they just talk shit to you. Like, dude, you gotta walk away and not instigate the situation.
Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You guys
Okay, and then another fucking huge thank you to DJ B, bro. Again, thank you. $20. No message, but your message is there. Thank you for the support, man.
your property. That's why you got problems already with people.
See, this is the complexity of communication. You can say things without saying them. DJ B has just said something, and he didn't even need words, man. Thank you. Do you blaze? All you motherfuckers know that I blaze. You all know I've been blazing right now.
I know you are, but like, they got their own medics, and you know, somebody's supposed to take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's as much as you guys are afraid of them before they march down here. I know, but like, what a conversation they're having.
Really? This is how the prosecution is going to use these last moments and closing arguments? This is...
Thanks, guys.
The rest of the video is the crowd being warded off by gas launched by the police. They launched tear gas, which affects the defendant, which affects Ryan Balch, it affects Kriston Harris, and that group all runs along.
Okay, hold on. David Dodge. Eddie, here's some money for when the munchies kick in. Awesome to see you back. $9.99. Thank you, bro. You know, the munchies are actually starting to kick in. I really want to marathon this. Like, dude, this has already gone on for a while. I want to keep going to like cover the entire thing. I might be here for a while. I guess we'll just see. But the munchies will definitely kick in, and you guys are like making so much of this possible. Like I said, you guys are fucking awesome.
Outside the 59th Street car source, away from the street, away from any protesters. At no point in that video do you hear any threat that Joseph Rosenbaum makes. It's not there. Trust me. If the defense had it, they'd play it for you. Now, they want you to believe that that threat is made, and they also want you to believe that it was something that the defendant took into account when he decided to kill Joseph.
The only important thing in this case that is not on video is the alleged threat to kill, which suggests it never... Okay, so let's analyze that. The only important thing is this case The only important thing in this case that is not on video is the alleged threat to kill, which suggests it never really... Does that really suggest that it never really happened, or does that just mean that it wasn't captured? The fact that there's not evidence for it, does that mean that the opposite is true? I don't know.
One of the questions that occurs to me is, how would the defendant even know who that guy is? Because earlier in the night, Joseph Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt and a blue bandana. But by the time he's killed, he's got no shirt on. He's got no blue bandana. This is someone the defendant has never even met before. He's one of hundreds of people in the crowd. And yet, we're expected to believe that in a split second, the defendant remembers this guy? I don't believe so. So then, that video that I just showed you leaves off at about 11:35 p.m. The police have moved the protesters south of 60th Street. They've tear gassed the crowd, and there's no protesters left. 59th Street is no longer in any danger. It wasn't much danger to begin with. There wasn't anything left there to protect. But by this point, there's no more danger. As law enforcement comes through, you've heard this video where they tell the defendant and his group, "We appreciate you," and hand him out bottles of water. As long as you stay on that private property, yeah. No one is saying you don't have the right to stay on private property and protect private property. What people are saying, what the crowd is saying, is stay there.
Exactly. And like, if Kyle Rittenhouse was protecting a business that he owned and someone tried to break in and like attack him and he shot them, we wouldn't even be having it wouldn't even be a case. There would be no charges. If he had owned, or if he was inside of a building and he was attacked from the outside, there wouldn't be any charges. The entire situation is made different by Kyle Rittenhouse choosing to just walk around with the crowd. Like that's when the event really escalated.
Don't go out looking for trouble. The defendant hears this message from the police and takes it the wrong way. He thinks, oh, well, now I'm junior policeman. I can go run around stopping crime. But I asked him and I asked some other witnesses, if the police are there on the scene,
I mean, that's what the prosecution said that Huber and Grosskreutz were doing, though, right? Like Huber and Grosskreutz, according to the prosecution, were justified in their vigilante attempt to apprehend Kyle. But I mean, I guess, like I said, I'm just trying to be fair and like evaluate each side's arguments.
Protesters are gone. Go home. Why are you still here? Shouldn't
Yeah,
have been
go
here
home.
in the first place.
Hey, that's
But
true
why
for
are you still
everyone.
sticking around?
Why the fuck were you still there, dude? Why the fuck were you still there? No one should have been there. And everyone who was there should have known goddamn well that it was a fucking powder keg.
Interestingly enough, one of the questions I've always had in the back of my mind is, what's the end
There's
game?
a fucking curfew. The police say don't fucking go out. There's been acts of arson and violence. Like, dude, if you go to that event, like you would have to know. Common sense would just fucking demand that you understand that it's gonna be some shit.
When is this crew going to be done and decide that it's time to leave? Well, right after the defendant kills Joseph Rosenbaum, kills Anthony Huber, and comes back, they all flee like rats off a sinking ship. But it's boring at 59th Street. There's no protesters. There's no action. So the defendant decides about 11:35 p.m. to cross the police line and go looking for trouble. He knows at this point.
Right, okay, so I'm going to stop right here. So someone just said, you shouldn't walk down dangerous streets at night, but that's not illegal. Being somewhere you legally have a right to be isn't a crime. Like, yes, you're right. Like at the face of it, yes. But if you put yourself into a situation, if you act, I think the legal term is if you aggress upon another, then you can't use a self-defense. Like, you're not allowed to instigate a conflict and then settle the conflict. It's extremely difficult to do that, especially if you physically attack. If you physically punch someone first and then end up shooting them, it's an extremely difficult case to prove self-defense. So the prosecution is kind of arguing that by simply carrying his rifle, that he was aggressing upon the protesters enough to make them fear for their life. That's kind of the argument. And I guess each of us can evaluate that and decide what we think about it.
He's entering a hostile crowd. He's seen this crowd. He knows what they're like. That's why he has to yell friendly to them, because he knows they're not going to see him and think he's friendly. And he knows he's got to have Ryan Balch with him, some sort of buddy to protect him.
And that's the bong right now, like in true fucking, like I spend a lot of my time doing other shit. Like I'm just going to rip the bong and listen to this.
And he's immediately confronted.
So if you hear the
by that
sound,
man
that's
with
what
the
it
yellow
is.
pants who says, "You just pointed your gun at me." And the defendant says, "Yeah, I did." He admits that. Now, what's interesting to me is they want you to believe this never happened. They want you to believe this guy in the yellow pants made it up or is lying. But he's just standing there by the side of the road, minding his own business, when the defendant happens to walk up to him. Do you think he just sat there and thought, oh, I'm going to make up a lie about this guy on the spur of the moment? Or did it really happen? And is it consistent with everything else you've seen about the defendant? Does he sound like the sort of guy who would point a gun at someone for standing on a car? Does he strike you as the kind of guy that would threaten deadly force to protect property? Because that's what happened. The man in the yellow pants says it happened. The defendant agrees. And then he comes into the trial and says, I was being sarcastic. Like he's a little 17-year-old and he wants to get out of it.
Like he's a little 17.
Shortly
Yeah,
after that, the defendant loses
he
track.
can't help himself. He takes like every opportunity to disparage
Of his
Kyle that he
protector,
can.
Ryan Balch. So now he's in a position where he knows that he's surrounded by people that consider him a threat. He knows that he's not supposed to go anywhere without Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back to 59th Street. And he does. He tries. He walks up to the police line. He says, I work there. That's my business. Which isn't true, but whatever. And they won't let him through. Now, Ryan Balch makes it on through shortly thereafter. But the defendant gives up. He could go one block in either direction and make it back easily if he wants to. But he stops and decides, you know what, I'm going to stay here and maybe see what's going to happen. So then he talks to these people with fire extinguishers. And he's going to go down to 63rd Street. And he asks one of them to come along. And they say no. Now, at this point, he doesn't have Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back. He knows he's supposed to have a buddy. And yet he decides to go it alone. He decides to run down to 63rd Street or walk down to 63rd Street. Doesn't even know if that other group is still there. Doesn't even know if he's really needed. But he can't wait to take this opportunity to go down and confront people.
And that's kind of what the prosecution is angling at, that he left the building that he stated he was there to protect, and he chose to insert himself amongst the likely hostile crowd of rioters/protesters.
Because he thinks he's some sort of cop, some sort of law enforcement agent, some sort of junior cadet who's out there.
Or a medic as well, right? That's what his admitted reason was. He wanted to go administer medical aid.
Fight crime. Nobody asked him to do that. Nobody gave him the right. Nobody deputized him. Ryan Balch says, the police told me, the crowds, we're going to push him down by you, you're going to deal with him. The Bearcats hand out water and tell him he's appreciated. As he's crossing the police line, they warn him about people throwing rocks. What is the message the defendant takes from all of this? The wrong message. Oh, well, now I've got the power. I've got the gun. I'm going to go confront these bad guys. I'm going to stick my nose in things.
Hey, this is fair. That's a fair point, too. It's like, do we want 17-year-olds taking guns and taking rifles and deciding that they're going to LARP as militiamen? I don't know, man. I think that's a pretty sketchy... I get if, like, you wouldn't feel personally threatened by that, but I don't know. Like, I just don't trust people in general that much, you know? Especially groups of people. In any case, like, the Second Amendment... we have to respect it. Like, I agree fully. We have to be able to have rights in the United States, or we have to be able to have guns specifically in the United States. Like, that's essential. But we have to draw the law somewhere, right? We don't let people walk around with fucking nuclear weapons, right? Groups of extremists in the United States can't pool their money and just purchase an atom bomb. Like, we don't allow certain weapons to be in the hands of certain people. Mentally unstable people, for instance, are not allowed to possess firearms, and neither are minors, neither are children, at least in walking around with them in public often.
So what does he do when he gets down to 63rd Street? The first thing he does, we showed it to you at the very beginning, that drone video, grabs that gun and points it at someone to protect property. Points it at the Zeminskis. Because why? Because they're, about to mess with some sort of fire? They're not threatening anyone's lives. He doesn't need to protect anyone. He doesn't need to protect himself. He's pointing a gun because he thinks he needs to protect property. He says he wants to put out a fire, but the first thing he does is drop the fire extinguisher on the ground. His AR-15 isn't going to put out a fire. So why is he really there? And we all agree, you can't use or threaten deadly force to protect someone else's property. You are here to decide whether or not his actions are legally justified.
Here he's wrapping it up.
Not to buy pathetic excuses that might be given to you. As a teacher, when a student says to you, the dog ate my homework, that's an excuse. It doesn't get you out of the homework.
The dog ate my homework.
If you panic in a situation that is not reasonable, that is an excuse. It is not a legal justification. If you're 17...
Oh my god, this dude has this on a PowerPoint. An excuse does not always justify one's actions. The dog ate my homework is an excuse, not a justification. It does not erase... Hey, thank you for letting us know. I was unclear about the meaning of that statement.
If you don't have training or experience, if you put yourself in a situation where you're in over your head, if you're scared, those are excuses. Those are not legal justifications to kill. They do not erase your personal responsibility for your own actions. The court has read to you the instructions in this case. They lay out the law that you should apply. That reading took a long time, and I understand. There was a lot to digest. And one of the things that you will have the opportunity to do when you go back and deliberate is read through those instructions yourselves. Because I get that listening to them doesn't always make it clear. But I encourage you to focus on some things when you consider the defendant's behavior in this case. You are told that criminally reckless conduct is conduct that threatens other people's lives and poses an unreasonable and substantial risk to other people. There is no dispute the defendant's activities here threatened other people's lives. He took 2 lives. You know, this is not like a normal murder case. A lot of murder cases we're in here trying to convince a jury that the defendant killed somebody. That's not in dispute here.
Yep.
That's the easy part. The question is, does he get a pass? Do we think that's okay? Do we think what he did was right? That's the question you have to answer. And when you consider whether his conduct was criminally reckless, consider, did it pose an unreasonable and substantial threat to the safety of others? Count 4 charges him with first-degree intentional homicide of Anthony Huber. There is no doubt that the defendant intended to kill Anthony Huber or committed conduct that he knew was practically certain to kill Anthony Huber. That gun was pointed at Anthony Huber's lower left ribcage, and the defendant deliberately pulled the trigger. That was no accident. And when you do that with an AR-15 against someone's body, it is practically certain to kill. We all know this case comes down to self-defense, but there's a high bar for using deadly force.
Here we go. So this is kind of like the real like meat to the argument that he's making. The defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. I mean, he did get hit with a skateboard.
In a self-defense situation.
The standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. Exactly. This is why I say it's not the whole, oh, well, Rosenbaum was a pedo, therefore it's justified. Dude, that is not a sufficient way to analyze. That's a myopic way to just justify what you already believe. Like, I agree that Rosenbaum was a scumbag, but I don't think that Rittenhouse shouldn't get credit for executing a pedophile when that's not what happened. All Rittenhouse was doing was shooting someone that was attacking him. Now, a pedo was executed. I agree with you, but or a pedo was killed, at least. I agree with you there, but I don't think that we should praise Rittenhouse for that particularly.
The law says that the defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. So did Joseph Rosenbaum pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the defendant?
Maybe he did.
No way.
Yeah, he says no way. That's his job.
Did
but
Anthony Huber pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the defendant? Absolutely not.
Anthony Huber struck him in the head with a skateboard. I think it's reasonable to say that if someone is attempting to strike you in the head with a skateboard, they don't give a fuck about your life. They don't give a fuck about you ending up in a coma, brain damage, or anything. So,
did Jump Kick Man or Gage Grosskreutz? No.
Jump Kick Man.
None of these people.
This Jump Kick Man is hella funny. It's hilarious that this guy's been referred to as Jump Kick Man. Man, and I don't know who he is. I mean, I don't know. He might have been revealed in the trial at some point that I didn't catch, but that's just hilarious.
An imminent threat to the defendant's life or to cause great bodily harm. The standard, when you make this decision, is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of the defendant's acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. So put yourself in the defendant's position. Would you have done the same thing? Would a reasonable person have done the same thing? Would you have engaged in the reckless conduct that led to this course of events?
And that's a different question. Would you have... Okay, so it's like, if you found yourself, if you just woke up and you were there and you had the gun and the guy's charging at you, like, yeah, right? But like, most people would be like, yeah, I'd shoot the guy, right? If you just were teleported into that situation. But life doesn't work like that. Reality doesn't work like that. Like, there are sequences of events that take place to get there. Like, the person has to decide, I want to go to the streets of Kenosha, and then furthermore, I want to bring my gun. Like, there's a lot of different things that have to happen before.
Gone out after curfew with an AR-15 looking for trouble? Would you have aimed at other people? Would you have tried to use the gun to protect an empty car lot?
That's the whole point, especially if you're 17. Like, dude, we don't need you. If you're 17 and you're trying to do this, like, society doesn't need you. There are plenty of other people who are more qualified, more capable to do this.
No reasonable person would have done these things.
That's why it's especially sad that I guess Kyle Rittenhouse's mom was okay with this. Like, she was okay driving him to this event, I guess knowing that he was going to be there. I just can't get past that. My mom would fucking flip. My mom would not be cool with that at all. She would lose her mind if I would have done that.
The court has also instructed you on provocation.
And that's what seems reasonable. It seems reasonable that most moms would flip if their 17-year-old was carrying an AR-15 at a fucking extremely hostile event that could be a riot.
Cannot hide behind self-defense if you provoked the incident. If you created the danger, you forfeit the right to self-defense. By bringing that gun, aiming it at people, threatening people's lives, the defendant provoked everything.
And that's it. That's the crux of the argument. Because it's in dispute, the prosecution says that Rittenhouse pointed the gun at random people. The defense says that he didn't. So there's just there's a simple dispute of fact. Each side has their own version of it. But if Kyle Rittenhouse was pointing the gun at people, it's very reasonable to assume that those people would feel threatened that someone was pointing what could be a loaded gun at them. You shouldn't point a gun at someone unless you want to use it. I think that's one of the fucking like key rules about gun ownership, responsible gun ownership. Like, don't fucking point it at someone if you're not prepared to go through with it. So if Kyle Rittenhouse was pointing the gun at people, it's a really difficult argument to make that the people rushing him, well, I guess the argument could still be made, but it just makes it, if he wasn't pointing the gun at people, it makes his defense a lot easier. His defense becomes a lot more difficult if the fact that he's pointing it at people, but we just don't know. You have one side saying that he was pointing his gun at people, one side saying he wasn't, you know? It's just, what side do you believe? What side do you believe?
And if he does that, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid a confrontation. All reasonable means. So if Joseph Rosenbaum's running at him, Joseph Rosenbaum is no threat to his life. And not only is the defendant expected to run, he's expected to yell, push, shove that rag doll around, run back for help, call 911, call for help, do all sorts of other things besides just turn and fire 4 shots as Joseph Rosenbaum falls helpless to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen,
he's wrapping up.
There is no doubt in this case.
No doubt.
The defendant committed these crimes. He committed a first-degree reckless homicide against Joseph Rosenbaum. He put Richie McGinnis's life in jeopardy. He put Jump Kick Man's life in jeopardy.
See, this is what I mean. He's referred to as Jump Kick. Like, he's being serious. He did this to this guy, and then he put Jump. Oh no, not Jump Kick Man. Not Jump Kick Man.
He put Jump Kick Man's life in jeopardy. He intended to kill Anthony Huber, and he attempted to kill Gage Grosskreutz. All of those elements.
Fucking hilarious.
The question is whether or not you believe that his actions were legally justified. And I submit to you that no reasonable person would have done what the defendant did. And that makes your decision easy. He is guilty of all counts. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's take a break and about 2:25 hopefully, and please don't talk about.
So I think I've been doing this for like 2 hours. I have to just go take a leak. I'm going to be back in one moment. We're going to keep going. I'm going to get to the prosecution's opening statement. I have to at this point. Like I really have to, seeing as we went through all of that was the entire prosecution's closing argument. So that's it. I think there might be another. Yeah, there's another bit from the prosecution, but like this is the beginning of the end, the beginning of just jury deliberation. So like one moment, I'll be back here in like 60 seconds. Like I'll be back as soon as I can. One more sec. A pack more weed. Because I need to get a little bit more fucking high before we start the defense. This is the kind of lawyer I want to be too, just fucking blazing it. Blazing it while like listening to court transcripts. All right, we're good. Let's resume. All right, so we've already seen from the prosecution the lawyer ADA Binger, who many people refer to as Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. So let's hear the defense. And I think this is the more charismatic lawyer of the two working for the defense. I'm just going to call him Jeff Bezos' lawyer, and then the other guy who's not. I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with their names. But I think this lawyer, this defense attorney who's about to speak, is really persuasive. He's just a really persuasive speaker.
Showing you a snippet of State's Exhibit 18, which Mr. Binger just spent 3 or 4 minutes showing that Mr. Rosenbaum wasn't around. And my client couldn't know that he wraps his head in orange. Chain, bag, orange. Ladies and gentlemen,
This audio shit. This dude needs to like get in front of the microphone.
But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation.
I object, Your Honor.
It's in the picture.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hold on, what was that?
So
this guy, so the defense attorney is coming out of the gate swinging, and that's exactly what you'd need to do. This is a kind of no holds barred case. Nothing is off limits. The ADA, the prosecutor in this case, has made attacks on Kyle's character. You know, it's one of those things to where each side is going to viciously, I think that's one of the words in like a lawyer pledge of some kind. It's like you have to zealously advocate for your client, and that's what each party is doing. But you know, to accuse a fellow attorney of just straight up lying to you is kind of like one of the most extreme things you could do. There's not really much more you could do to discredit, you know, your fellow lawyer than to just say they're fucking lying.
Head in orange. Chain, bag, orange. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had this video almost as long as they've had this video. But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation.
I object, Your Honor.
It's in the picture.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not a game. It is my client's life. We don't play fast and loose with the facts, pretending that Mr. Rosenbaum was Citizen A #1 guy. He was a bad man. He was there. He was causing trouble. He was a rioter. And my client had to deal with him that night alone.
See, so here we go. So, I mean, yeah, he comes out swinging. Contrast this kind of delivery in which you emphasize the emotion. He's embracing the fact that he's emotional, to ADA Binger's calm, detached. Rittenhouse was really bad. He was vicious. He wanted to do this. That's been ADA Binger's kind of like soft, silent, not too emotional, professional approach. This attorney, I think, does the more persuasive thing, especially when dealing with regular people. If you're talking to fucking professors, or if you're talking to fucking fellow lawyers, maybe using this condescending attitude might be effective. But I think at least embracing your humanity and embracing the emotions that might come up during a case like this is the more strategic. It's the more strategic route from a communication perspective. This is one of the reasons I want to be like a criminal attorney too, like a criminal defense attorney. Like, I mean, there's much more going on here than what is simply the law. You know, there are elements of communication that are so necessary towards getting your desired outcome of the case. Okay, hold on. We have another from ALRIC 117. As an officer of the court, to claim that another officer of the court is lying is a pretty bold claim and damning if true. Exactly. It's one of the, what else could you say? You know, I mean, if an attorney is lying, that attorney has really zero credibility, because everything that they're going to argue would be based off of things that you couldn't even ascertain whether they're true or not. So yeah, you're going for the throat to accuse your fellow attorney of lying. Sometimes it's worth it. At this point, it's a dirty fight. Like, kind of nothing's off limits. But There are professional consequences for that.
When I say that the truth matters and this is not a game, what
And
do
also, I
mean?
wanted to address this too. So he's right. Like, it's not like there is going to be a significant amount of case law that's going to be made off of this. Like, there will be future trials that will cite this case as either evidence of something being okay or evidence of something being illegal. And that's just how the legal system works. It's called precedent. A case is adjudicated, a case is decided, and then that case's ruling becomes a part of the law and is used to settle future disputes. So even though there is a lot riding on this case, like we've already gone over, like the extent to which you're allowed to defend yourself in a potentially deadly situation, that is something that's going to be decided. But aside from that, this is also the trial of a kid named Kyle Rittenhouse. Like there's a human being with a story, there's a unique set of circumstances that we have to primarily consider. So like, even though there's going to be a huge and profound amount of change that comes as a result of this trial, as much as it's difficult, like we have to keep the focus on like the accused. We have to keep the focus to the crime.
By that,
or at least we should.
Mr. Binger is the one who put on the Kinderi brothers. The reason he put them on, in spite of what he might say today, is because he wanted...
I just want to pause here. So this is a great point. This attorney's approach is not appealing to me. I suppose it may appeal to someone who operate on emotion. I agree. That's not like I'm personally a bit put off by people who do this. I see it as kind of appealing to like, it's using a cheap trick kind of, but it's highly effective when dealing with just what I would call like average people who don't go to college. I mean, primarily it's going to be people who have like white collar jobs. You could like a you know what I mean? There's going to be a certain type of person, probably like a blue collar type person who's just going to be like, dude, tell me the facts. Don't give me a bunch of bullshit. Just tell me the fucking facts. And like, oftentimes human beings relay emotion, you know? So I think that if I was on in a courtroom like this, I would probably make my arguments emotional. That's probably what I'd do.
Now 18, soon to be 12 people to say, gosh, that kid just went to that place and just protected it. He wasn't asked. He was asked. Mr. Kinderi's asked Nick. Nick got a group of people to go down there. The people from West Bend came. Provocation, another thing. Think back on November 2nd when this case started. Did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation? You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation.
What the fuck?
That was open.
This case explodes in his face. My God, I mean, this is wild. So we're witnessing something that is this. I don't think this kind of thing occurs in many courtrooms. Like this is kind of the equivalent of like nuclear war, in which it's all or nothing. I give no fucks about your survival after this. I don't care about your professional reputation. Like
that was opening. Most importantly, in opening, quoting from Mr. Binger's first paragraph of his opening statement on November 2nd, 2021. This occurred after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while yielding an AR-14. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the videos.
15?
Mr. Rosenbaum sees, and I'll show you the video in my closing argument. You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming, along with the Zeminskis, to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so. The things that I just pointed out to you, why is that a problem? Because one, he's lying. Two, he's misrepresenting. Or he wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change to try and fit what has come out.
This guy's face says it all.
Closing argument has been a change.
Holy shit.
He wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change to try and fit what has come out. Remember how when he was talking, there's no proof that the Rosenbaum and Zeminski knew each other? Maybe they didn't know each other that night, but they were together throughout the night. You see them together in pictures, wreaking havoc in this city.
Havoc. Oh, wow. His hands are trembling.
Wreaking havoc in this city.
I don't know if you can see it, but if you observe his hands when he picks it up, his hands are trembling right now. This is probably not a display. He probably really... I wonder whether this kind of performance is a strategic choice or whether it's just how it's coming out, because his hand is trembling like a motherfucker when he's putting this water bottle to his lips.
And now we have the magic pixel camera that brings forth his provocation.
The magic pixel
I'm going
camera.
to go through the charges, and we'll talk about each one of them. Then I'll go through the witnesses, and hopefully I'll bring it home in an honest and forthright fashion.
Wow.
Count 1. Reckless homicide. My client shot Joseph Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. There was nothing reckless about my client's conduct that day.
One of the bullets grazed Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum was shot 4 times. One of the bullets grazed his forehead. It grazed his head, meaning by it grazing that it didn't directly strike. It kept going. So, I mean, just right there, like, kind of disagree. Like, if bullets are going in stray places, like, is that not reckless? I mean, even though he didn't intend it, he didn't mean to miss. But if you miss, you miss.
In regards to Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum was coming at him. My client ran from him, retreated, which is not needed, continues to run. The plastic bag is thrown, the metallic plastic bag. Kyle doesn't know what it is at that time. It causes him to turn and look over his shoulder, pointing the gun in that direction. Mr. Rosenbaum, is he dissuaded by that? No, he is not. He continues running and advancing on my client. That whole time, the state doesn't say anything about Mr. Zeminski firing the shot. Mr. Zeminski having his gun out. Think of the circumstances as they existed at 11:50 on August 25th of 2020. He runs through that parking lot. He continues running on. He turns as he comes into that box canyon with the cars, the van, I believe it's a Pepsi machine, and he turns because he has no place else to go. I'll show you the Zanin video later on. And what's important about the Zanin video, you see that mob of people destroying the cars at Car Source 3, which Mr. Binger doesn't want my client to go and try to protect, even though he was asked by those individuals to protect that property.
No, he wasn't.
Nick Smith called him.
That's just not true. He was not asked by the owners of the Car Source to protect it. The defense attorney, I think, is arguing that he was asked by his friends, and his friends were asked by the business owners.
Hey,
But
they're bashing up the cars and starting fires. Go down there. He goes down there. He has as much right to go there as anybody else in the city of Kenosha and be unmolested by the likes of Joseph Rosenbaum, Kelly, and Joshua Zeminski.
that's true. He does. Yeah,
Mr.
he has
Binger
that right.
says, oh, we'll get the Zeminskis later. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, this is still the United States of America, and he has the burden of proof.
Yeah.
If he wants you guys to believe that my client pointed a gun at him, call the Zeminskis. Put him on the witness stand.
What do you guys, I mean, this is subjective. Do you think that it's wise to employ such an emotional kind of presentation to a jury? I don't know. I don't know. I guess this is something that could be the subject of debate too, like the strengths and weaknesses of the emotional appeal.
Questions and let me or Mr. Sharafasi cross-examine them. That's how we do things in a court of law, but not in Mr. Binger's court. He says, I'm blaming the victim. As a defense lawyer, I might get accused of that more than some other people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rosenbaum was shot because he was chasing my client and going to kill him, take his gun, and carry out the threats he made. And Mr. Binger wants to make a big hullabaloo about the shot in the back. Remember his opening statement. He shot him in the back. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the jury like this. Did he shoot him here? Did he shoot him there? Because of the way the bullet went in and where the bullet ended up in the hip, you know full well that the individual, and I asked the doctor, is on a horizontal plane. What is that horizontal plane consistent of? Somebody leaping, lunging at my client. And we know how close Mr. Rosenbaum was to my client.
From the
The
ballistics?
furthest he could have been when it started, the first shot, 4 feet with the stipling.
Yeah,
We
stifling.
know
Exactly. So that's what he's referring to, the ballistic evidence that indicates he would have had to have been within, what do you say, 4 feet in order to have the kind of evidence that was present on him. When you fire a gun, other things than the bullet leave the gun and leave trace evidence, and that's who he's referring to.
that his hand was on the gun. Mr. Binger wants you to believe that that was just happenstance and accident. Come on, people. Physical evidence does not lie. Use your common sense and good judgment. He talks about Mr. Rosenbaum just somehow ending up down at the riots. Remember that?
He wound up. Guys, how'd I get
Mr.
here?
Rosenbaum, according to the testimony, walked from the bus center 4 miles out to Ms. Swartz's house, and then he couldn't stay there for some reason, and 4 miles all the way back. That's not just ending up. That's going someplace with a purpose, and throughout the night, you saw his purpose. And there was more than one piece of testimony about Mr. Rosenbaum, whether it was a hospital or whether or not it was a jail. Remember that? And there was testimony regarding
This guy's
his
making a
medication.
funny face too.
Ms. Swartz said we couldn't get medication because the Walgreens were all boarded up. She said, the hospital said, they gave him his medication. So whatever facility gave him his medication. Mr. Binger, the man with the burden of proof, why didn't he bring in a hospital or a jail to prove that Mr. Rosenbaum was properly medicated? He'd been off his medications, according to Ms. Swart, for 7 to 10 days. We know that he was acting like somebody who wasn't on their proper medication. He was not acting normal.
I should also say too, so what he's referring to when he says the burden of proof, in Wisconsin, the prosecution has to prove that Kyle intentionally wanted to murder them. In a situation in which it could have been either way, he has to prove that Kyle acted in bad faith. Other states don't have this kind of burden of proof for defense. Other states, it might be more difficult. You might have to prove you actually feared for your life. He has to prove that he actually had intent to murder. And there's a huge difference in the feasibility of proving each charge. Meaning it's easier to walk on a self-defense charge in Wisconsin
Next.
than fucking California.
Richard McGinnis. Reckless. Here, Mr. McGinnis, I'd like to talk about, because the self-defense does not go to Mr. McGinnis, but if Kyle was privileged in exercising self-defense against Mr. Rosenbaum, it carries over to the endangering count of Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. McGinnis, specifically, if the defendant, and I'm reading directly from an instruction, page 9, second full paragraph, which you will be given, if the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. That is Mr. McGinnis. Ladies and gentlemen, when my client shot Joseph Rosenbaum, he feared for his life. He feared because of the prior threats, the prior statements, and the violent acts that had been witnessed by my client. Mr. McGinnis, as a witness, I think he helped us more than he hurt us. He talked about, and this was on cross for Mr. Binger, how do you know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking? He goes, I don't, but I know he yelled, fuck you, and then lunged at Kyle Rittenhouse. Why is he yelling the F you? One of two things. One, to intimidate, or two, he got into a situation over his head. Thinking, as he
Everyone.
said before chasing him, he won't
Everyone
do shit,
did.
MFer, to my
Yeah,
client.
everyone in
Well,
this situation got in over their head.
He states Kyle did not know that he was there, meaning Richard McGinnis. He's a citizen journalist who was running along with his hand, in his phone in his hand, up in the air, in to get a story. My client is not responsible for endangering him when he runs into danger. Plus, the instruction says that if he was privileged as to Rosenbaum, he's privileged as to count 2, Mr. McGinnis. Count 3, jump kick man.
Jump
The
kick man.
uncomplaining, unidentified witness in count 3. There'll be some video later on.
See, this dude, Jump Kick Man, is out there somewhere, and he's fucking like laughing, or I don't know what. Man, someone needs to interview Jump Kick Man to see what his
I'm
thoughts
going
are.
through some of that. You'll see, and I ask you to pay attention. The state has said he's not kicking him. He doesn't hit him. When you watch the video, and it'll be in slow motion, watch where his foot goes, watch what happens to Kyle's head. The force of him kicking him in the face spins his body 180 degrees around, and then it's on. Huber coming in from behind, hitting him in the neck with the skateboard.
See, so I mean, we don't have. While there are certain facts that are agreed upon, such as 2 men lost their life and 1 man was shot, there's not much agreement into the facts that occurred in between those moments. ADA Binger has represented the case to be Kyle kind of like viciously and maliciously just taking off on these dudes and popping off on them like before it even became necessary. And then we have the defense attorney giving a completely different series of events. Now we're hearing about how Kyle was attacked, how he was hit. Like, this is why it's essential to hear both sides of an argument, you know? And I guess back to this, it's like, which one do you believe? Well, realistically, that probably depends on what political alignment you have. I mean, that's not correct. Like, it is what it is, and people are the way they are. But I think that just the way that people are, we tend to like group. We tend to associate with our group, you know, in opposition to other groups. And that's probably how a lot of people are deciding what is true and untrue, because both sides are saying wildly different things about the facts of the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you see throughout event number 2, and this is the beginning of it, is individuals working in a mob. They don't know what happened at Car Source 3, event number 1. But somebody said, hey, he shot somebody. Doesn't know that he was being chased by a crazy person. But they're going to get their licks in on Kyle Rittenhouse, or, as they perceive him, somebody from the other side who has been putting out their fires, causing problems for them, stopping them from wreaking havoc in Kenosha.
Why is he saying havoc? Is that how they say it there? That's a trip. Maybe I'm just ignorant as a fucking ignorant ass Californian who's lived in California my whole life, but I thought it was just havoc, not havoc, even though it's spelled havoc.
And ladies and gentlemen, the standard is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm is defined as likely to cause serious bodily injury. A kick to the head is likely to cause a serious injury.
Yeah, agreed.
Did my client suffer a debilitating injury as a result of that? No, but that's not the standard. Mr. Huber, he's a rioter, pushing a dumpster lid on.
He's dead. So Huber's dead. He started. The first thing he says, California shooting at the. He's a rioter. That's funny.
Fire, going to the barricades to pick up pepper balls, throw them back, pointing his middle finger at the police. He's assisting Rosenbaum at the gas station, hits Rittenhouse 2 times with the skateboard, and attempts to disarm him. You'll see it all in the slow motion video later on. And
see, and I guess it's better for the defense in this that he waited until he was struck the second time with the skateboard. He didn't shoot him before he was struck. Like, he allowed him to be struck in the skateboard with the head first before he shot.
Kyle Rittenhouse is running away from Anthony Huber. The state wants to call my client an active shooter.
Yeah.
And the reason they want to do that is because of the loaded connotations of that word.
Exactly.
Everyone has heard of the theater.
So I'll just, like, right now, so denotative definitions and connotative. So the denotative definition of a thing would be whatever it says in the dictionary definition. So, like, if you look up active shooter in some kind of fucking dictionary, it's going to say a person who is discharging a rifle in public with the intent of shooting people, whatever, right? But then there's also a separate kind of meaning, which is the connotation of it. It's just the feelings. What do you feel when you think of the word active shooter? Like, you think of fear, and you think of like a person who's unhinged or who's evil. Like, so yeah, the defense attorney's calling him out for using this word with powerful connotations. It's a charged word, active shooter. That means something in the United States. That's not a joke. Like, that happens. It could happen anytime in the United States. And I think for Americans, when you hear that, it's like, oh fuck, you know, is it? Because nowhere's off limits. Nowhere's off limits. In our fucked up world, active shootings happen all the time in the United States.
Killings, the school shootings, and things like that. Ask yourself, the definition of an active shooter is somebody with a plan to inflict multiple casualties, usually out of anger or animus towards a group.
Exactly.
This case, what caused Kyle Rittenhouse to shoot somebody? Joseph Rosenbaum. He runs after shooting Joseph Rosenbaum for almost 2 blocks before scene number 2. Mr. Binger makes a big thing about Kyle Rittenhouse not staying around. Car Source 3. after the shooting. Ladies and gentlemen, if Kyle Rittenhouse had stayed at Car Source
He would have
3,
been attacked.
all that would have happened is it would have made the police have an easier job because scene 1 and scene 2 would have been put in the same location. My client ran 2 blocks without shooting at anyone, pointing at anyone, doing anything to try and get away. He tells the individuals he's going to the police, and he's running in that direction when he stopped. He's hit in the head with a hand with a rock in it, knocking his hat off. Mr. Binger says, oh, he just knocked his hat off. I don't think that individual was trying to steal Mr. Rittenhouse's hat. He was trying to take his head off. Who comes in next?
Real talk, though, that hat would probably be worth so much money now.
Anthony Huber, for the first time. Hits him. Opening statement, Mr. Binger, was he takes a swing at him. Now it's he blocked because we took the videotape and lightened it up. Huber strikes him in the head and arm the first time. Jump kick man comes in, kicks him in the face,
Here we go,
spins
jump
his
kick
body 180 degrees, and Anthony Huber comes in for the second lick to the shoulder neck area, trying to take his head off. And when he does that, his other hand goes grabbing for the gun, his bare hand onto the gun and pulling it away from Kyle Rittenhouse. Mr. Binger wants Kyle to sit there and hope and pray to God his strap works, and Anthony Huber can't get the gun. We don't know that. We'll never know that as he's running away from him. A shot as the gun is being separated from his body, and you'll see the butt way far away when the shot is finally fired. Even Gage Grosskowitz said he was concerned about the blows that Jump Kick Man and Anthony Huber were inflicting on Kyle's head.
Yeah, you could fuck someone
That's
up
probably
with either your feet or a skateboard, especially the metal trucks that the wheels are attached to. That shit could really fuck up a human skull.
the only thing I agree with Mr. Grosskowitz.
What do you say?
And
Oh,
Anthony Huber were inflicting on Kyle's head. That's probably the only thing I agree with Mr. Grosskowitz.
the only thing we have in common is we thought it was serious when people kicked Kyle Rittenhouse
Gage
in the head.
Grosskowitz. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what Kyle did under those facts and circumstances was unreasonable, that he was
Exactly.
not entitled to self-defense.
Exactly, and that is kind of like that's the heart of it right here. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was wrong. Like that, the presumption is going to be that he was justified, not that he was wrong. So like you have to prove like why was he wrong, and if you can't prove it, then he walks. Like that's how the law is written.
Consider all the events that had occurred that evening. Him being attacked, kicked in the head, hit in the head with a skateboard, other individuals running up on him, and now Mr. Grosskowitz runs up on him. And the first action of Mr. Grosskowitz, and I'll go through the video later, is really he's running in, the hand is coming up, and the gunshot with Huber goes off. And the natural reaction is the flinch. He covers up. And then he pulls his hands up. And as he's standing with his hands up, look, he's not gripping the gun anymore in a pistol grip. Hands apart, hands up. And as he comes in to finish the job, the hand is on the gun going for Mr. Rittenhouse. And he says it's an involuntary movement. The shot comes before it gets directly to his head. But the motion is coming, the shot, and it continues on with that momentum. Enough momentum to go through the bullet and point directly at Kyle's head. Does Kyle fire again? No, he doesn't. Actions likely to cause death or great bodily harm. And he is coming in with a loaded Glock.
Yeah.
And we asked Mr.
And Grosskowitz was unlawfully in possession of that loaded Glock.
Gage Grosskowitz about it. He wouldn't even admit that there was one in the chamber. That's why we had to put on the officer to talk about the unfired shell casing. Lukowski talked about clearing the weapon and a live round coming out. Because Grosskowitz won't say anything that puts him in a bad light. Grosskowitz, the person who has 10 million reasons to lie. And we all know
What he's talking about. Grosskowitz, I forget who he's suing. I don't know if he's suing Rittenhouse. Grosskowitz is suing for $10 million for the vaporization of his bicep.
did lie. Because he never gave a new interview after giving a statement saying he dropped his gun going down the street.
Yeah, now the defense attorney is basically saying, well, with $10 million at the stake, he's creating a fabrication.
Ladies and gentlemen,
of
those
events.
are the charges. Those are a synopsis of the charges. As I stated, the burden is on the state, and they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client did not have the right to self-defense. Kyle, as he sits here, is presumed innocent of all charges.
Yep.
If there is any reasonable hypothesis to reconcile with Kyle's innocence, that is what you are to choose. Remember, when looking at the burden of proof, they have it. Think about some of the things, the shoddy investigation, the rush to judgment from the Kenosha District Attorney's office, the Zeminskis not being called as witnesses. They have the burden of proof. We don't.
That is key. This burden of proof that he's mentioning is key. Whose duty is it to prove ill intent? It's the state's duty. It's not the defense. It's the state's. And that makes it harder.
They want it to be that Kyle was out there doing something improper. Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community. He was asked to provide help in protecting property at the car sources. It started, and he did it. He did provide aid, and he was asking if anybody needed aid. Whether somebody chooses to accept that aid, that's on them. But Mr. Binger wants to poo-poo his sincere belief that he's helping people because he borrowed bandages from Dominic Black, and I think he might have borrowed something from Lukowski also. But in the picture, when the Kandiri poses with all the people who are going to protect his property, there's Kyle's big orange gator box. He's got his pack on, filled with things, and he's willing to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle was not an active shooter. That is a buzzword that the state wants to lash onto because it excuses the actions of that mob on the 25th of 2020.
It's rhetoric, man. There's rhetorical significance to the things that we say. The things that we say evoke meanings in people, meanings that we might not share, but powerful meanings nonetheless. And words matter. The particular words that we use when communicating with people, that shit
Kyle
matters.
was there. He reacted to people attacking him. There's numerous times, and you'll see him on the video, he does not shoot. He runs 2 blocks from 63rd to 61st, scene 2, without firing his weapon. Individual hits him in the back of the head. He does not turn around to address that threat. Huber takes a swing at him with the skateboard like that. Kyle blocks, and the skateboard's knocked out of his hand. He doesn't turn around and shoot him. He keeps running and falls from the 2 hits. He's run that far, and yet somehow he just fell over on his own. As soon as he's on the ground, they're there attacking him. And you see the people. The law of self-defense, you've seen it, you've heard it. Now I'm going to
say privilege, self-defense, force intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Self-defense is an issue in this case. The law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another only if the defendant believed that there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with the defendant's person, and the defendant believed that the amount of force the defendant used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and the defendant's belief was reasonable.
go through the witnesses. Dominic Black, first witness, charged by Mr. Binger for providing the gun to my client. 2 counts, looking at up to 6 years in prison.
Yikes.
His case has been adjourned so that he can help the state. I don't think he helped the state that much. I think he was a pretty truthful witness, all in all. He told them about Kyle there to help people, that they had permission.
Oh, the state cut him a deal. The state adjourned. So by testifying for the state, he wasn't charged with this crime. That's a good deal for him. Yeah, he didn't really give that much damning testimony against Kyle.
That he saw Kyle help the woman with the foot, help the person with the hand. Mr. Binger wants to just say, oh, that doesn't matter. If it wasn't Kyle, it would have been somebody else. The point is, he was there, and he did it. There was no
with an
pointing
AR-15
by Kyle of any laser sight. There was no ability for Kyle or him to point laser sights at anyone because their guns didn't have the type of optics that did that. He said Kyle was there to help. The only person helping was Kyle. And he can say what he wants about whether or not he let Kyle take the gun or not take the gun.
The only person helping was Kyle. Dude, come on. Are you really saying that there was no one else who was offering medical service?
He never told him.
I think Grosskreutz had a hat that said medic on. So I think one of the guys, the dude who was shot and who lived, I believed he was there in his capacity as an EMT because Grosskreutz was an EMT. He worked as a emergency medical technician.
Not to. He went to the location with him. They bought straps at Jelensky's together. He's trying to cover his butt a little bit. The guns were there, and they took them. They took the guns, as he said, to deter people attacking them. He saw Kyle at the end, sweating, was in shock, and said that he shot someone. He had to do it. That is Dominic Black. Corey Washington saw the rioters breaking up concrete at the church parking lot, described Rosenbaum as erratic, stated the crowd was suspicious. I don't know what that means. One of the things that I thought was strange was the night before they were burning garbage trucks, but they only burnt the old ones. I think that tells you something about his point of view, that there's a certain amount of property damage that is justified and okay. Kenosha was using those garbage
No, not
trucks.
necessarily. I mean, they could have just burned the old ones. That wouldn't imply that it was acceptable or unacceptable. It's very possible that the witness could have simply meant that, yes, they were burning garbage cans and they burned the old ones and they didn't burn new ones.
Rioters.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he condones the action.
Fire. And nothing regarding property destruction was going to do anything to help Jacob Blake. We also learned that Kyle Rittenhouse smokes cigarettes and that he has an affinity for the Dinosaur Museum.
The Dinosaur
Detective
Museum?
Howard, ladies
Dude,
and gentlemen,
dinosaurs are awesome. I've been so into fucking I guess as a completely unrelated note, I've been listening to the Jurassic Park audiobooks here on YouTube. Fucking great series of books.
Detective Howard's testimony.
If you like this stuff, if you could fucking listen to me talk about just bullshit like this, like, you might like audiobooks, because I like listening to people talk, and yeah, they're awesome.
Detective Antaramian's testimony is the stuff of what reasonable doubt is made of. Two detectives, both lead officers on this case. They've sat through every minute of this trial, and their opinions of the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum from testimony, videos, couldn't be more diametrically opposed. Detective Howard, on cross-examination, knew that the guy was hiding in the car and jumped out from behind the car and began chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh boy, that's not good for the state's case. So there's the old chit-chat between Mr. Howard and Mr. Antaramian and the prosecutors after, and all of a sudden we've come up with the new theory. And you heard the new theory, that he raised the gun, and that's what's on the video. Can I have the firearm, please?
He's accusing him of lying. I mean, he's accusing the prosecution of blatant corruption, of manipulation of facts in order to serve his case. Yeah, this is pretty intense. This is about as like fucking gloves off an attorney can be.
Thank you. Think about when Kyle Rittenhouse is firing the gun, when he's seen holding the gun throughout the events of the 25th. Shouldering the gun, and I'm not going to bring it all the way up to my shoulder, to the right shoulder, which would be a stance like this. The reason I objected in his closing argument is because that's not the way he was standing. If he's standing like this is right-handed, pointing the gun this way, up at the ready, his back would be to the drone footage. In the drone footage, you see the arm. It would be somebody having to hold the gun left-handed. This is a right-handed firearm. If this gun is brought up to his face and it is pulled back,
Can he pull it back?
the shell casing, hot, and the fire that ejects it is going to be going right into Kyle's face. The photograph I'll talk about later, you don't see the straps on his shirt. It didn't happen the way he said. It doesn't happen the way in the photograph. I'm going to need this again.
Yeah, see, so I mean, the same kind of evidence that the prosecution was presenting and saying, look at this, here it is, you know, in fucking stunning 4K, evidence that proves Kyle was doing whatever. The defense is like, no, dude, in these grainy fucking potato pictures, that's not what you're saying. And I think because the quality of the pictures and the quality of the video is often so poor, it raises a question as to the viability of it as evidence. If you can't even fucking see it.
Burden of proof, once again.
It's on the state.
The telephones, the searching of telephones with search warrants, the subpoenaing of records. I have no problem with that. It's good police work. But when you pick and choose and you make favorites, it's not. My client testified, and I'll say it this way, the detective testified, that my client's phone was sent to the FBI. It was unsearchable because of the operating system. The FBI and the federal government had not cracked it yet. We found out about that. We had nothing to hide. Here's the numbers. Search the phone as long as we're given a simultaneous copy. So we have what you have. We can have our experts look at it. They can have their experts look at it. So we know that there isn't anything added or deleted. We did that. We gave that to the state. If we had something to hide, they never would have gotten in that phone. They took the phone, they made a copy, they searched it. Lo and behold, nothing of an incriminating nature in it, nothing militia, white supremacist, any of that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole like white supremacist thing, that's obviously untrue. Kyle was not a white supremacist. I don't think there's any evidence that suggests that.
Gage Grosskreutz, different story.
He's gonna call him like a fucking like an Antifa radical. They made Gage Grosskreutz, the gentleman in the lower left of this video right here. They made him admit that I guess he attended some like communist event and he said some shit about like long live the revolution. He said some stupid cringy shit about like, oh, long live communism or something. And they made him admit that in court, which of course makes him look like a radical, and then in turn decreases his credibility as a witness.
Had a valid search warrant for it. The only search warrant that these guys have never not executed when it's sitting right in front of them.
Oh, right.
Not just that.
Yeah, so and that argument too.
For it. The only search warrant.
Was it for his phone?
Gage Grosskreutz, different story. They had a valid search warrant for it. The only search warrant that these guys have never not executed.
The point he's making there is that the police had a valid search warrant for, I believe, Gage Grosskreuz's phone, and the police didn't get the evidence. So the idea is that because Gage Grosskreutz calling Kyle Rittenhouse like a killer and all this, because that was really good for the prosecution chose not to investigate the extent of Gage Grosskreuz's criminal activity. So the idea is that, you know, they scratch his back, he scratches theirs, and that's what the defense attorney is accusing them of. And that's a fair point. It's like, well, you were gonna press charges against this guy, and then you stopped, and he became your star witness. Like, well, does he have a reason to lie?
When it's sitting right in front of him. Not just that, but Mr. Grosskreutz could have consented to them going in the phone. If he has nothing to hide, why not? Why not let them look in the phone? And let's take common sense and judgment one step further.
Yeah, let's.
Police officers get search warrants. They execute the search warrant. Sometimes somebody feels as though their rights have been violated, and it gets litigated in a court of law. If it was illegal, the information in that search warrant never comes out in court. If it's legal, after a judge has said there were no rights violated, it comes in evidence. What was Mr. Grosskreutz afraid of? Why wouldn't the state execute the search warrant?
This defense attorney's finger is trembling. This dude is I would say it's fair to say he's overcome with emotion. His hand is trembling.
Let Mr. Grosskreutz and his attorney object, file a motion, and say you can't go in my phone. Let the judge decide, not the person who's prosecuting and protecting Mr. Grosskreutz. Come on, people.
I mean, by saying things like "come on, people," I mean he's referring to how it should be self-evident. Like, there's a clear benefit that each of those people have to working together against my client.
Mr. Grosskreutz has 10 million reasons for not wanting somebody to go in his phone.
Reference to the lawsuit again. Fucking 10 million smackaroos.
The timing with the detectives and some of their actions, I think, are very important. They get down to Antioch at about 3:30 in the morning of the 26th, less than 4 hours after this happens. By 6 o'clock, 6:30, given the benefit of the doubt, Kyle Rittenhouse is under arrest for first-degree murder. There's not been any autopsy done. There haven't been any witness statements taken. They've got 2 or 3 videos. The bullets, I should say it this way, all of the bullets have not even been picked up from car source at this point. but they're willing to make a decision. And were they under pressure? I'm sure they were. They're afraid that there's going to be another night of looting, destruction in Kenosha because of this happening and the way the word got out. He traveled across state lines. He was here. He brought his AR with him. The AR was here.
Yeah.
He was a white supremacist looking for trouble. Nothing. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, when we picked you guys as jurors, we asked you if you could decide based upon the evidence that happens in the courtroom. Not what you'd heard before, not all of the lies and untruths that have been put out in the media. I heard one guy say, my client discharged the gun 60 times. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in court is what you decide the truth on. He was charged on the 27th. Still, they didn't have the information, the autopsy's final, anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rush to judgment. Richie McGinnis, I talked about earlier, citizen journalists. Mr. Binger talked about him seeing guns. But remember the cross of Mr. McGinnis. Guns are not legal in Portland, Washington, or D.C. or New York. They're not allowed on the streets. You can be arrested. There are state laws. And ladies and gentlemen, the gun in this case is no longer an issue. Whether or not it was a dangerous weapon as it applies to the charges.
Yeah, the judge dismissed that. Like I was saying earlier, I mean, it's already been like fucking over 3 hours. But like I said, one of the charges that Rittenhouse was being charged with was unlawful possession of a rifle by a minor. The judge has thrown that out because of the actual wording of the statute. Like the specific language of the statute, there was some kind of debate about whether it actually prohibited minors from possessing guns everywhere or whether there were certain exceptions.
But my client is no longer charged with minor in possession of a firearm.
He was also being charged with breaking curfew, and that was dismissed as well. So Kyle has had charges dismissed that it was reasonable that the jury might have found him guilty. I guess that's up to each individual to decide whether the judge was justified in doing that, but that's what happened. Which is good for Kyle.
His AR-15.
Certainly good for
and
Kyle.
The assault weapon and the fear that goes with that to try and bring home an unjust guilty verdict. Ryan Balch had never met Kyle Rittenhouse before the evening hours of the 25th, has never spoken to him or known him after. And yet the state wants you to believe he made up something about a threat to kill. Why? What?
And I believe Ryan Balch is the guy who is recorded his fucking, the video that he was doing, the live stream in which he was there. He said, I wish I had a doobie right now. So it's pretty funny that dude, that guy obviously blazes it, and it's hilarious. The like him kind of shit talking during his live stream, talking to some guy about how he wants a doobie. That ended up being played in fucking court in a murder trial.
What's in it for him? The threat. If I get either of you alone, I will kill you. That is a threat with a statement and a promise.
By Rosenbaum.
And lo and behold, the chance presented itself to Mr. Rosenbaum,
yep.
And he attempted to execute it. And I don't, for a minute, believe that he would have done it if it was Mr. Balch, who's much bigger than my client, muscular, well-built, and much more assertive and forceful. Rosenbaum, like any, as he referred to him, I don't even know what he called him, a ragdoll, whatever.
Napoleonic.
But the little guy who gets beat up likes to go after the next littlest guy. He saw Kyle alone, and that's what he chose to. Or he could have been mistaken and thinking it was the other person at the ultimate that he went after and had to be held back. They were dressed very similarly, baseball caps, mask, and the only difference was the difference between shorts and a long pants. I can't answer that. Mr. Rosenbaum at this point, I guess, can't either.
No, he's dead. But
you see Mr. Rosenbaum right around the time in question at that location, menacing with his chain. I skipped. That's Mr. Balch. I talked about him going on.
Oh, that's not Doobie Guy. Balch is not
Amber
Doobie Guy. Never
Rasmussen.
mind.
She was the DNA expert. What I say to you is DNA is an incredibly useful tool, but DNA is only as useful as what you put into it. And if DNA shows anything, it shows that it's not proof positive in this case. We know, in hearing from Dr. Kelly, that he most probably touched the gun. It was a contact wound, is the way he described it. And we know through the videos, Huber touched the gun with his bare hand, and yet no DNA was found on that gun. So don't let your eyes deceive you. Don't let the physical evidence be discounted because of what she said. The end of that barrel was not swabbed. And we know he had to be at the end of the barrel, or it would have had the soot on all of the fingers. Jason Lukowski, thought was an interesting witness. He was the Marine who put the phrase, shout, shove, show, shoot. And I asked him about that, and I don't for a minute disbelieve that that's the Marines' rule. Is there any retreat in there? He said no. He looked at me like I was stupid. The reason he looked like that was because they don't retreat. Yet Kyle Rittenhouse did retreat. He tried getting away from Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yeah, there are worlds of difference between a Marine who's trained, who presumably has already passed every certification and every test necessary to become a Marine, and then a fucking 17-year-old who just decides to do this. Like, there's a huge difference in the kind of discretion that we would presume each to have.
He described Joseph Rosenbaum as belligerent, with malintent, used the N-word, did the false step
say
thing.
He used it with the A. Don't say just N-word. He could have said ER. That would have been so funny. So he used the N-word. It wasn't the hard R, but he's...
With malintent, used the N-word.
You should say with the
false
A.
step thing.
For
Did not see Kyle as aggressive. He was there for a shorter period of time than anyone else at CarSource. He also cleared Gage Grosswitz's gun after the shooting and made it safe, took the shell out of it. And I ask you to think back to the direct examination of Mr. Lukowski by the state. When they asked him, what did Kyle say to you? His first statement was, I just shot somebody, I need help. That's what he testified to. And then Mr. Binger shows him the statement and gets him to say, well, I told the FBI that. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what he told the FBI. The FBI doesn't let him see that statement, doesn't let him read the statement and say, you've read this to me, it's true and a correct copy. They write down what they think they heard. I ask you to think about what he said. If he didn't shoot somebody, why does he need help? That makes no sense. He said it, he testified to it.
He could not shoot if he didn't. What did he say?
I ask you to think about this to me, it's true and a correct copy. They write down what they think they heard. I ask you to think about what he said. If he didn't shoot somebody, why does he need help? That makes
He could need help without needing to shoot someone.
no sense.
Come on.
He said it, he testified to it. That's what happened. The state confronted him and pushes him back to his original statement so he doesn't get in trouble. He put the tourniquet on Gage Grosskreutz. He testified that he had his AR-15 with him, providing medical services, first aid, just like Kyle Rittenhouse. And I find it so ironic that he was there. Gage Grosskreutz had said to them, go home, we have our own medics, you stooges. And who ultimately helps him with his tourniquet? Sarah Hughes,
Go home,
testimony.
you stooges.
She reminded Mr. Huber and his girlfriend they needed to be home by curfew. Obviously, not advice that was followed. Wish it had been. Carrie Ann Swart, I talked about. She talked about Joseph Rosenbaum being bipolar, being prescribed gabapentin.
Oh, this is Joseph Rosenbaum's ex-girlfriend, whom he was living with in the tent.
He had to leave her house that night after walking 4 miles, taking about an hour, and then walking another 4 miles.
And I believe he also had to leave because there was a restraining order that she had against her because he had physically assaulted her.
Back to downtown where the riots were going on, where he could involve himself fully. Her story contradicts Nathan DeBrune. I just got out when he said, I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back. He'd been off his meds for the week prior. The videos of Joseph Rosenbaum
Ooh, Binger's
show
shaking his head.
the state that he was in. No proof that he ever took his meds. Saul Kindiri, he was the first of the Kindiri brothers to testify.
These are the owners of the establishment to which Kyle originally said he was going to be protecting.
He's in the picture with all the people who protected his property. He's there, and he said he just liked the military garb Why did he get a picture then with just one of them? How did he wrangle all these people up? Everybody in that picture said that they wanted him there. They gave him permission. Even Dominic Black concurred in that, the state's witness. But as I said earlier, they want these two guys to dirty Kyle up. He's just picking a spot to pick trouble and to be there and cause problems. He was asked to provide security. He did.
He was asked by his friend. He was not asked by the owners of the place.
That they were going to pay any money, yet Nick Smith says they were. And going to pay money to Nick Smith. And ladies and gentlemen,
never did, though.
Do you get the feeling that they're a little afraid of being sued, as everybody else in this case is?
Yeah, so, okay, now he's arguing that the reason... Wow, so he's kind of disparaging the owners of this establishment for basically putting people up to what was eventually a lethal situation. Yeah, so aside from kind of just casting doubt on Grosskreuz's willingness to tell the truth, he's also disparaging that witness.
I think so. And when they were up there, I don't remember them saying, oh, you can protect car source 2 or car doctor, but don't go to car 3. They had somebody arranged to protect car source 3, and the word came in that they had left. Dominic, Balch, Joanne Fielder, all of them say they had permission. Why would they lie about that? How does that protect them? They're not charged with anything. Who's the people who are lying here? Sal and Sam.
Oh, wow.
Next, Police Officer Widener. He was the ET. He went and recovered some of the 2-3 rounds from car source. I believe he found 3 of them. The other 2 were found 3 days later. He photographed a mask. He didn't find the bag, and we do not concede that there was nothing in that bag. Not for a minute. They have the burden of proof. They have the burden to preserve a crime scene appropriately, get the evidence, and show it to you. Ryan Balch said he smelled ammonia and bleach. They didn't find the fire extinguisher. We know that the fire extinguisher was there. It's in the videos. But that doesn't fit in the state's narrative.
More head shaking
Kyle
from
actually
Binger.
going there to put out a fire, which had been started earlier in the Duramax.
Kind of worth noting, too, just the dramatic difference between the structure of each. So Binger went up there and basically told a story. He kind of oriented his closing argument chronologically, like, here's what happened from this time to this time, and then this. He plays out like these kind of like scenarios just with the presentation and the structure of his closing arguments. And then this defense attorney is simply reviewing what each individual witness said and basically summarizing why what they said was beneficial for Kyle. I think that this actually might be a more strategic approach. Maybe being emotional isn't strategic, but I think it might be more effective to specifically state what each witness said and how that's beneficial towards your client. But yeah, it's just it just goes to show too the kind of creative liberty that these defense attorneys and the prosecutors have.
Officer Van Wee recovered the last 2 shell casings. Strike that. I love technology. Officer Van Wee. Officer Moretti. He was the driver of the squad car that Kyle tried to surrender himself to. He said it was a war zone. It was a war zone those 3 nights. He described it as the city on fire. The police felt as though they were completely surrounded, described the constant gunfire that evening. Mr. Binger wants to slough it off as fireworks this. It really wasn't that bad that night. Ladies and gentlemen, it was hell in this area downtown. There were violent people causing trouble. And the state wants us to believe it was okay. The police pushed them back. Now they could leave. Car source was safe. And I can't remember specifically what witness it was, but it stuck out in my mind. The witness said the police pushed him back, let him back, pushed him back, let him back. And a lot of the burning happened late at night, that witness said. Gage Grosskreutz.
No, here he comes. Yeah, he has it out for
10
this
million
guy.
reasons to change his
This
statement.
is the third time
His
he's mentioned specifically. He wants that to stick with the jury. This is the third time he's said 10 million reasons specifically.
He is sitting in the courtroom, has been sitting in the courtroom when he testified. If he's just your average complaining witness, why get a lawyer? What do you got to hide? He didn't have a valid concealed carry permit. He wasn't charged. He lies to the police about being armed that night. He said he dropped his gun. going down the street.
And they also had a search warrant for his phone, which they never acted upon. They said, actually, it's cool, bro. You don't need to hand it over.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what's called obstructing.
Yeah.
Most people, when you lie to the cops, especially in a murder investigation, you get in a little bit of trouble. I've represented some of those people. Not Mr. Grosswitz, because he's their star witness.
Wow.
Bought, paid for, and protected. You don't want us to search your phone? Oh, we're going to invoke the never-heard-before Marcy's Law exception to the search warrant, even though they had a signed search warrant by a judge of Kenosha County. He was...
I mean, he's straight up accusing them of, like, malfeasance. He's saying that what you've done basically amounts to, whether it's charged or not, criminal obstruction. This is hardcore. This guy is... because ADA Binger went up there first, I don't think that he made like kind of like snide little jabs at Kyle. This guy is coming up here and explicitly saying they're fucking lying. They're lying and they're corrupt.
Also an armed medic. Wants you to believe that he didn't have one in the chamber and he would never shoot somebody. But before he said that, he said key, wallet, phone, gun. Never leaves the home without them. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't carry a concealed weapon. And I don't think I could shoot somebody. But when people carry guns, that's what they're for in the city. This isn't the wild, wild west. He had his gun. Kyle Rittenhouse had run by him. You'll see the picture. Was by him, gone. Did he go to give medical help? He didn't know that Mr. Rosenbaum was being tended to. No, he decided to run in and advance on the fray. He, affiliated with the American People's Revolution here in Wisconsin.
Right, so now
I might have that one word wrong, but he did it.
He's referencing Grosskreuz's, I guess, allegiance to this fucking like communist organization or something.
And who ultimately put the tourniquet and fixed it on his arm? But Mr. Lukowski, a member of somebody he refers to as the militia and the Stooges. Two different encounters between Gage Grosskreutz and my client. The first one, he does not show or give any indication of a weapon. My client does not point a weapon at him, does not shoot at him, does not swipe the weapon towards him. He states he's going to the police. That is uncontradicted. Why doesn't Mr. Grosskreutz let him be and go give aid and comfort to his fellow rioter?
Fair question.
But instead, he joins the mob, chasing Kyle, arms himself, and runs in the fifth or sixth person into the melee in scene 2. And when his friend was called, his friend said in his Facebook post, his only regret
is not emptying the clip.
Was not emptying the clip into the kid. So we know what his intent.
So by that, he's referring to, I guess, I forget if it was Grosskreutz or if it was it was Grosskreuz's friend posted on Facebook or Twitter or some shit that he had spoken to Grosskreutz and that his only regret was not emptying the clip into the kid. Although that friend later went on the stand and said he was lying, he made it up. So it's possible that Grosskreutz actually said that and the friend was reporting what was a fact. But then once the heat of the trial actually picked up, he just said, okay, dude, just take cover and say you made it up.
We know what he wanted to do. Kyle shot first as he was coming in. And Mr. Binger talks about...
Sorry if you could hear my dog. We have like a husky puppy that we just got, and she's like howling. I could hear in the background. So if you hear this dog howling, sorry, that's what it is.
He was going to grab the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, left hand, phone. How's he going to grab a gun with a hand filled with a phone? Right hand, gun. He goes back, loads up, and is advancing. That's when Kyle shoots him. He didn't shoot him when he put his hands up, and if that was it, no intent to harm him, all he does, like everybody else, is back up, and nobody else gets shot. But Mr. Grosskreutz decides he's going to shoot my client. Unfortunately, my client shot him first. If he had retreated, it's over. And when he's got his hand up like this, as I said earlier, the hands are up. It's not gripping the gun, it's loose. But when he goes in like this, the pistol grip is tight. Heather Williams, Crime Lab, she testified that the gun works. I have no dispute regarding that. Detective Krieger, he was in the passenger seat of Moretti's car, pepper sprayed, did not get his ID, didn't ask him about the gun, just told him to go home.
He means he's referring to Kyle too. So Kyle approached these two officers that were in like a fucking anti-riot Bearcat, and he was maced. He received pepper spray because they're like, turn around and go home. He said, I shot someone. The cops didn't acknowledge it. He had went to turn himself in to those riot police. The riot police were like, just fuck off, dude. So that's who he's referring to.
Kristen Harris, Rundown Live, stated the video. We showed the video to start this.
This is Blunt Man. This is the guy who said he wants a doobie. Never mind. It's Kristen Harris. Wow, that's funny. So this is the guy who said, I wish I had a doobie.
Depicting Mr. Rosenbaum standing there at Car Source 2 shortly after the dumpster, standing there with his chain, the shirt tied up over his head. But Mr. Binger says it's impossible for him to have threatened my client. That's garbage. Just like his case.
Just like his case?
And Mr. Binger makes so much out of him one time saying, stay on your property. My client has as much right to go anywhere in downtown Kenosha as anyone else. Just as the rioters did, and as he walks out to see if anybody wants medical help, he's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing anything to provoke anybody.
I mean, this is where the prosecution says his mere presence with the gun, his presence with the assault rifle was enough to make the people around him on edge. And I guess this is just a subjective debate that people need to evaluate on their own.
Detective Antaramian, the juxtaposition of him and Howard, as I said, he is the one who talks about what he sees in the video, totally different. As you see, why did Mr. Rosenbaum go behind that car, 2 cars over from the Zeminskis? What was he doing over there? Why was he doing over there? And why does he come out as soon as Kyle comes down the road? Because they were going to ambush him. They had set it up, and I'll show you the video. James Armstrong. The only thing I can say about James Armstrong is, okay, that's interesting. But what I'd like to say about his photographs, his knowledge of what he did.
So that's the extent of this guy saying, oh, he said a bad word. Like when Binger was also mocking, he did the bad crime. Binger was being sarcastic as fuck. That's this guy's
some of the
version.
statements that the state has made regarding it is, what he did for those 20 hours is hocus pocus, and he makes an exhibit that is out of focus. And that's
that's funny. Wow.
Focus is made regarding it is, what he did for those 20 hours is hocus pocus, and he makes an exhibit that is out of focus.
Hocus pocus makes an exhibit out of focus. This is exactly what Johnny Cochran, OJ's fucking lawyer, did. And as funny as it is, funny little sayings like this that can employ rhyming, that shit sticks with people. In OJ's case, we all probably know it. It doesn't work. It's not right. If the glove doesn't fit, if it does not fit, you must acquit. Like that shit stuck, and like the jurors that he walked. So I'm sure that if nothing else, that was a significant rhetorical move that played a big part in OJ walking. And this guy saying the hocus pocus out of focus is probably something that every fucking juror is gonna walk away thinking, oh, okay, that was a really interesting saying. So that kind of thing is really smart. That's definitely not something that he made up on the spot. That's probably something that he thought about. So he's basically just pulling out a phrase that he already had. We would say in speech and debate, canned. Like you already have it prepared in a can. Just open up your can and let your fucking speech out.
And that's what the state is relying. The picture does not make sense. As I showed earlier, it has Kyle shouldering the gun in the left shoulder. If he has it in the left shoulder, his back would be to the drone. The drone is moving around, and that changes the focal point. He's right-handed. That's where it goes. You'd see the crosses across his chest. But no, they need him to have somehow pointed a gun at the Zeminskis. I don't for a minute concede he did, but we know that Mr. Zeminski has been armed all evening.
And the Zeminskis were not asked
How
to testify.
Would pointing a gun at Mr. Zeminski provoke Joseph Rosenbaum, who, according to the state, earlier in the case, they didn't even know each other? But I think they had to run away from that because there's so many pictures of them together. Mr. Armstrong's photograph, testimony. It took 3 days and 20 hours worth of work to come up with that picture. Went from color to black and white, and he admitted he never compared it to the original photograph. Still shot. Didn't take into consideration the fact that the drone was moving. The word peer-reviewed, state has said. Peer-reviewed is an independent verification of the events, the exhibit. So there was no testimony to this because it didn't happen, that Mr. Armstrong's coworker did 20 hours on the same photograph and came up with the same result. It didn't happen. When you see, and I'll show it to you later, when you see in the video the mirror and the shininess of the mirror, that's what that is. And by going around, spending 20 hours and bringing things up, it doesn't account for Kyle's arm, it doesn't account for the heat signature of the gun.
So now the defense attorney is specifically criticizing a picture that the prosecution said was damning against Kyle.
Dr. Kelly.
And he's also having technical
Personally,
difficulties.
my favorite witness. Because physical evidence doesn't lie. The soot, extremely close, if not touching. The location of the soot, I had him circle it on the exhibit. On redirect, after I had him do the demonstration and draw on the photograph, the state tried to get him to back up his opinion and back it off. He wouldn't, because the physical evidence doesn't lie. It's, as they say in the business, an inconvenient truth. They can't change it. It is what it is. That's the demonstration that happened in front of you, the gun and the hand. And if the individual's coming straight at it, the barrel of the gun, it would go through the hand like this. But we know that it was coming from right here, going down, and came out with a very clean exit wound. No soot here at all. So we know that the gun can't be here. We know there's just a little bit of soot on what's commonly referred to as the ring finger, right here, and the bulk of it goes this way, because it was over the gun, touching the gun. And Mr. Bigger says he was swiping at the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't need to chase him, didn't need to keep chasing him, didn't need to lunge at him, didn't need to swipe at the gun, i.e. grab the gun.
Yeah, but the didn't need to can be fucking infinitely regressed, and this no one needed to be, right? That's the entire point.
The shot to the back, as I said, 4 shots in 3/4 of a second. He's backing up, trying to stay away from him, shooting, and he shoots until the threat is immobilized. Ladies and gentlemen, other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay.
That's very interesting too. If you're shooting in self-defense, how many shots? Like, I'm pretty sure we'd all agree if you have like a whatever round magazine and you empty your round, if you replace your ammunition and then unload that round again, it's probably unnecessary and it'd probably look really bad, you know, if you just like needlessly shoot a dead person whom you've obviously just slain. Like, that looks really bad. That's really interesting. How many times? The prevailing logic would probably just be shoot as little as you can. You know, that would probably be just because shooting your gun in a public place is so fucking dangerous. It's so risky.
Fine, did it.
No one's aim is that good, especially in a crazy ass fucking place like this. Like, it's just not.
4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life from Mr. Rosenbaum. I'm sorry, but that's what happened. And this is the prosecutor who
Or
said
empty, and not empty your round, empty your magazine is what I mean.
shot him in the back. He shot him in the back on a horizontal plane consistent with lunging. The shot goes in here and ended up in his lower hip across the back. If he's on the ground or down and shot, the bullet goes into the back and ends up in the stomach or on the other side. It cleared back here, ended up in the lower hip. That's because he was on a horizontal plane when Kyle shot him. He had stippling to the stomach from the first. The pants stopped it from lower, but it was still on the upper. The furthest he was away when the first shot was fired was 4 feet and closing. 4 feet.
That's close.
I think it was Mr. Krause and I who had to fight about how far 4 feet is. It's not that far.
Yeah, it's really
Not
close.
that far at all. Brought a tape measure so I could measure a gun barrel for you today, but that's no longer an issue. So I'll show you what 4 feet is. No doubts. From the edge of the jury box to my foot right here, 4 feet. Lunge, grabbing the gun. Think how close that is. Think how fast that distance is closed. What was Joseph Rosenbaum doing? Was he running after my client to give him a key to the city of Kenosha? Was he running after my client to say, hey, thanks for providing security? Use your common sense and your judgment.
Here's the key to the city.
Look at Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior throughout the night.
Yeah, he was erratic.
As
The
I showed
dude
you,
was
these other
acting
pictures.
like a fucking lunatic.
One last. Let me use the pointer. Exhibit 105, Dr. Kelly. Sut, right here. Here's entry. The exit's right over
Everybody
here.
who testified regarding the behavior of Rosenbaum in the upper left of this video has testified that he was acting erratic and
Back part of the hand,
and
no sut.
unstable.
We know what was over the barrel. Remember Mr. Kraus asking the doctor, well, what about that big puff of smoke? That wouldn't have an effect. Soot only goes so far. That was Dr. Kelly's testimony.
The ballistic evidence proves that Rosenbaum was sufficiently close to Kyle when Kyle pulled the trigger. So, like you said, within 4 feet, that's really close. And especially if someone's running at you, the distance that you cover when you're running at someone is extremely fast. So, like, 4 feet is nothing when someone's charging at you. That's like a
He doesn't
fucking
have a dog in
step.
the fight.
Even if you're fucking
He
5'4",
looks at
like
the
that could be
bodies,
a big step.
Says what
or
they
two.
are, makes a determination, and looks at the evidence. We had an expert, didn't call him because Dr. Kelly told the truth. Couldn't agree more. Ladies and gentlemen, facts and truth matter. In most trials, the case would have ended with Dr. Kelly. But we wanted to bring you our side of the story. We had nothing to hide. We were going to put on a defense. I heard Mr. Binger say red herring.
Which is something meant to just simply confuse. It's like a logical fallacy where you say, oh, what's that thing over there? And then you start talking about a new issue. If you have nothing to respond of substance, you just say, oh, well, what about this random unrelated thing?
The red herrings in this case are by the state, talking about super bullets, this metal jacket. I've been involved in homicide cases. One time it's a metal jacket. The next time the problem is the person had hollow points. Hollow points are designed to kill.
Yeah,
Full
he's
metal
right.
Jackets are to go through people.
There's nothing you could say. Regardless of what you have, you're going to be damned for having it. If you have hollow points, they're going to say you intended to kill people. And if you have full metal jacket rounds, as this prosecutor said, you're going to talk about the propensity that they have to go past people.
Ladies and
Or
gentlemen,
to penetrate past their target.
bullets are bullets. Hate to tell you. At close range and close contact, they wreak havoc on a body and they kill people. No dispute. Wants to keep pointing at the militia. The militia, the militia. He knows Kyle's not a member of the militia. He has no evidence that he is. They went to the websites. They went to TikTok. They went all of that. All they can do is put up a little thing of a 17-year-old kid from his TikTok trying to be famous. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him, because if Joseph Rosenbaum had got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against somebody else. He was irrational and crazy.
And crazy.
Talked about active shooter, the power of those words. My client didn't shoot at anyone.
Yeah, the
until he was
connotation of
chased
them.
and cornered. Nick Smith got a phone call from Sam, asked on the second night of riding to go down there. They used the power washer and buckets to try and put out cars. He did that out of the goodness of his heart. Sam asked him to come and protect the next night and be paid, and he agreed to do it. He asked some of his friends to come with the help. Kyle, Dominic Black, talked about another father and a son, and then the people from West Bend showed up. He said that when they first saw Sam on the 25th, Sam gave him a hug and thanked him for protecting his property. He was on the roof when it was chemical bomb. He knew that Sam was grateful for their presence, but he also knew that people on the ground needed weapons. He heard Kyle when Kyle came back saying, I had to shoot.
Binger's doing some
Body
crazy
armor.
leaning right now.
I don't know why the Grays Lake Cadet Program gives people body armor. Don't know. My client had it. And if he wanted to be an active shooter, as Mr. Binger wants to portray him, why would he give up his body armor? Nick Smith wanted body armor. He goes, here, Nick, use mine. I'm going to be doing medical. Helping other people. You see him do it throughout. He gave Nick his body armor.
That doesn't mean shit.
Why would somebody give up their body armor if they're going to go out looking for trouble, seeking confrontation? Doesn't make sense.
Maybe he wanted to provide that alibi, bro.
Joanne
That could be an
Fielder?
alibi. Maybe he knew you'd say
She
that.
described Joseph Rosenbaum wearing a red shirt with a green earring. She described yellow pants, who I'll get to later. She stated Joseph Rosenbaum yelled he was going to kill us MFers and cut their hearts out. JR's arm goes up, and within seconds, they're tearing up from a gas bomb. She couldn't say for sure that she saw him throw it, but obviously that's the circumstantial evidence in her belief. She never saw Kyle act inappropriately with anybody, point a weapon at anybody. The size of the weapon might change, but it doesn't change what it can do. Presence speaks volume, it's a deterrent, and they've been pelted all night long with rocks. She was aware that they had consent to be where they are. Nathan DeBruin. Interesting witness. He was out there taking photographs on the nights in question, more importantly the 25th. He filmed the destruction of this community, uptown, downtown. And the ATF and the FBI found out about his videos, his still photography, which I think was incredible. They wanted it. And what did he do? Didn't ask for money. He gave it to him. He sat down with the detective and gave a full interview, showed him the photographs, talked about Mr. Rosenbaum and all the problems he was causing that night, the things he was doing. And that's within less than a month after this. He'd never met Kyle Rittenhouse, didn't know Kyle Rittenhouse, but he had a feeling about what happened that night. And he said if there was trouble, Mr. Rosenbaum was there. I don't think any truer words have ever been repeated. Did he have a lawyer when he met with Detective Howard? No, he didn't.
Okay,
when did he get a lawyer?
Now this guy is criticized. I've heard a lot of shit from the prosecutor. I've heard a lot of criticism directed towards the prosecutor for commenting on Kyle's right to remain silent. He's like, oh, so this is the first time you're speaking out about this, right? And the judge was mad that he's like, don't talk shit about the right to remain silent. Now it seems that the defense is almost criticizing Grosskreutz for getting a lawyer, which is a similar constitutional right. It's the exact same constitutional right that the prosecution was accused of violating.
Lawyer.
Right?
Remember? After he met with Mr. Krause and Mr. Binger. Mr. Binger, the person who has made it his personal goal of putting my client's head on his wall.
Yeah, that's
Ladies
true.
and gentlemen,
of course,
that's what it did. And it
He's the
means
prosecutor,
he's
of
been
course.
cutting corners. And Nathan DeBruin said, after meeting with Mr. Binger, I was very uncomfortable. He tried to put words in my mouth. And he had to go and hire a lawyer to protect him. First, it was show him the videos and then ask him the questions, trying to put words in his mouth. He didn't want that to happen. He wanted to be able to tell his story of what he knew, what he did. He talked about Zeminski, the photographs of all the conduct that Zeminski had done that night, and I'll show you some of them. The photos have a timestamp on them, and he related to Detective Howard in September of 2020 about Joseph Rosenbaum yelling, I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back. Those are his words that he heard Mr. Rosenbaum. It was not objected to by the state, and there's been no proof that he wasn't in a jail. They want you to believe he was in a hospital. There's no medical records he was in a hospital. There's no medical records he was properly medicated. And I submit to you that in this case, the way he was behaving, I don't think he was properly medicated. There's pictures of him with the trailer fires, the chains, starting numerous dumpster fires. I submit that he was with the Zeminskis on many of the occasions, and he was emboldened by Mr. Zeminski because Mr. Zeminski was always brandishing his firearm. We saw Joseph Rosenbaum taking the chains. He chose to come down and riot, and that's what he did. Nathan DeBruin chronicled that. Why did he chronicle it? Because it's not very interesting if you take a picture of a protester who's just standing there, but Mr. Rosenbaum was involved in all these different things, and I'll show you those pictures. Lucas Zanin, Kenosha County resident, every now and again he goes down to Texas in the winter, testified, born and raised stated he had empathy for the small businesses of Kenosha, did not want them looted, did not want them burned. Is that somehow to be called into question? Does any of us want those fires started and to come and burn? I don't think so. He authenticated the video that was taken from his car as accurate, showing the south side of car source 3. And you watch that video and you see people destroying someone else's property. During the video, you look at the one wall, there's nothing there. You see somebody spray painting on it, and they've written the word loot on it. You see another individual going in the hood of the car, trying to do something. It's not his car. He's not some roadside mechanic. They're destroying property. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Binger and I will go round and round about it until the cows come home. They were rioters. They weren't demonstrators. Were the demonstrators down by the courthouse earlier in the night? Yes, there were people doing a legitimate demonstration. These people were rioting. And you see in his tape, they're hitting the cars
illegally.
with pipes.
Everyone was there
Glass
illegally.
breaking. You see the people jumping on it. And the important part of it, and I'll show it to you, is you hear the first bang, which is Mr. Zeminski's shot. 2 seconds later, you hear the next shot, and then you see the exodus of all the people taking off from that. That's why Kyle couldn't run and continue to run from Mr. Rosenbaum, which he was under no legal duty to do whatsoever. Jacob Marshall referred to himself as Gage Grosswitz's best friend.
He's going to accuse this guy of
We
fucking
brought
lying
Mr.
right now.
Grosswitz's best friend in as a witness because he had posted something on Facebook immediately after this.
Yeah, he's going to call this guy a liar.
He testified he couldn't find Gage Groskwitz because he was under an anonymous name at the hospital. Nobody knew who Gage Groskwitz was, who Jacob Marshall was. But he takes it upon himself to post a Facebook message talking about how... Go to the next slide, please. I just talked to Gage. To his only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag out. Coward. Here's a picture of them hugging each other at the hospital. And this is posted. Ladies and gentlemen, why does somebody post something like that? Because that's what his friend told him. And he wanted to get Gage Grosswitz's word out. He didn't repost and say, I lied. He took it down to try and hide it. But unfortunately, the internet has a memory.
Yeah, isn't
Next
that
witness
true?
was Kyle.
Hey,
Rittenhouse.
everyone who's ever watched TCAP, we all know the internet has a fucking memory.
I'm done with the Kandari brothers. We did recall them, but I talked about that. Kyle Rittenhouse did not have to take the witness stand to tell his story. It was told through video. He wanted you as the jurors to hear his personal experience of the night of the 25th. He knew Mr. Binger would cross-examine him for hours, and he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story the best way he could. And he did. Could Mr. Binger pick on him and find little things about it? A little bit. Did he damage his credibility? I don't think so. Getting to Mr. Yellow Pants, which he's been talked about. Mr. Binger talks about, he says with sarcasm. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the video. But remember that when Yellow Pants said to Kyle, he goes, you held your gun like this. That's low ready. That's not like this. It's down. He never pointed his gun at him. Did he have a gun? Yes. Did he tell him to get off a car? Yeah. But when he said it to Kyle, Kyle said, I did, and walked away, not wanting confrontation. And remember Richie McGinnis's testimony about that. There was the individual with the slingshot, there was the individual with 2 rocks in his hand, and the other individual with the gun. And when Mr. McGinnis walked up to him, he immediately had to put his hand down because they were the one advanced on him, and he bought him off with a White Claw. My client, when this happened, was 17 years old. His actions are to be judged as a 17-year-old, not by Mr. Binger's standards, but by that of a 17-year-old. And Mr. McGinnis said...
Okay, if you're going to ask for your client to have any kind of leniency, the implication is that a 17-year-old should be afforded greater leniency for their indiscretions. At the same time, that's also kind of the whole point. I guess, well, he's no longer being charged with the underage gun. Hey, maybe that doesn't matter. He's no longer being charged with the gun crime, right? You can't argue with the
He
judge.
didn't appreciate the way people looked at him. And maybe he didn't. And I think the best evidence of that is when Mr. Rosenbaum begins chasing him, you hear on the tape, he yells, friendly, 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 3 times. He thinks that if he just says the magic words, they'll stop. They don't. Mr. Rosenbaum could have looked at it and said, hey, you're not trying to harm anybody. I'll leave you alone. Is that what happened? No. He said, you ain't going to do shit, mother effer, and began to continue to chase him. Mr. Rosenbaum made a fatal mistake. That day, chasing Kyle Rittenhouse into the corner, he ran as far as he could, and he shot 4 times in 3/4 of a second. Mr. Binger makes so much of Kyle's residence. Antioch, Illinois. I think most people here know where it is. It's not a foreign country. Antioch, Illinois, right across the border. He worked in Kenosha. His dad lived in Kenosha. His grandmother lived in Kenosha. He worked in Pleasant Prairie. His best friend, Dominic Black, lived in downtown Kenosha. They want you to believe that there's some sinister thing about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a very mobile world. I'm from the foreign country of Racine, Wisconsin, 13 miles away. A little bit.
No, this guy's being
north side.
funny. Oh my God, the sarcasm. Both these dudes have employed just outright sarcasm in order to make. That's just incredible. Given that someone's entire life, if convicted, Kyle will spend the rest of his life in prison, and it's kind of crazy that both defense attorneys have the kind of levity to just use. It's maybe strategic, but it's just kind of crazy.
Gentlemen, when Kenosha burned, people who like Kenosha, they hurt. I remember 34 years ago walking into this courtroom, first time I ever appeared as a lawyer, back in that conference room. And when I saw what happened in Kenosha, it bothered me. Those 3 days. People can protest, but people can't indiscriminately burn property for no reason of innocent people. How does that further anyone's cause? Kyle feels for this community. He worked as a lifeguard. When he came down here, are we to believe that he's working to clean up graffiti, not getting paid because he's here to look for trouble? Is this all some master plan? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is kind of
He
ridiculous.
came down here trying to help, to see the damage, and that's what he did. Next. Dr. John Black, his testimony about the slides, making times, and I'll go over some of those. But specifically, as I argued earlier, the 0 shot from, I should say it this way, friendly 3 times to the first shot, 10 point some seconds. There's a change in elevation in the video as he's lunging forward. The shot rings out after that. The 0 shot, which is shot 1, then 2 2600ths, the next one 24, 23, for a total of .739. He gets up, comes around the car because all the individuals had left after hearing the shots, goes to check. And to believe that he could stay there is preposterous. All I said would have happened, scene 2 would have been moved to scene 1. You heard the one individual yell, get the F out of here. The Zeminskis are screaming, he just shot him, get him, cranium. That's all happening.
Yeah,
Mr. Zeminski's
cranium that
walking
boy.
around,
That was another one of these unique calls that was heard. Cranium that
gun
boy.
over his head, pointing at Kyle, and I'll show you that in a little bit. In the exhibits that Dr. Black showed the jury, no color was added, no color was subtracted. The videos didn't go from color to black and white. There was no structural problems. He demonstrated his technique regarding changing brightness and contrast right in front of you. And the one video went from a dark mess of nothing, moved the 2 lines. I don't know how to do it, but he did right in front of you, hit it, and all of a sudden it's light and you can see it. The whole event that evening took 2 minutes and 55 seconds from the 3 times friendly to the time he surrendered or attempted to surrender at law enforcement. Officer Brittany Bray, let me go through back up to the first one. Total time, 2 minutes, 55 seconds, according to Dr. Black. Next, friendly, the 4 shots, 10.8 seconds. Those are the shot times. Remember the sound he put and synced up with the video. That was the audio graph, the green thing he showed you. You can see when the shot is fired. He matches it up, times them out by the frames per second. You come up with those numbers. And that's because when you show something in slow motion, it looks like somebody can really have the time to think, process, and do all that. You have to remember how fast all this was happening in event number one. He's running, the bag is thrown, he turns, addresses, keeps running, and makes a decision, a life and death decision, that he has to turn around and address the threat of Mr. Rosenbaum. At that point, Kyle is stopped. Mr. Rosenbaum, like those other people in event number two, could have put up his hands and just backed up, made a bad decision. Shouldn't have done it. No, he goes diving for him, yells the FU, and is going for his gun. Next. Event two, I have it beginning when he's hitting the head with the rock and ending with the fourth shot, taking 14.9 seconds. Next, police officer Brittany Bray measured the gun, the pullback, the slide, 4 inches, brought the ruler out, because you never see in event number two Kyle pull back the 4 inches, slow motion or otherwise. There were no unfired bullets found at the scene for the AR. There was the unfired bullet by the clip and the Glock that had been cleared from Jason Lukowski.
Although he's not mentioning it specifically, the whole point of him saying that was he's claiming that Grosskreutz had like a loaded weapon.
Mr. Binger, for some reason, didn't like Drew Hernandez. You could hear it in his questioning.
Drew Hernandez is a journalist for like independent news. The outlet is like pretty like right, like it's like a pretty right-leaning news source insofar as like most news sources have some kind of bias, whether it's implicit or explicit, but it's a pretty right, and he's correct. ADA Binger really kind of grilled the guy and kind of implied that he was going to have a favorable opinion towards Rittenhouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Hernandez had a point of view. There's no doubt about it. But what was that point of view? He's a citizen journalist, and he's covering the riots. And he didn't think that the mass media was covering the riots correctly. They were just calling everybody demonstrators and not covering the devastation and the destruction that was being done. That's his point of view. It's kind of my point of view, too. But does that mean that his video's lying? Does that mean when he says, I saw him lunge, that he's lying? He doesn't have a dog in this fight. He tried to get all of his video to the state.
Well, I think that guy, he might, I don't know if he has an explicit dog in the fight, but that guy later was on Tucker Carlson, if I believe. So, I mean, he's been kind of embraced by, like, Fox News.
Wasn't big enough.
Not that that means that he's lying, but it's like, come on, we all have biases. Rather than pretending they don't exist, maybe just acknowledge them.
That the case is going to trial. He reaches out, gets a lawyer, and provides it simultaneously to both of us, and we end up playing it. He describes the Zeminskis, Joseph Rosenbaum starting fires in the dumpster, the yelling. He sees Kyle, the yelling of the word, the N-word. He sees Kyle walking around yelling medical, medical, right up until the last time when event number one starts. He was standing right at the corner, had a clear view to the first incident. He described him as charging from behind. He saw Joseph Rosenbaum throw the bag. He described hearing a shot from behind Kyle, which we all know is the Zeminski shot, the man who's never been brought before you people. And he saw Joseph Rosenbaum lunge. Ladies and gentlemen, you've sat through almost 10 days of testimony. You've heard the openings, most of the closings, and I have yet to hear Mr. Binger explain why Joseph Rosenbaum had the right to chase my client. To me, if I didn't know better, I would think he's a whiny defense lawyer. Everybody's out to get me. Everybody's lying. I'm the one who's bringing forth the truth. Ladies and gentlemen,
he's characterizing Binger as being a little bitch.
If I didn't know better, I would think he's a whiny defense lawyer.
Wow.
Everybody's out to get me. Everybody's lying. Him. I'm the one who's bringing forth the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the videos show the truth. The videos show the actions of Joseph Rosenbaum. Balch is lying. Fiedler's lying. Lukowski's lying. Richie is lying. Dale DeBruin, he's really lying because he's imputing my character. Nathan DeBruin, excuse me.
And his hand is still shaking.
He's a right-wing journalist. All 6 of them are lying. And then, I forgot, Detective Howard, he's lying too because he could see through the videos. he could see that Rosenbaum came out from hiding behind the car after my client passed the Duramax.
This guy's completely fucking jazzed up. Like, every time he pauses his hands, like, his hands are violently trembling. His voice isn't quivering so much. He's doing a really good job at keeping his voice calm. Oftentimes people who are nervous have, you know, they do the quibble of the voice, and he's mastered that, but his hands reveal the extent of his nervousness.
As I said earlier, you bet. Highly charged atmosphere here in Kenosha. Make no mistake, you live here, you know. They had to do something. They had to charge the white supremacist, who isn't a white supremacist. They've never reassessed their case. They've never looked at it. They've never said, oh, Dr. Kelly, let's talk about this wound on the hand. What? That means he was touching the barrel? Or his hand was over the barrel when it was fired? Well, that means he was pretty close. No, we're not going to reassess. We're going to march forward. We're going to throw it into the hands of 12 people from the city and let them do our work. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a political case. We can take politics out of it as in Democrat and Republican, but the district attorney's office is marching forward with this case because they need somebody to be responsible. They need somebody to put and say, we did it. He's the person who brought terror to Kenosha.
Yeah, and to give further credibility to what the defense attorney is saying, ADA Binger had ran to be the, so he is an assistant district attorney. He works for someone who's elected. The district attorney is elected. Binger attempted to be a district attorney in a neighboring county. So it's a fair criticism to say, okay, dude, you have political ambition. You obviously tried to run for this prestigious job. Like, of course you're going to take this case, and of course you're going to reach in order to make that. That's a fair line of argumentation.
Kyle Rittenhouse is not that individual. The rioters, the demonstrators who turned into rioters, those are the individuals who bring us forth. And I ask you to remember, and I'll show you the videos for the last time from me, the anger in the mob that was going on that night. They were not going to be dissuaded from doing things. They were pushing, firing dumpsters, destroying property, and that was... So you're saying Mr. Rittenhouse...
Okay, so I'm like still kind of trying to pay attention to chat. So someone just put, is Eddie on Kyle's side now? Okay, dude. The charge that I believed he should have been in possession of was the unlawful possession of the charge that I believe he should have received was the unlawful possession of a weapon charge. That's been dropped. Dude, I think it was negligent for him to shoot his rifle in a crowded area next to a residential home and miss. And I think that he should do a little bit of jail time for that. But I believe that he is entirely not guilty for the shootings of Rosenbaum, Grosskreutz, and Huber. So that's basically my position. It's like splitting it down the middle. I believe instead of fucking, dude, it's so easy to just be like, oh, he's completely innocent, he's completely guilty. I think it's more complex. I think that there's a bit of both.
Put out a fire. Yes, it was a small fire. Last time I checked...
But I think he's going to walk. If I had to guess, I'd say that he's going to walk.
Small fires turn into big fires. So, kind of stupid. James Armstrong, hocus pocus, out of focus. I've talked about him.
Again,
he
hocus
spent 20
pocus.
hours.
If it does not fit, you must acquit. That's this version's trial of that famous fucking OJ saying. So we'll see if it's as effective.
Working a frame in a video and averaging, having my client somehow miraculously go from a right-handed shooter to a left-handed shooter. The mirror on the truck is the arm. Their whole case.
Oh shit, hold on. Okay, I have to pause it. From BC, you're a complete stud, Eddie, and $10. Huge thank you. Thank you very much for the donation. No, dude, you guys are the awesome ones for hanging out with me for fucking over 4 hours doing this. This has been a bit of a grueling marathon, so like you guys are like the MVPs for even being here with me, and especially for contributing any money. Thank you. Like, I'm extremely grateful.
And that one photograph that he spent 20 hours. That's how they're going to prove provocation. A word you never heard in the opening statement. It was my client chased him down and shot him in the back. Oops, can't prove that. This is the day before, car source burning, car source 1 burning the ground. What's in the foreground? Trailer should be the subject. Pictures later on. There's Kyle earlier in the day on the 25th, setting up his alibi, setting up his I'm a good person story, because he thinks he's going to go out and kill 3 people that night.
Setting up his alibi?
That is garbage. How would he know he's going to be photographed? And what does that do? It just shows he's interested in his community, trying to do good.
Dude, this is what I was joking about earlier when it's like the defense attorney's like, if he was going to go on an active shooting spree, wouldn't he have asked for his body armor? And then it's like, well, maybe he specifically gave it to his friend for the alibi. It's the same shit. Now he's flipping the argument around. Dude, it just goes to show, like, every side, like, all sides are going to try and make the best case that they can, and they're going to go as far as they can in their argument.
Picture Mr. Kandiri at Car Source 3. The state doesn't want Kyle to go to Car Source 3. According to the state, he has to stay at Car Source 2, 59th and Sheridan. Yet Nick Smith called and asked him to go there because whoever was going to protect that property had left.
Counter objection, Your Honor. The record does not indicate that Nick Smith made that phone call.
It's argument, folks, you heard the evidence and use your collective recollections to determine what the truth of it is and discount anything that is not supported in the evidence.
I think the
Testimony
judge is
was
just over. The judge is like, dude, fucking just keep
Phone
going.
call saying they were destroying cars at Car Source 3, and he went down there. First, Kyle asked for a fire extinguisher, asked the other individual to go down there with him. He said, didn't give an answer, and Kyle took off going down there to try and help protect that property. This is that night, the tear gas fires. Here is Mr. Rosenbaum pushing one of many dumpsters. Dumpster fires. Right there, that's one. Another one. Stop. Bats, guns. Mr. Rosenbaum pushing it in. Either the gas station or Drew Hernandez. Second police vehicle right down here. They're trying to push it to him. I apologize. They're trying to push the dumpster down the line of police or to the gas station.
So what? The defense attorney's just trying to make him seem like violent rioters?
Put out, and the reaction from Mr. Rosenbaum of dumpster number 2.
Oh, Rosenbaum's the little guy.
You hear the voice? Why you do that? Get over this. There's Mr. Rosenbaum arguing. Mr. Zeminski, the smiling puppeteer, standing behind him. Yeah, they didn't know each other. Maybe they didn't, but they sure spent a lot of time together that night. Mr. Zeminski with the yellow circle, holding his firearm, yellow pants. Kelly Zeminski with a flashlight in her hand. Last time I checked, there wasn't any lighting problems. The flashlight is a weapon to bash heads if you have to.
Right, and then of course, so like I said, I don't believe that the Zeminski couple were asked to testify. So like the defense is alleging that they too are a part of this kind of obstruction of justice to railroad Kyle for political reasons.
Many people with AR-15s, not one person with an AR-15. That's the difference between this, the Ultimate Gas Station, fracas, and what happened down at Car Source 3. Kyle Rittenhouse was alone. He had been taken away from the herd, and Mr. Rosenbaum...
Taken away from the herd? What the fuck are you talking about? He'd been taken away from the herd. Dude, he was going there, presumably, like he even though he wasn't an adult, like he was going there as an individual. It's like he wasn't anyone's responsibility. He was his own responsibility. He wasn't a member of a herd who was like scared and frightened off. Like
Mr. Rosenbaum and his bag. He's not dissuaded by the people. He's going right at them. He's not afraid of them. He's pushing in and going at them. He's not afraid of a gun. Yelling. Shoot me N-word. Shoot me N-word. Mr. Zeminski.
say with the A. Say the soft A.
Remembering this is Black Lives Matter rally, and he's there to support their cause. Yeah, right.
Maybe they could say like, "Oh, dude, this is actually peak wokeness." Like because it's so not even a big deal. Like I don't know.
Mr. Huber, right there, holding him back, actually physically holding him back, but right in the middle of it. Look at the anger in his face. This here, I'll start it, but I'm going to point it out first. Saw a video earlier.
See, this is just crazy. That's what I mean. Like, you're not gonna make any kind. When you fucking run around at night like this, like, you're not gonna make any kind of meaningful political statement. Like, this is just fucking. This is just craziness, and it's just the seeking of thrills, trying to get your rocks off and enjoying like the pandemonium.
Right here, jumped it, man.
Maybe because society is so rigid, like the rules are like so enforced. Like, we're not a war-torn country. Like, the United States is generally a nation of laws. Like, we're pretty much accountable at all times, no matter where you are. Maybe people just want to experience like some anarchy or whatever's close to it.
You see him shoot in the lighter fluid or flammable liquid. You see John Pickman being right involved. This is the calm Tuesday evening that Mr. Binger is alluding to.
This is the peaceful.
Mr.
This is the
Rosenbaum,
peaceful protest.
this time wearing a blue mask, tipping over the porta potty. It was just a little porta potty. The trailer. The trailer is important because it's the way he arms himself with the chain. There's Rosenbaum pushing it. If he's just a regular demonstrator or misunderstood, a little bit upset, what does he need a chain for? What does he need a bag? Why didn't he leave it with Ms. Swart?
There was a restraining order against her,
350.
against him.
The blue circle, his bag, backed up by the fire. Look at that bag. Does that look like there's nothing in it? Look at this. What is it? That's not a water bottle, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you what it is, but it's not a water bottle. Look at this. 2 feet of chain on each side. He's got it. Taken and sure from right here. The toe chain. Jump kick man. Right there, the mask, the white jeans, the black. Look at the boots. Those boots will soon be impacting my client's face. Rundown live. Here, once again, Rosenbaum, Zeminski at the trailer after it's been taken down the street, set up on its side, and started on fire. You can still see one of the chains hanging from the tongue of the trailer. Rundown live. The state showed this video. I started my opening statement with it. I was going to show you where Mr. Rosenbaum is. I've already done it. Don't need to waste your time. When I get to the end. Oh. Here's the picture that we showed.
Oh, here we go. He was carrying a chain.
2526. Mr. Rosenbaum masked with his chain during the Rundown Live video.
So we can just compare. Nowhere in the prosecution statement did he mention that Rosenbaum had a chain. Here we have what appears to be a pretty good, a pretty well captured piece of evidence that shows he's carrying something that's long and it appears to be shiny. It's glistening in the same way that a chain would. So this goes to show like the two very different narratives, the two very different statements of facts that are being presented by both sides. Like, people are saying this is about the interpretation of the law. Also, a part of this is like two people, two different sides saying very different things about what happened.
Mr. Rosenbaum with the chain. So I said earlier, look at how Kyle's dressed. Look at the pack on his left side, left hip. The crosses going across the front and the back of his chest. Nowhere in the magic picture is that depicted. 11:40, he's crossed over that line, asking people if they want medical, runs into Yellow Pants. He walks away from confrontation. And Yellow Pants said, "You pointed your gun at me," and he goes like this, low ready. The individuals who were there with him, slingshot, rocks in the hand, gun. Mr. McGinnis. Kyle, after having the brief thing with Yellow Pants, he goes away from them, goes over, looks for Mr. Balch. They might have been close to one another, but they did not find one another. He tries to go back. Wants to get back to Car Source 2. After that, he goes back and waits. He gets the phone call. He testified about the phone call, either from Nick or Dominic. And what does he do? He gets a fire extinguisher. He hasn't had a fire extinguisher all night, but he gets a fire extinguisher. The circumstantial evidence shows the call came through. He testified the call came through. You know, if it wasn't in his phone, the state would have brought it up. But now they're playing games once again. This is Drew Hernandez's video. It starts in color and goes, starts in black and white and goes to color.
Okay, great. It's more potato footage.
Jump kick man, the Zeminskis, and you'll hear Kelly Zeminski talking. And during the first part of the trial, we saw this trailer go by, and it cut off the view from this location. And I'll stop it a few times. And did you hear that? Talking about a pepper ball exploding in her ass. That's Kelly Zeminski speaking.
A pepper ball exploding in her ass? What is this guy talking about?
It's blurry. Keep your eye here and here. Kyle will come to you. That's Kyle right there to the right of the garbage can by that splurge of light. Mr. Rosenbaum, as soon as Kyle is coming, gets up and starts walking away. Along with Kelly Zeminski, this individual, Jump Kick Man was there earlier. Up there.
That's a pretty fucking stupid idea, too, to light plastic dumpsters on fire. Like, plastics like that emit toxic chemicals when they're burned. Like, that's just fucking dumb.
That's Kyle.
That's really fucking stupid. Everyone there is, like, inhaling potentially fucking toxic fucking carcinogens.
Doesn't say anything to any of them. If they see him coming, they head down to do their ambush. He's not chasing them. He's not running after them. He's walking down to put out the fire. Let's start it over again. You hear Kyle yell, friendly, friendly, friendly. That is the start of Mr. Rosenbaum chasing Kyle. Now they come in. He's thrown. He goes to the small. He's thrown the bag.
Duramax just got. Oh, that Duramax got fucking beat.
Stop. Duramax. The shine on the Duramax. Kyle comes right into this area before he's chased. That's shown on the drone video. It's shown on the FBI video. The Skinskis are standing right here, and that's when the chase is on.
Yo.
You can hear the destruction of the vehicles as he approaches. Gun, gun, gun. And he's off and running. And we've seen the videos. Here is the Zanin video, parts of it. As I said, watch for the first shot. Look at all those people standing there. A wall of people destroying cars. The state wants Kyle to run into that wall of people. Listen for the first shot and watch the lackadaisical attitude, and then hear the 4 shots in quick succession and watch what happens.
Oh shit.
Yeah, people dip.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
Think about that, ladies and gentlemen.
That chick is
The
laughing.
first shot happens, they barely begin to move. Between the first shot and Kyle's first shot, which is the second shot you hear, Kyle has turned around. Why is he turned around? Because that wall of people is there, and he has nowhere else to run. The cars, the van, all of the people destroying property, the soda machine, he turns around, and Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming, he lunges, gunshots. There's Mr. Zeminski with his gun down there at his side as his wife yells, effing get him, he just shot somebody, which they started.
He fucking shot him! Get him there!
Pointing the gun, once again, in his right hand.
He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him!
Take screenshots. Good shot.
Gage Grossquitz's cell phone video. Does Kyle ever point the firearm at Gage Grossquitz when he runs up on him unarmed?
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody?
I'm going to get the police. He's going towards the police. He's continuing on. He's past Gage Grossquitz. He hasn't shot Gage Grossquitz. He hasn't pointed the firearm at Gage Grossquitz. The medic, if he thinks someone shot, why isn't he there? He doesn't know Richie McGinnis is tending to him. None of the people who chase him are at Car Source 3. There is no evidence. Zeminski doesn't chase him. Zeminski doesn't want anything to do with it. His wife doesn't want anything to do with it. But the mob has now formed and is chasing him down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction.
Who shot? Who shot?
He turns all the way around, looking towards Car Source 3. Could go there. At this point, he hasn't armed himself. Kyle is zero threat to anyone. This active shooter BS is something that Mr. Binger is trying to sell you people. Has he shot anybody?
Well, what he's saying is the argument is that if you didn't see it, so now the defense attorney is saying, well, none of the people chasing him actually saw what happened. Dude, if you hear shots, you don't know what the fuck's going on. And if people are just yelling, it doesn't make what the people did wise. It doesn't make Grosskreutz, his rushing Kyle, doesn't make it a smart thing to do. But I guess one could see how they might think that he was an active shooter. I don't think it's as simple as the defense attorney is making it seem. Especially in America. I mean, like, really, dude, if you're out in a fucking crazy event and you just hear shots, like, it's crazy.
Car Source 3? No, he hasn't. He's running to try and get to the police. Mr. Binger must live in fairy tale land to think that Kyle could stop, put his gun down, and say, hey, everything's good, leave me alone, I'm going to the police. Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. This was real world. People yelling to stop him. Next picture, you saw it in opening statements. Mr. Grosskreutz chasing down Kyle Rittenhouse. Kept his gun in the small of his back. He's arming himself right here. Look how far Kyle Rittenhouse is ahead of him. No threat. He's run 2 blocks, almost 3 because it's at the far end of 63rd. He hasn't shot his gun since. If he's an active shooter looking to take as many people as possible, he's laying waste to everybody as he's running. Remember, he's got 30 bullets. He's shot 8 times, 4 in scene 1 and 4 coming up. He's not indiscriminately shooting, pointing, doing anything.
Yeah, the prosecution was arguing that people thought he was an active shooter. I don't think the prosecution actually argued that he was an active shooter.
No. Running down the street, trying to get to those lights where the Bearcats are and law enforcement. He's not running off to the side to hide in the shadows. Blow to the head.
Stupid shit.
First, knocking his hat off. What has Kyle Rittenhouse done? Nothing. Trying to get away from the mob. First strike from the mob. He's not an active shooter. He's gone 2 blocks, hasn't shot anybody. Coming in behind with a skateboard at the ready, Anthony Huber. That will be strike number 1. Remember in opening statements when Mr. Binger said, Oh, something happened to his skateboard. He took a swing at him. Kyle blocked it with his arm in the enhanced photos. What does Mr. Huber do? He runs, grabs the skateboard, and comes in for more. He's on the ground. The most vulnerable position you can be in. And what do we have? We have Anthony Huber here.
The gun is not pointing at him.
With this guy with the towel wrapped around his head coming in on Kyle. Jump kick, man. Guys him in the head.
Let's see jump kick, man. He's really like the most notorious fucking figure in this whole trial. The mysterious and elusive jump kick man.
You saw this individual over here, who's now obstructed, come in on Kyle. Kyle points his firearm at him. He backs up. Kyle does not shoot. Jump kick man is leading with this foot. This foot is still on the ground. What direction is Kyle pointing right now? Watch what happens after jump kick man kicks him in the face. He's turned around. He's looking in that direction. Anthony Huber coming in with the skateboard. Watch what Anthony Huber does with the skateboard. Blow to the head. Coming in. Kyle's trying to get up. Anthony Huber's hand goes onto the gun. This is the fast one. The gun is pulled away from Kyle. Anthony Huber fires. When Anthony Huber fires, Gage Grosswitz flinches. Covers up. Natural, uncontrollable reaction. Back.
We're almost done.
Get his ass. Now here's the slow motion. He's been hit in the head. The cap is off. Anthony Huber winds up with the full force of his body. From back here, he swings his skateboard at Kyle. Kyle senses it coming. He turns around and looks, blocks it with his arm. Doesn't turn around and shoot Anthony Huber as he's being attacked with what is a deadly weapon. A skateboard can cause death or great bodily harm, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't do it. He continues to run a couple of steps before the blow to the head and this is knocked into the ground. He immediately changes direction, goes running for the skateboard. I want to get through this one. Okay. Now this is slow motion. Just as he's on the ground, he's set up, trying to get up. The individual to Kyle's left is the one who runs in. Kyle points the firearm. He backs off. He is not shot at. Backs up. He's now addressing the second nearest threat. Does not shoot. That individual right there in that picture is stopping. Jump kick man launches. Contact.
There's jump kick
fire,
man.
Turned around. In comes Anthony Huber. Blow to the head and neck. Now, I'm going to start it. You'll see Anthony Huber pull on his gun. And you'll see the butt of the gun.
I mean, this is once again, we're at potato level footage. Like, it's extremely difficult to see exactly what's going on. Like, you have to look at each fucking pixel.
Kyle's body going in that direction, away from him. See the gun being pulled away from him? Shot. Mr. Huber goes down. Grosswitz flinches, freezes, stops. Hands up. No pull.
Okay, he says no pull, but that guy walks right in front of the camera, so we wouldn't see Rittenhouse pull the rifle as Grosskreutz has testified because this guy was right in front of it.
Like this,
just to be fair.
And all of a sudden, you see him kick his foot back and launch forward. He loads his back foot going forward at Kyle with a loaded Glock handgun. Kyle sees it coming, gets within a couple of feet, he fires. If he's got his hands up and it wants nothing to do with Kyle, like everybody else, just back away and you don't get shot. Mr. Grosskreutz decides he's going to take him out, and his only regret, as stated in the Facebook post, he didn't fire first and empty his clip.
I mean, if you look back to like one of the so back to the negligence bit, like, dude, there's a house like right behind Huber. I mean, it's completely likely that he could have shot someone even inside the house. Fortunately, that didn't happen, but it very well possibly could have.
He's hit in the arm. He's shot at once. He's backing up. That's the last shot. I went through the quickness of the shots from the rock in the head to that fourth shot. He gets up. You still see this individual armed with a board or a 2x4 or a fence post. Doesn't shoot at him. This person he doesn't perceive as a danger. His hands are up. Doesn't shoot at him. Now as he wheels around, watch what this individual does. That was the end of it. Kyle turns around. He turns. That individual steps away from him. No more shots.
Yeah, Kyle's completely panicked at this point. He's just shot multiple people. The way that Kyle like described it on the stand, he was in like a daze.
Doesn't shoot randomly. Shots from behind him. Continues on his way, trying to turn himself into the police. Trying to get to the end of it.
Right? At which point he is maced by the police and they tell him to fuck off. The police do not apprehend him right now.
People yelling to shoot him. He doesn't stop because it's not safe.
Oh, and like I think I posted this somewhere too. Fun fact: after this occurred on the police radio, they thought that the shooter was black at first. That's kind of just a fun fact about this case.
Goes with his hands up to law enforcement.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there! That dude just shot them right here! Dude right here! Here!
Continues on. Hands up. You hear the story about the pepper spray. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the case. There was no threatening behavior that started this. Mr. Rosenbaum was hell-bent on causing trouble that night. He did what he did, and he started this. There are tragic parts of it, but Kyle Rittenhouse's behavior was protected under the law of the state of Wisconsin, the law of self-defense. You've heard the instructions, and I'll end with this. You decide on count one. If you decide that his conduct was privileged under the use of self-defense, you don't go on to the lesser included. If it was privileged under self-defense, that affects count two. Both of the things that happened in scene one, as I read earlier, page 9 of the jury instructions. If his conduct was privileged as to Rosenbaum, it's privileged as to Mr. McGinnis. On to the next ones. At scene 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is no evidence whatsoever that he was an active shooter other than Mr. Binger calling him that. And there's no evidence that any of those other individuals who attacked him in the mob that night were attacking an active shooter. He wasn't shooting. And if they want to be the heroes, and they want to...
I mean, he had shot. He wasn't shooting at the moment, but he had shot.
Beat somebody and do what they're going to do to him, they better be right. And they weren't. Kyle Rittenhouse shot Mr. Rosenbaum because he was attacking Kyle. Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. One with a skateboard, one with his hands, one with his feet, one with a gun. Hands and feet can cause great bodily harm. Sure, the state's going to get up and say, well, he didn't have great bodily harm, so it doesn't matter. That's not the standard. The standard is could cause great bodily harm. My client does not have to take a beating from the hands of this mob or the hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. And
Similarly, Kyle doesn't necessarily need to shoot someone in order to be negligently discharging his rifle in public in close proximity to a home.
Mr. Rosenbaum might be little, but he was a pretty muscular guy. And some 30-some-year-old guy can take a 17-year-old kid 9 times till Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen,
come on.
It's a tough choice, but the evidence only leads to one conclusion. That is that Kyle Rittenhouse conduct on August 25th was privileged based upon the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum and others. There are no winners in this case, but putting Kyle Rittenhouse down for something he was privileged to do will serve no legitimate purpose. I ask you to do this, do justice here under the law of the state of Wisconsin. Thank you very much.
Wow. So, I mean,
Mr. Richards.
I commented on the structural differences between the prosecution and the defense. And the prosecution just begun with the narrative. He starts explaining the events, and he tried to go into specific detail about each thing that happened, kind of as it happened. And then the defense started by reviewing every single witness, reviewing everything that they had said that benefited Rittenhouse, and then going into the narrative. Overall, I think the defense might have made a more persuasive case. The emotional aspect, the emotional appeals that the defense has been employing, those oftentimes work. I would bet more often than I wouldn't that emotional appeals would be effective elements in a jury's decision more often than not.
About 10 minutes.
Holy shit. I don't know if I'm going to keep going. Dude, you guys, we've been doing this for like over 5 hours. This is like, when I started doing this, I was like, okay, I have to do the entire fucking closing arguments. I knew it was going to be a bit of like a fucking gauntlet, and it kind of has evolved into that. There's a little bit more. Let's see how long it is. The shit better not be fucking forever. Here we go. So this is the last bit of closing arguments. This is going to be the prosecution's response to the defense's case right now.
I think I'm just going to tell the jury that Mrs. Zeminski would have been available to be called by either party. Okay? Fine. Oh, man, I got out of it alive. Okay. Ask them to come in, please.
Oh, and he's calling him out, and he's like, hey, defense, don't talk shit on how the prosecution didn't call someone if you're not going to fucking call someone in either.
And neither of them has done so. Okay? Any question? Go ahead, Mr. Krause.
Thank you. Mr. Richards also mentioned that Attorney Binger talked about how all these people are liars, and he was acting like a whiny defense attorney. I don't know why that language had to be used, but Mr. Binger never said any such thing. He never called anyone a liar, except for perhaps Mr. Rittenhouse. And Mr. Richards talks about how, well, in the state's opening, you heard nothing about provocation. Mr. Richards knows that is a specific thing, that instruction we get from the judge at the end of the trial. Had we mentioned at the beginning, he would have objected. He would have objected. Now let's talk about this threat, this supposed threat. Mr. Richards talked about that gas station and showed the video, and it showed Mr. Rosenbaum at the end. Attorney Binger had said he's not in this video as it started, and you don't hear anything from him.
Just as a side note too, I think this is probably the least charismatic defense attorney. This is the least charismatic attorney out of all 4 of the people. We've only seen 3 of them speak, but the Jeff Bezos looking bald defender, he's pretty good too. I don't think he's as good as his partner. I think the most persuasive speaker out of all of these lawyers is this dude who's like staring, doing the 1,000-yard fucking stare.
And that is true.
And it's pretty interesting. So Binger was staring at this defense attorney while this defense attorney was giving his closing arguments, and he's not even fucking looking at this guy. He's like so disgusted, he's not even going to look.
At the very end, he is seen standing quite a bit away from Mr. Balch and Mr. Rittenhouse. This is where that supposed threat happened. There's a distance between them. Next time the camera pans back, the protesters are pushed back, and you never hear this threat. You hear nothing. And apparently that is what the defense is accepting, is where the threat happened, although Mr. Rittenhouse actually does not accept that, because he said it happened at Blocker 2 North. So they can't agree on when the threat took place. They can't agree on where the threat took place. And it's the only few seconds of that part of the night that is not on tape anywhere. It's another concoction to give credence or to give weight that, oh, he had to defend himself against an unarmed man. There's some talk about how the defendant came around that Duramax and raised his gun. That didn't seem to be a contested issue in the case until the defendant lied about it on the stand. The defense themselves submitted an exhibit, number 41, in which it is denoted where the person that put that video together indicates Rittenhouse pointing gun at Zeminski's. I think it has a question mark. This was their exhibit. There was testimony from Detective Antaramian, and we showed this drone video. Now, but then the defendant won't admit to it on the stand, and then all of a sudden the defense has to fight it and talk about hocus pocus and make up little clever rhymes.
He called them out for it.
And talk about hocus pocus. But then the defendant won't admit to it on the stand, and then all of a sudden the defense has to fight it and talk about hocus pocus and make up little clever rhymes.
It doesn't fit, and if it does not fit, you must acquit.
The defendant could have told you the truth, but that hurts his case, and that gives us provocation. Now, I did have, on rebuttal, Mr. Armstrong put in 2 very blurry pictures. Mr. Binger didn't even mention these pictures in his closing, because they're maybe the 5th, 6th, or 7th strongest pieces of evidence that Mr. Rittenhouse raised his gun. But the defense is seizing on them, and they inaccurately said that it took him 20 hours of work to do. He worked on that drone video for 20 hours. He made us multiple shorter videos of it. These images were the last part of that work. And that image does show Mr. Rittenhouse holding a gun. It is blurry. Does it show every detail? No.
At least
we thought it
it's
important that there
blurry.
at least be some still shot besides these videos. The second one I showed, again, is very blurry, but it's of the shooting. And you see Mr. Rittenhouse blurry, you see the puff of smoke, and you see Mr. Rosenbaum blurry, still very much upright. And that is why those pictures are given. It was the tail end of all the work that Mr. Armstrong did on this video. The defense seems very scared of these pictures because it helps to prove their client lied on the stand, and it shows that he provoked the attack. Now, I would like to show you, I believe this is the full drone video, Exhibit 73.
This guy is not very persuasive at all. He's listing it off like he's debating fellow lawyers who are going to be more fact oriented. He's really failing to create a narrative that's compelling and believable to the jurors. Yeah, and exactly, he looks really nervous. He's speaking quickly, which is an indicator that he's nervous.
So
I have the footage sped up a bit, but
raising
still.
the gun because it's the full video. I would encourage you, if you find it necessary, to take a closer look at the Vigor TV. Please stop it. Now, if you see in this video, Mr. Richards wants to make it seem like the only recourse the defendant has in retreating is walking into this mob of people who are breaking cars. But look at all that open space that he has. At this moment, he could have turned around and ran in that space and gone right back up Sheridan, and everyone would be alive and everyone would be fine. Instead, he decides to start slowing down and run into these cars in which he is supposedly trapped, which would be like being trapped in a Target parking lot. As you see, as we keep playing it, he goes around them no problem, and he goes right into this totally clear space that was available to him the whole time. He did not exhaust his duty to retreat. He did not exhaust all of his options. Now, I'm going to go to the video. I'm going to point something out. Mr. Binger is going to play it again, and I'll show you. This is in relation to Mr. Richards indicated that no one that attacked or that went after Mr. Rittenhouse in the second incident observed the shooting. That is not true. This video shows the person that is referred to as Jump Kick Man leaving the scene, and we have another view as well from another video, but I'll point that out. See this man in a wheelchair, struggling to get out of the way? This is Jump Kick Man is right here. He sees it.
This is just more fucking potato footage. Very blurry, difficult to see.
So he absolutely was there. He did see what happened. What's next? This is Exhibit 10. This is the Ford Fisher video. If you look after the shooting, it shows this individual pushing the wheelchair away from car source 3. There he is across the street, pushing the man in the wheelchair away out of the scene.
Or did they have more technical difficulties? Really? Because he wasn't like a poor enough speaker. He has to have his fucking microphone shit out. Oh my god. You can't even fucking write this shit. The least cares about it. The guy who's probably the most anxious.
It does look better on the large television, but this is where he comes into the screen. This is one of the videos that Mr. Armstrong cropped for us in his 20 hours of work. This is slowed down by 50%, and it zooms in as good as possible given the limitations of the video. I'll point it out up here, but I said it is better seen on the large TV. There he is pointing the gun. He's not close enough to the car to have that be a factor. He puts on the fire extinguisher and he raises up. It is. Now do the next zoom in. Oh, you got it? All right. Again, that really wasn't an issue at trial until the defendant lied about it. Now, Exhibit 84, this is another video that Mr. Armstrong did in his 20 hours of work. And this shows the chase. That's where you see him point. Mr. Rosenbaum does his jump. See the defendant slowing down, seemingly preparing to shoot. And look where that first shot is. Go back one more time. This is the zoomed in image that will eventually was shown. Look how far he's not reaching. He's being shot in the hip and falling. And he goes immediately to the ground, and the defendant sees fit to keep shooting at him, although he poses absolutely no threat. Again, 4 feet from the barrel of the gun, not from Mr. Rittenhouse himself. Here is another video Mr. Armstrong made in his 20 hours of work. I believe he made 6 of them all told. They're all in evidence. Here's a close-up of the final shooting. The puff of smoke is already out. He's already upright. He crumples immediately to the ground, but the defendant keeps shooting him. So did Mr. Rosenbaum turn and get shot in the back that way? No, he was even less of a threat. He was falling face first on the ground with his hips shattered. So yes, he was shot in the back, and he was killed by a shot in the back, and it was the 3rd or 4th shot. Attorney Richards indicated that Nick Smith called the defendant. Nick Smith did not testify to that. He was never asked. We don't know who called the defendant to go to that scene. And despite the fact that there's this madman out there who's such a threat and who's going to kill the defendant, he just saunters down there all by himself. No problem.
Saunters?
He's not scared. This threat, if it even existed, was not taken seriously. He's a babbling idiot, as Mr. Lukowski said. Mr. Rittenhouse testified he didn't hear anything before he shot. He didn't hear this "fuck you." He didn't factor in the gunshot.
Oh, he says it. He says fuck.
There is no evidence that Mr. Huber did anything untowards that evening. They talked about pushing a dumpster, picking up pepper balls. That was not evidence that was ever submitted in this trial. And I don't know where it comes from. No evidence that he told Gage Grosskreutz I had to shoot in self-defense. And Attorney Richards talks about how, well, Detective Howard testified in a certain way and how he didn't talk about the drone footage or anything. He knows we got the drone footage, surprisingly, after Detective Howard testified. Guns do not have handed. There's not a left-handed or right-handed gun. So, yes.
This guy's nodding. Yes, there is.
Is how it happened. The defendant was facing that way. He picked it up, and the videos show it. Detective Antaramian reviewed it and saw it and testified to it, and it wasn't an issue until the defendant lied. Videos don't lie, but we know Kyle Rittenhouse does. He lied all that night.
He lied.
A lot has been made about how Gage Grosskreutz had an attorney. How hypocritical from a lawyer to hear someone criticize someone else hiring counsel.
Thank you. That's the point that I raised earlier. I'm glad that he's picking up on it. Thank God. I was going to say that's fucking outrageous to chastise someone for saying unconstitutional things and then to basically do the same thing.
Mr. Rittenhouse isn't here alone. He has lawyers. And
he needs us too.
I apologize that the district attorney's office followed our interpretation of Marcy's Law, which is a fairly recent, especially at that time, constitutional amendment.
Mr. Richards, don't wait.
Gage Grosskreutz is not on trial. He followed the advice of counsel not to turn over his phone, just as anyone who hires counsel can do. They can follow the advice of their counsel. We got his old video from that night. The defense has seen it. We have it. What else do we need? Text messages from 3 weeks before? They just want to try to dig up dirt because they think it's there, because the defense wants you to believe that these people got what was coming to them, that they were bad people doing bad things, and we should be proud and boastful of Mr. Rittenhouse for killing them. Gage Grosskreutz testified what he heard, that he heard, I didn't shoot anyone, and Gage Grosskreutz acted on that. He then followed, he left Mr. Rittenhouse thinking that he was not involved in the shooting, and started going to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum before being told by others that saw it that he was the shooter, and then he returned. So Gage Grosskreutz relied on the statement of Mr. Rittenhouse. Let's talk about a rush to judgment. Mr. Rittenhouse turned himself in. Are you supposed to wait days, weeks, months to charge murderers who we know murdered people? It's a red herring, as Mr. Binger said. It's throwing up red herrings, false, hypocritical arguments, and attacks on those that Mr. Rittenhouse killed to try and distract you from the fact that he was not in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm, and he was not privileged to act how he did. We heard from Ms. Carrie Ann Swart. Now that Nathan DeBruin talked about jail, now we can try to smear Mr. Rosenbaum more, although there really is no dispute, or was no dispute, that he came from a hospital. He's carrying a hospital bag. Ms. Swart testified that she talked to the hospital about how he would be released, that he went to this hospital. She knew he was coming home from the hospital. She knew it was in the bag, and he showed that picture of it backlit against the fire, trying to make it seem sinister. She talked about how there are medical papers in there. And we did that image again. Mr. Armstrong did this image for us, where you can get a little peek in the bag. And I would argue you can see medical papers. Though that big image they see, it looks like rolled up medical records that you get when you're discharged from a hospital. And Ms. Swart testified that he was given medications that day. Perhaps they didn't work. Perhaps there was a bad reaction. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But he was given that day. He could not get the ones for future days because things were closed. Balch did not testify that he thought there was anything sinister in the bag. He said he said something inaccurate at the time, but he said that he saw shampoo bottles and a water bottle.
I mean, this dude is just rambling. This is a very difficult to follow kind of like sputtering of facts. This is not a persuasive way to talk to people who've already sat through fucking hours of more talented speakers.
Mr. DeBruin. He did take some nice photographs, and he clearly wanted the world to know that he took some nice photographs. He's really more relevant to Mr. Zeminski, and he apparently, this is the photo of the bag, you can examine that further. Mr. DeBruin must have some problem with police and DA's offices. He goes to the detectives, he doesn't give a full story. He says, he testified to this is not me saying anything, he forgot that he was so nervous because the door of the police station still had an unrepaired window. That caused him such nervousness that he could not give a full statement. He meets with us in a very polite, short meeting. He has very little relevance to this case that we knew about. And yes, we showed him some videos. Is this Josh Zeminski? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, would you see him in these other pictures? Yes. You don't know it's Josh Zeminski? Okay. Somehow that's us getting him to change his statement. What's that? We show him pictures, videos, say, is that Josh Zeminski? I don't know. We show him other pictures. Do you recognize that as the same person? Yes. That's not going to change his statement. We had him read a statement. Do you have anything to add to it? No. The next day, he goes over to Mr. Richards' office. All of a sudden, he knows.
This guy's giving, as a completely unrelated, this guy's giving me serious Dennis Nedry vibes. He was the Hello Newman. He's the guy who in Jurassic Park fucking tries to steal the dinosaur embryos and like sell them. This guy's giving me very serious Dennis Nedry vibes.
All this extra information that wasn't in his statement. Oh, but he was so nervous meeting with us.
He gets eaten by Dilophosaurus.
A video or photograph that he took of Joshua Zeminski. And then what does he do? He goes and hires a lawyer very closely connected with a gossip blogger who attacks my office on a regular basis and who is very pro Rittenhouse. Another just Funny coincidence in this case, just like how Mr. Hernandez, who doesn't live in this state, could hire any of the thousands of attorneys in Wisconsin or tens of thousands of attorneys in the state. But no, he hires an attorney who Kyle Rittenhouse's defense team has already paid money to that firm. What a coincidence. So Mr. DeBruin doesn't tell us any information, then tries to attack us, and then tells the defense a lot more information. Mr. Rittenhouse denied pointing a gun at the yellow pants man, said he was being sarcastic. Well, Mr. Richards basically just admitted he did point the gun. So which is it? We know that Mr. Rittenhouse was going around that night trying to be a paramedic, a policeman, and a fireman without receiving any real training in any of them. Tough job to do all three at once. And he went around with his gun trying to scare people, to intimidate them, to not do minor property damage. He's a chaos tourist. He was there to see what was going on, act important, be a big deal. And then the moment a little bit of that chaos comes back at him, he cowardly shoots a man instead of fighting back. You put yourself in this situation, you know it's going to be out of hand, it gets a little out of hand, someone is chasing me, and you have to shoot him. That is not privileged. That is not reasonable. And that is not what any reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have done. We kept hearing about this rock in his hand. There's no evidence of there being a rock in that hand. Now, there's talk about how the defendant maybe have re-racked his gun. We don't see that in the video. We don't know what he did. But we do know that as Gage Grosskreutz is sitting there with his hands up, the defendant turns over his gun and is looking at it and is doing something with it. The defendant admitted to this, that he looked at the gun. Fully reasonable that Mr. Grosskreutz could have assumed that he was re-racking and preparing to fire. And it does not mean that a unspent shell casing has to be on the ground. Officer Bray testified that she shot AR-15s. She knows AR-15s. If it jams and there's an unspent shell casing, the re-racking will take out the unspent shell casing. It does not have to be a live round. I don't know what he was doing with his gun, but it's certainly reasonable for Mr. Grosskreutz to interpret it that way. And then what does he do? He doesn't step back and take a firing position and shoot. He didn't shoot him 5 to 6 seconds earlier when Mr. Rittenhouse was being an active shooter after having killed his second person and shot at his third. He would have every right to have stopped Mr. Rittenhouse's activities at that point. But he didn't. He came up closer, he surrendered, and he said, he believed his surrender was not being accepted. Who shoots someone like this? Is he trying to shoot his own hand off? He never does anything about an actual position to shoot that gun. And as Mr. Richards admitted in his closing, when it's pointed at his head, his arm is already blown off.
This is the most unintentionally funny lawyer I've ever fucking seen. This guy's not trying to be funny at all, but he's actually being pretty hilarious.
We're supposed to be so scared of Mr. Grosskreutz with his Glock when the defendant is holding a loaded AR-15. Then there's this preposterous argument that, Kelly Zeminski is holding a flashlight. It must be to bash heads. Certainly no one carries flashlights at night to walk home in the dark or walk to your car in the dark. I take when I take my dog for a walk. I'm looking to bash in heads? No. We hear about how, this vicious kick that, if you watch it live, did not seem to make much contact. Spun him 180 degrees. That is Kyle tracking him with the gun and shooting at him. He's moving as he's moving. That is not the force of the kick. And the video makes that clear. But again, we're grasping at straws and we're throwing out red herrings.
So sarcastic. All these fucking guys are so
a skateboard
sarcastic.
is a deadly weapon.
Yeah, bro, it is.
Someone should tell all the parents and grandparents and Santa Claus giving skateboards this Christmas about how they're giving their children a deadly weapon.
Did you just say
I guess
Santa?
they should get them an AR-15 instead. About how they're giving the parents and grandparents and Santa Claus.
Someone should tell Santa Claus. So it's like, this is gonna be. So we have this gentleman works for the state. He works for the state of Wisconsin, and in his professional capacity, he's telling the jury that we need to tell Santa Claus that skateboards are off limits.
About how they're giving their children a deadly weapon. I guess they should get them an AR-15 instead. It's just preposterous. And yes, Mr. Huber was acting heroic in holding down that and taking that skateboard and trying to hold him down and trying to take that gun. And what happened? The gun stayed attached to Mr. Rittenhouse. Because when the defense concocted this, they were trying to take my gun story, they left out that it is literally strapped to him. He shot an unarmed man 4 times because he was so scared that Mr. Rosenbaum was going to take the gun away from him when it was attached to him.
What's not attached to him? It's not his dick,
Absolute
dude.
red herring. It is an absolute ridiculous argument. Imminent threat. Not, in 5 minutes after we get beat up, then I might be a threat. Imminent threat. You've heard all the videos. I'm not going to go into it any more great length, but when you listen to the crowd as Mr. Rittenhouse is running, they start yelling after he's running when they're screaming, "Get him." Also, as people are approaching him at the end, they're asking, "Why did you shoot him? Why did you shoot him?" These are people that were provoked because they witnessed an attack or heard shots or heard he was attacking, and they took action. As Mr. Bringer said, I probably wouldn't do it either. But that they did it is brave.
Oh,
they did
brave.
not deserve to be killed. Kyle Rittenhouse has a strong ties to Kenosha, but he needs Google Maps to find a business he says he's driven by every day. He supposedly knows Kenosha so well and is such familiar with Kenosha that he doesn't realize you can walk 1 block either way to get back to the car source. He didn't want to go back to the car source. He wanted to go see what was going on. He wanted to stay in the action. He wanted to continue to do things that would make him feel big and make him feel important. These minor injuries we've heard the defendant have, again, Mr. Richards misstated the standard. It is not could have caused great bodily harm or death. It is not likely to have caused great bodily harm or death. It is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Where is that when you get a couple scrapes? Everybody takes a beating sometimes, right? Sometimes you get in a scuffle and maybe you do get hurt a little bit. That doesn't mean you get to start plugging people with your full metal jacket AR-15 rounds, and no, bullets are not bullets. And we heard testimony about that. Mr. Richards mentioned this in opening, but apparently he's noticed that the evidence doesn't bear it out. He talks about this, how Mr. Rosenbaum put this shirt over his head to hide his identity because he's going to go ambush Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, then obviously you watch the videos. He's had that shirt on his head for some time. Whether it's COVID, this is all pre-vaccine as we know.
Oh yeah,
Whether
that's why he had the wrapped around his shirt. He was making a makeshift mask.
Whether it's fire, whatever it is, he's using it to protect his face, not as some evil plan to get Kyle Rittenhouse. They're setting this fire, and they begin walking down Sheridan. There's no evidence that they knew he was coming. There's no evidence that they had any plan to get him. I'd submit to you that the Zeminskis and Mr. Rosenbaum were doing what they were doing all night. They were going to go bash that Duramax or start or stoke a fire. Kyle sees this, and then he runs onto the scene. That's clear in the FBI video. He runs onto the scene. He puts down the fire extinguisher. He raises up his gun. Mr. Rosenbaum yells, "Gun, gun, gun." Why else would he yell that? It's very possible that while he was yelling, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," he's doing so while holding a loaded AR-15 at the Zeminskis. Mr. Rosenbaum was going to chase him out of there to end the danger. And Mr. Richards boasts that, something along the lines, "You won't do shit, motherfucker." Well, Mr. Rosenbaum was wrong.
Again with motherfucker.
That's an attaboy right there. Way to kill someone unarmed because you won't engage them. He raises the gun. He provokes the attack. He has to retreat. He has to exhaust all remedies before he regains the right to even use self-defense, not even to use deadly force. That's a whole other separate question. He does regain the use of right self-defense if he exhausts all options. He does not. He could have ran a different way. He could have fought. He had all sorts of different ways to exhaust his options. He did not do it. As I said in the beginning of my closing, I don't think you even need provocation. An unarmed man chasing you, and you shoot him 4 times as he's falling, you kill him as he's falling in front of you because you don't want to physically defend yourself, that's first-degree reckless homicide right there. And Mr. Richards kind of plays games with the name reckless. Reckless means not intentional in this circumstance. And you can read the jury instructions. You can come to your own conclusions. And fire an AR-15 in any circumstance like this shows utter disregard for human life. There's no other explanation for it. If you're shooting an AR-15 at close range of people, you have no disregard for human life. That's not really in any dispute. I want to leave you with this. The meaning of reasonable doubt. I'm going to read portions of this instruction. Obviously, you'll have the whole instruction. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. That's what the defense is asking you to do, to guess what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing, to speculate what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing, to speculate and guess what Mr. Huber and this unidentified man were doing. We don't know because he killed two of them. All we can look at is the evidence and see him standing pretty much straight up or exactly straight up when he was shot in the hip and immobilized. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. The defense's whole case has been trying to stoke sympathy for Mr. Rittenhouse and showing how everyone else was just a terrible person. Every life counts. Every life matters. If people did bad things that night, they could have been prosecuted. It's not up for Mr. Rittenhouse to be the judge, the jury, and eventually the executioner. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. There's a lot going on in this case. We all know that. We all knew that from the day we walked in on November 1st. But this verdict should be about what the facts are and what Mr. Rittenhouse did. That's what the 12 of you who go to deliberate will go and decide. You are the fact finders. You decide what is beyond reasonable doubt. You decide what he is guilty or not guilty of from this menu of options that you now have. An imminent threat. The only imminent threat that night was Mr. Rittenhouse. He was not acting in legal, justified self-defense. He's guilty. Thank you.
Wow. So yeah, he finally pulls out the kind of like persuasive rhetoric at the very fucking end. He stops just like blabbering on and he like uses his time.
Members of the jury, the time has now come when the great burden.
You guys, this is it. So we've officially fucking finished the entirety of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial closing arguments. Holy shit. This has been like a pretty fucking intense 5.5 hours or whatever. I'm extremely high. I've been like ripping my bong this entire time. And like, I'm so grateful to everyone who stopped by, and my mind is blown that you guys, like, I think that you guys have donated like $300 or something, like maybe even more than 300. I don't even know. You guys have donated like a fuck ton. That's crazy. I'm extremely grateful. You could pretty much expect that I'll be coming out with something that's TCAP related. Like I'll definitely drop something like that at some point. I've also been working on like a really serious one too. But yeah, this has been the Kyle Rittenhouse closing arguments. I think that overall, he should and will be found not guilty on shooting Grosskreutz, Rosenbaum, and Huber. He's not even being charged with unlawful possession of a rifle. That charge was dropped before closing arguments even begun. And the only charge that I think he has a chance for, the charge that I think he should get, would just be reckless endangerment, basically shooting your rifle twice and missing in a crowded area next to a home. And even then, like, I think he should just do a little bit of time just to set a precedent. I think it was extremely bad judgment to go to the situation. It was an extremely bad move for a multitude of reasons. So yeah, thank you everyone for sticking through this. Let me know what you guys think. I'm sure that you guys, I'm so glad, like the chat has been awesome. I've been trying to like focus on just getting through the video, but I'm really glad to see that like you guys were actually engaging with each other and just like bullshitting with each other in chat. Like that's awesome. So yeah, thank you to everyone for stopping by.